took a deal, signed another deal. Post up in the hills on the real, headed for a mill. Travel with me still, getting kills. All this pop appeal, got these pop stars try popping in, and they getting pop for real. I ain't tryna build, I was tryna lead a meal. Getting to it, before I hopped up off the block, I was still going through it. Friends doing pills, and came faster than it should've. I was Buddy Hill, shooting at a pace soon as I pull up, dropping buckets. Yeah, like it's nothing. In the kitchen chopping onions. Yeah, tears falling down. Underdog is finally overcoming. Cause I'm dropping buckets. Ay, yeah, like it's nothing. Ay, earn my respect and burn a budget. Tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming, baby, yeah, I'm dropping buckets. Drop some cash for me, don't worry about my past for me. I'm driving with no gasoline, this life I live's a fantasy. Yeah, I do this for my dogs, all my day ones and my family. My life gon' live through them if I end up in any tragedies. I hope y'all understand this shit got bigger cause it had to be. I always knew I had it, but just not at this capacity. I recognize the gravity, closer to the summit, stacking chips and counting nuggets. I've been stunting, baby, cause I'm dropping buckets. Hey. Yeah, like it's nothing. Ayy, in the kitchen chopping onions. Ayy, tears falling down. Underdog is finally overcoming. Cause I'm dropping buckets. Ayy, yeah, like it's nothing. Ayy, earn my respect and burn a budget. Ayy, tears falling down. Underdog is finally overcoming, baby. Cause I'm dropping buckets. Earn my respect and burn a budget. Tears falling down. Underdog is finally overcoming, baby, cause I'm dropping buckets. You been playing. All work, no pleasure. I ain't here to make friends, big stepper. Hey, bad guy, Heath Ledger. Ready for whatever, I'll be front and center. Don't fly too close to the sun, your body chopped up by propellers. Came in arrogant, but left out in a stretcher. Fuck the comparison, y'all know y'all couldn't replicate it. Chilling in the desert, I'm good under pressure.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, show 'em what we bout.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
Said this a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, fuck what they was talking about. All work, no pleasure. I ain't here to make friends, big stepper. Hey, bad guy, Heath Ledger. Ready for whatever, I'll be front and center. Quick to sever, however, whoever. Raining from above, we shooting down through your umbrella. Ay, getting fed up, nothing you could tell us. Snapping every shot I take, just wait till it develops.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, show 'em what we bout.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
Said this a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, fuck what they was talking
Stick
about.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found. From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down. Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
Said this a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, fuck what they was talking about.
I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop, then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all
You gotta tell who the park down.
It ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant, I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose that fits, I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip, you choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
What up, what up, what up?
Oh, yeah. I can hear you, man. What's happening?
Oh, not much, man. I keep hearing myself twice.
You probably got yourself on another tab somewhere, man.
Hold on. Hold on. You go ahead. Chat out the way I just gave this.
Yeah, man. Ladies and gentlemen,
come on inside and get yourself something cool to drink.
Yeah, baby. Welcome back to another edition of Black Man Unfiltered's Barbershop. What's happening, y'all? Tonight, we are going to have ourselves a good time, but for now, let's go ahead and get the chat acknowledgments out of the way. The first person I'm going to acknowledge is the one and only can tell you what's happening, darling. Every time I turn on the computer, you up in here. I appreciate your support. Yes, indeed, we do. Who else do we have in the building? We also have Peter in the building. Say, hey, guys, what's happening? Who else do we have in the building? Let's see. We also have Curtis Moore. What's happening, man? Welcome back. And we also have the lovely Melania in the building. Dark and lovely. What's happening, baby? Every time we see you, it's always a blessing. What's happening? Then we also got Braxton, the Snake Fiend, in the building. What's happening, Braxton? What's going on, man? Welcome back. And we also have Mr. He said, looking over from the clouds. What's up, brother? Good to have you as always, man. Hey, if y'all had an opportunity, man, make sure y'all go over there to support the Says, man. They over there doing good things. They just got that monetization going on over there. Leave them over there a few chips, man. Let them know you appreciate them. And who else do we have? Let's see. I think that is it so far. Wait a minute. We got Curtis could tell you. Yep, that's it so far. BMU, that's it. Oh, wait a minute. Got Edward in the building. He said, what's up, people? What's happening, Edward? Then we also got Dre in the building. What's happening, Dre? And I think that's it, man.
All right. I'm still hearing my I can't hear me. You hear me?
I can hear you, man.
Echo?
No echo.
It's gotta be someone saying.
Gotta be.
All right, but anyway. How you been doing, bro?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Glad to be up in here.
Yeah, me too, bro. When I find out where this coming from, I'm gonna beat it to death. All right.
Could tell you say you still got an echo, bro.
See, they can hear it too. All right. Let me. But I'm gonna play a video for you guys that we can pay attention to. I want you guys by the time that's done, I'll probably be done.
You know what it also might be too? It might be your headphones, man. Did you just get an update?
No.
You sure? Because mine was doing the same thing. My old ones don't echo.
Your old headphones?
Yeah, the ones like you got, they don't echo. I had to get used to the new ones.
All right, how about now? Damn it.
don't-
Hold on. They could probably still hear it going.
You know what? I know what it is. I got you turned off on the screen.
Probably still hear it going.
Oh yeah, you still have an echo. You know what? I know what it is. I got you turned off on the screen.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, you still have an echo.
Okay. Hopefully it's not. I got another. All right, how about now? Still there. Oh, I don't know. All right, how about now? Still there.
It's still there, man.
I don't know. All right, how about now? I don't know. How about now?
Still there, man.
They're still there. All right, I'm gonna figure it out. Video for them, everybody. And by the time I get done, I'll probably be out of the echo chamber. All right, here we go.
You know, with this new StreamYard, man, they got some stuff they probably turned off by mistake, like your echo cancellation. Go back and check that, because sometimes they'll change that stuff for no reason.
Okay. I'll check it. Here's the video.
Who is this? Wait. Who is this? How can I help you?
Okay, so let me get my.
You have to really get to it, because I don't have a lot of time. I got a lot going on right now. I'm in the midst of a whole lot of stuff. So
I'm gonna be quick.
Please.
I'm trying to be okay, but they arrested and I'm headed to my mama's house now.
Hold on, you broke up. Wait. You broke up. They arrested who?
They arrested Ashley. They picked her up from my mom's house.
Who picked her up?
The police, Houston Police Department picked her up. I don't know what happened, but I'm assuming it had something to do with y'all situation with the checks or whatever, or whatever.
With the account?
To you, yeah, to the account. And so they calling me like I'm a part of it, not as far as her, but like I'm the only one that can get in touch with you, because they want you to come pick up your daughter.
Excuse me? What daughter? I don't have a daughter. I don't have a daughter at all. Okay, well, here's the deal. Let me explain something to you. I need to explain something to you. Let me explain something to you, and then you can relay this to the rest of the family, because you're not even supposed to be calling me. That's that. When me and that woman got divorced, that daughter stopped being my responsibility at that time. I don't have any. I shouldn't even be relegated to do anything other than be a good human to this woman. I don't have any daughter. That was my stepdaughter. She has a real living daddy. Like, why do I keep getting thrust in the midst of this family thing when I'm not her daddy? And here's the deal. If the authorities got her, that's because I called them. Do you understand this woman put my house up for sale? Do you know that?
No, I didn't know.
Yes, I came home. There was a for sale sign in my yard. So, yes, I have the authorities. I absolutely called them. And I'm surprised it took them so long to get there. What now at this point, what do you really need from me at this point?
I mean, she doesn't stop being your daughter because y'all not married. Did the love stop for the child?
No. The financial responsibilities and the caring stop. I'm not obligated to do either. That's not my daughter. That woman that child has a dad. And I'm not trying to be insensitive about this.
Because you're not with Ashley?
That's not my daughter. Why don't y'all get that? That's not, I don't have no more responsibilities for this lady. If the authorities can't get, I absolutely want her to be okay. I want her to be okay. But as far as me being there and showing that I care, that is off the table. So let me ask you something. They picked her up in front of her daughter?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. I think she was at school when they picked her up. I don't know how long ago this happened. All I know is Mama called me and said, call D and see if he can get the baby, because her dad is in jail now, and I don't know why he's in jail.
Why y'all? What is with you guys frolicking around all these guys that's going to jail? Like, what is the deal? What is this?
Listen, this is overwhelming for me.
Y'all make bad decisions when it comes to picking men. Have y'all thought about that? Y'all make some really bad decisions when it comes to picking men, and I'm so glad that I'm out of the loop. I'm so.
I still got the echo. Yep.
Got to be more careful.
I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Cool, that'll work. Well, gang, what do y'all think, man? Yo, I mean, everybody, they whole immediately family going to jail. That is crazy. He said just because the responsibility stopped, the caring stops, till we ain't together no more. I have seen it all. I have seen it all. I don't know about y'all, man, but hey, like they say, it's a package deal. You know? To tell you, say, what a mess. Who you telling? Man, people think you can just keep getting used, you know, indefinitely. The mama go to jail, the daddy go to jail. Where her grandmama at? How come she can't stay with her grandmama, aunties or something, you know? I don't get that. You know, tell me, call my ex-baby daddy best friend and see if he can come over to keep the kids. That don't make no sense. I ain't never seen no mess like that before.
Hey, all right. Do me a favor.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop you down, Richard. Something. Cool. All right, I still got the echo. Nope, I don't have the echo. It's coming from you, Lost. When you up, the echo come up. Watch. Oh, hey, Ryder, you hear me? Oh, now it stopped. Nope, there it is. So when you not up here, I can't hear echo. When you up here, I hear echo. Is it coming out of your microphone?
I know what it is. Chat.
Yeah, guys, and let us know what you think about the video, man, because this guy, I'm not echoing no more.
I know what it is. It was a mixed minus.
Okay, my bad. Oh, well,
yeah, we got it. You straight now?
Yeah, I'm good now.
Yeah, we
all right,
good.
guys. Yeah, we good now. All right, Cortelia, what do you think now? All right, we good? All right, guys, with that video, when you just seen that video, basically to give you guys a synopsis of the video, the man and his wife got married. When he got married, he was a stepfather to the child. She said it's completely gone. Thank you, baby. She said he said that, you know, he got married. He had a stepchild. When they got a divorce, he said that stepchild is no longer his responsibility. When they got a divorce. And then she went behind his back, tried to sell a house. She got arrested. He called the police on her. I mean, what do you thought? What do you guys thought? Lost, if it was you, are you still in the child's life? Or do you still feel like, you know, that child's your responsibility?
No, I'm gone, man. They got family.
Exactly.
They got family. My whole thing is this, man. If you value me as a leader, then you would have did what I told you to do. But since you decide you want to do what you want to do, I have to remove my hedge of protection, man. So no, I got to go.
Now, guys, before we move on, we have a special guest in the building tonight. You know him, you've seen him, you believe in him. Give it up for yours truly, since he's
R-Pain.
Mr. R-Pain in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together, man. That's our guy. He's in the building tonight, man. I appreciate you for being here.
What's up, gentlemen? What's up?
What's that in R-Pain?
It's that time of the year.
Yes, indeed it is.
Now, R-Pain, did you get a chance to see the video?
I saw the crux of it, not the whole thing, but I kind of, it'd be good to play it again, probably. But
okay, should the guy? Okay, I'll play it for you. Hold on.
Who is this? Wait. Who is this?
This is Stephanie.
How can I help you?
Okay, so let me get my.
You have to really get to it because I don't have a lot of time. I got a lot going on right now. I'm in the midst of a whole lot of stuff. So
I'm gonna be quick.
Please.
I'm gonna be quick. I'm trying to be okay, but they arrested and I'm headed to my mama's house now.
Hold on, you broke up. Wait. You broke up. They arrested who?
They arrested Ashley. They picked her up from my mom's house.
Who arrested? Who picked her up?
The police, Houston Police Department picked her up. I don't know what happened, but I'm assuming it had something to do with y'all situation with the checks or whatever
With the account?
To you, to the account. And so they calling me like I'm a part of it, not as far as her, but like I'm the only one that can get in touch with you because they want you to come pick up your daughter.
Excuse me? What daughter? I don't have a daughter. I don't have a daughter at all. Okay, well, here's the deal. Let me explain something to you. I need to explain something to you. Let me explain something to you, and then you can relay this to the rest of the family because you're not even supposed to be calling me. That's that. When me and that woman got divorced, that daughter stopped being my responsibility at that time. I don't have any. I shouldn't even be relegated to do anything other than be a good human to this woman. I don't have any daughter. That was my stepdaughter. She has a real living daddy. Like why do I keep getting thrust in the midst of this family thing when I'm not her daddy? And here's the deal. If the authorities got her, that's because I called them. Do you understand this woman put my house up for sale? Do you know that?
No, I didn't know.
Yes, I came home. There was a for sale sign in my yard. So yes, I had the authorities. I absolutely called them. And I'm surprised it took them so long to get there. What now at this point, what do you really need from me at this point?
I mean, she doesn't stop being your daughter because y'all not married. Did the love stop for the child?
No. The financial responsibilities and the caring stop. I'm not obligated to do either. That's not my daughter. That woman that child has a dad. And I'm not trying to be insensitive about this.
Because you're not with Ashley?
That's not my daughter. Why don't y'all get that? I don't have no more responsibilities for this lady. If the authorities can't get I absolutely want her to be okay. I want her to be okay. But as far as me being there and showing that I care, that is off the table. So let me ask you something. They picked her up in front of her daughter?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. I think she was at school when they picked her up. I don't know how long ago this happened. All I know is Mama called me and said, call D and see if he can get the baby because her daddy's in jail now, and I don't know why he's in jail.
Why y'all? What is with you guys frolicking around all these guys that's going to jail? Like, what is the deal? What is this?
Listen, this is overwhelming for me.
Y'all make bad decisions when it comes to picking men. Have y'all thought about that? Y'all make some really bad decisions when it comes to picking men, and I'm so glad that I'm out of the loop. I'm so.
Well, R-Pain, you saw it, man. Is it true? Are they bad at picking men, man, or just bad circumstances?
They're the worst. I mean, it's funny that this scenario could get played out, every day, every minute of the day.
Yeah.
So, I like the man standing his ground. What are you calling me for?
Yeah.
What you calling me for? That's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate. But
the funny thing about it is, R-Pain, that these are the same people that try to make fun of the red pill community because they'll sit up there and just say, hey, look, this is the type of stuff that we're seeing. You know what I mean? And then as soon as you expose it, then y'all being salty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's incredible, man. It's just broken, man. I don't know even where to fix it, right?
Right.
How do you fix stuff like that?
Don't deal with it.
Actually, the lady he was talking to, it didn't even register with her that the kids.
Oh, it registered, man. It registered.
No, what I'm saying is, in her subconscious is registering, but the way she kept talking back to him, it's like if she thought she could ignore the reality that the kid's not really his, somehow she would get him to change the way he's speaking.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, he said, well, the kid's not mine. He said it like 100 times.
Yeah.
And she still didn't really acknowledge it until after. She said, well, but, somebody got to care for her, Oh, my God.
Let me ask you a question. You think her ears don't work?
Yeah, selectively, it's like selective hearing.
Yeah, I guarantee if he said, hey, I got $100 million for you, come get here in 10 minutes, how sure the ears will work. You know what I'm saying? People choose
just
what they want to
hear. I feel sorry for the children. And that's another thing. I mean, we have a generation or part of a generation of kids, 2 generations, millennials and Zs that have that kind of experience. I don't know how much, if I had to do percentages, is enough that is past critical mass for both where the parents are just not there. Or the woman has so much pressure by having, how many women do we have to see on the internet that have 17 kids by 20 different men that says that we got a real problem in the community, right? Somebody's not getting taken care of.
Right. And the killing part about
that's what they absolve the men, by the way. That's not to absolve the men. I'm just saying.
Right.
Women don't understand that no matter what the scenario, they have to do the heavy lifting.
Absolutely.
They're doing the heavy lifting. So I don't know what to say.
All right, Payne, you know what I find funny, man? Everybody loves to use the term not all women, but it is getting to the point where it's almost getting there.
No doubt. It's 90%. It's 92%, just like the vote.
I'll give you an example, man. You remember that chick cooking with Kaya? Remember her?
Yes.
They hated this girl all the way into a VHS show, VH1 show. Can you believe that?
Well, what I'm trying to say is, how did they do that? What violation?
Just haters, man.
They
just haters. They had a whole account banned.
Just because the amount of hate.
Yes. That type of hate has fueled a lot of folks into success, man. and the killing part about it is that could not happen in any other demographic of women. I'm still trying to figure out how you do that.
Right.
How do you do that?
Right. Listen, let me just tell you, it's incredible. I mean, it's just broken all the way around.
Right. That's wild, man.
What's going on?
What's happening, Frank? Welcome to the show, bro.
Yo, what's good with it?
Hey, lost translation. Hey, fix your sound that's coming out, your output, because your sound effect's not coming out.
Cool.
So guys, listen, I have another video for you guys. But I'm gonna get what you got to say first, Champ. Champ, what are your thoughts?
Hey man, tough situation, man. I think it's he was right in doing what he did. I think the hardest thing is when you're there when the kid, is born. I think that would be the situation that would make that the hardest, man. When you're there, that kid is very small, and then you help raise that kid up, whether it's from 1 to 3, 1 to 4, you get married, you get divorced, whatever the case may be. That's gonna be a hard situation for you. But yeah, man, he definitely was in the right to do what he did. Once that marriage was over, he had no longer had any obligation to that child. You know what I'm saying?
He's lucky too.
And anything you do for that child after that is just from the kindness, the goodness of your heart.
Yeah. And I think men are getting tired. I think men are getting tired on a level. I think men are getting tired on a level, even with their own children. I heard a guy on the video say today, his wife said to him, he said his wife told him, I'm going to leave you. I want a divorce. And when I get a divorce, I'm putting you on child support. And he said, he told her, he said, with every decision, when you're going to stand on something, you must make sacrifices. And he said, he told his wife, if you put me on child support and you know that I'm going to be there for my children, he said, you're making a choice to receive money over me having a relationship with my children. Because if you put me on child support, I will never speak to them or you again. He said, because paying child support will make him seem like he's a deadbeat, and she knows for a fact that he'll be there for his children. And so she's spitefully doing it. And he said, a sacrifice would be him not having a relationship with his child. Yeah. I mean, how many men go through that? And I think that women have too much power. I really do believe that. I think they have too much power. I think that, how is it possible, Arpain, that a woman can say, I don't want you? Listen, that's why we was talking about marriage the other week, man. Think about it. We was talking about marriage the other week. What is it benefit? And we're going to finish this off Tuesday. But what if it benefits a man to get married when his wife at any time can say, I don't want him? And she'll take half of everything he got, take his pension that he didn't work 30 years for. She take half of everything that he fucking got. And then on top of that, she could put him on child support just because she can, even though he's a good father. Right? She puts him on child support. Then once she puts him on child support, he can go try to better himself and get a better job, and she can go back for an increase in the state. Will give him more child support.
Right.
Dude, people saying right now men need to have dick discipline, not make single moms or have kids out of wedlock. But shit, it's even worse in wedlock.
Well, you know, that whole notion of dick discipline is just it's gaslighting at best. I mean, because women understand, man. They know that if you're a good man, bad man, holy man or not man, if I come to you as a woman and to meet you, to talk to you, you absolutely know at some point I want to have sex with you. You know that, right? And our nature is ordained by God, man. That's just the way it is. And women understand that, and they know it's predictable. And so if it's predictable, they can manipulate it in all kinds of ways. And it's not that we're absolved. The discipline is equivalent to understand the consequences of your actions. That's what discipline is. It's directly proportional to your knowledge of the consequence of opening up a new sexual relationship. And that's really where the man is at fault, because every time you open that door, there's a surprise behind it. Sometimes the surprise is small, sometimes it's irrevocable. You know, so that's how I look at it. So men have to understand the consequences of having sex with any woman, even the one you like, even a nice girl. You know, so, and that's where it comes in. But we're going to have sex. There's no way that's just going to change. And I think we should stop trying to change it, because it don't work. You know, we need to talk about other things, about the consequences of opening that door, more than just talking about the act itself, because we're not going to stop men from having sex. That's true. And now we understand that women, you know, I mean, it seems like I'd be hard pressed to say they don't want sex as much as men. Now that they're broken into the Western ideology, they're screwed. Listen, the average guy, let me ask you guys a question. I'm going to shut up after this question. The average guy who gets married, who do you think has more sex partners, the dude or his girl?
His girl, for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Unless he's a really top-notch guy who's been playing the field, the average dude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Unless he's a really top-notch guy who's been playing the average dude.
Hey, turn your YouTube off, Ghost.
Unless he's a really top-notch. Yeah, so that's the question. I mean, I think it's his girl. The average guy, you know, for the most part, especially in this era. Might not have been true in my era, but in this era, I believe so.
All right. Well, I think I got some good news for you guys. There's a federal law that has been passed, and I think it's going to benefit men a little bit. when it comes to child support, when it comes to alimony, so on and so forth. There's this black female lawyer that has some news for us. I'm going to play it for you guys. Ekene, I don't know what you got. I don't know if you're in the Twilight Zone. I can't see you, brother.
He's driving. He's in the car.
All right, give me just a second. Let me pull it up. All right, here it is.
Oral or coming in at number 1. And ladies, this hurts my heart to deliver this news. It is now illegal to go through your husband's phone. And this is for every ear that can hear me. This is not just a Texas issue. This is also a federal crime. The Federal Wiretap Act states it is unlawful to intercept any wire, oral, or electronic communication. It is also unlawful to disclose the contents of the wire, oral, or electronic communication. Y'all know what's considered electronic communication? Text messages, emails, DMs. I was in court waiting on my turn, watching another hearing before me. It was a divorce case and the wife was on the stand talking about adultery. Her attorney then started the process of admitting text messages into evidence that showed the husband was talking to this woman and it was very inappropriate. The text messages 100% proved husband was cheating. There was photos, there was conversations about the other night. All of a sudden, husband lawyer jumps up and says, Your Honor, I think you need to admonish the witness about her Fifth Amendment right to self-incrimination because she's about to tell on herself and admit to a crime. The judge then proceeds to tell her that how she came about getting those text messages out of her husband's phone is potentially a violation of the Texas Wiretap Act and the Federal Wiretap Act. He looks up at her lawyer and says, Counsel, the fact that you're in possession of unlawful potential wiretap material incriminates you as well. And the judge did a quick recess so everyone could go consult with criminal law attorneys.
Ooh.
My.
How the tables have turned.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, man.
That's the funny thing, though. They didn't do it with that in mind. It's just one of the consequences of that law. You know what I'm saying? They didn't really do it just because to protect the man. That's just it just covers the man's shit. It's probably more for like some corporate guy or something like that. And it just happened to be broad enough that you could interpret that if you go through your husband's phone without his permission, and you try to put it in court and anywhere else, or shame him on the internet, you're committing a crime.
Yep.
Right. So I wish they were doing it for us, but we just got a Betty for some other shit. That's how I read that.
women are not gonna listen to you guys, but everybody, good evening. How you guys doing?
What's going on, man?
Stage.
These crazy hyenas are not going to listen to you. You know why? Until they start putting them in jail for doing that. That's the only way they're going to stop. Because you got to understand that it's a federal law for somebody to wake up and cry rape, and she wasn't raped. She's supposed to be in jail. It's a federal law. But guess what? They don't put these hyenas in jail when they commit those crimes. Even the men don't press charges. Do you know that a woman that lies on a man and the man loses his job and then goes to jail, that he can turn around and sue her for every money she got, and she will work for him the rest of her life? But how many men pursue those cases? How many men go through civil suits to get that woman's house, everything garnished? How many men do that?
A lot more of that, economic.
No, but what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this, right? Have a
Go out and come back in, Ekene. Pause. Because you're breaking up real bad.
I mean, you got a point, but I think we're going to start seeing a lot more men saying, you know what? I'm not letting this go.
Yep. And you, of course, you said, well, Your Honor, I got text message of him talking to the bitch. We cannot use that, man. And if you have those, you are breaking the law.
Hey, not admissible.
Not admissible in court. Amazing.
That's good. It's a start.
You know what the problem is, man?
In the building tonight.
Come on, Peter.
What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing tonight? Wow, you got a doozy one tonight, dude. I gotta give you credit. You got a doozy one tonight. So this is the argument statement that we all been having for since man has been on this planet.
Well, the mic monster just jumping on everybody tonight, man.
I know.
Oh, you paused.
You just muted yourself.
You muted, man. Oh, yeah.
Well, he got an automatic mute.
Yeah, but let me say what I was saying. Let me conclude. When he comes back, he can take over. So what I'm saying is that men have a soft heart for women, no matter what. Check this out. Check this out. A man has a wife, and he has like maybe 5 kids. And with those 5 kids, he knew that 3 of them or 4 of them has his resemblance. He can tell these 3 to 4 are my kids. But you see this boy right here, or this girl right here, is none of my blood. It has nothing. He barely looks like my wife, and he does not look anything like me or anyone in my family. He doesn't look like him. No, and guess what? His sisters, his brothers, his mom, his dad, his relatives have told him numerous times, this child ain't yours. But guess what? The man will not do nothing about it. He will hold on to it the rest of his life and never confront his wife for one day that she cheated and this child is not his. Except now that there is DNA. Men go behind their wives and do secret DNA testing. But how many men do that? There are still millions of men that don't do that. So the thing is that we're always ready to forgive women for bullshit, but they are ready to shred us through shredder.
I think there's a couple things to just address there. You know what I'm saying? Number one is if you're married and that woman gets pregnant, that most laws automatically make that kid yours. Even if you get a DNA test, whatever the case may be, most laws in the states make that kid yours. Like you gotta go do you gotta go through the extra steps to show proof that that child is not yours, and you still can be put on child support. So it doesn't matter if you try to hold her accountable or whatever. She got pregnant within that marriage. That's number one. Number two, I don't know if a woman ever been through your phone. Now, listen, that is something that a brother will definitely stand up for. You know what I mean? If a woman has ever been through your phone and you've been caught up and now she telling Shirley down the street, she telling Sheree down the street, listen, and then she take that to court just like that lawyer stood up and was like, hey, no, listen, a dude will definitely, I guarantee you there will be more men to say, hey, look, she went through my phone in court and be like, yo, she went through my phone and was telling my business.
You're right.
I guarantee you that.
You're right, though. Let me also say, though, but on the presumption of paternity, yeah, that's all across the country, but it does vary state to state. You know, some states will allow you to have a paternity test to get out of that.
So does that also mean when she's trying to clown you online and post the text messages of you and another woman online, that's also illegal? That's amazing. That's gonna stop a lot of ratchet ass shit.
Well, they already get away with it though. BMU. Remember they already passed a law about sex. You know, putting sex stuff about your woman on. But they don't really enforce it when the women do it on the men.
Oh, like
for I understand that DJ Academic's girlfriend sent out a whole bunch of penis pics, you know, saying he got a micro one. She sent that out, and there ain't no reprisal. I mean, he should be putting her ass in jail.
Absolutely, I would.
I was about to say if he didn't take her to court, then it ain't nothing to be upheld.
But that goes to what Ekene was saying, that men are stupid. You know? And when it comes to those things, men are stupid. But we already know that. I think we're seeing though, slowly but surely, men are going to want their pound of flesh when women do them wrong, without mercy. Right? I think it's coming, man. It really is.
If you guys look at it this way, right? When you are married to a woman or you're dating a woman, women know who not to fuck with. You see what I'm saying? They know the guys not to fuck with. They know that. They know the guys that they can do shit to.
Oh no.
Because I got to say this, right? I've been married. Me and my wife dated for we dated for 9 years before I married her. We married for almost 6 years, right? But earlier on, when we started dating back in 2010, I drew the line. Never, because she tried to go through my phone one day. Man, I grabbed my phone and warned the shit out of her and tell, if you do this, you're out of here. And it's still in her head. Even now we're married, it's still in her head. But one other thing that I also told her is this, right? If anybody call me and you pick up that call, most of the calls that I get, 90% are business calls. You better do that business. Because I might not be in a position to do it because I don't want to do it and I have to reroute it. And you can't mess around with my clients. These are high-end clients. You can't mess with them. And you cannot pick up a call to answer their call and you don't know what to say. And that also scares her. But that warning that I gave her earlier on in life, she followed the whole warning until I became a businessman. I'm talking about when I wasn't a businessman. For almost 7 years into our relationship, I wasn't a businessman. I was just a regular 9 to 5. She stayed the fuck away from my phone. But women know who to deal with. They know who to fuck around with. It's just like women know who to cheat on, and they know who not to cheat on, because women understand consequences. They will try you, but they do understand consequences.
No fucking business don't understand.
That's what I was saying. Look, you almost contradicted yourself. You said they know who to to bother and go through their phone, and then you said my wife tried to go through my phone. But look,
I said that she did it when we started dating, and right away I drew the line, and she never did it again.
I get you, but she knew who to fuck with right off the bat.
Because that moment she knew who to fuck with.
She knew who to fuck with right off the bat. That's what I was saying. She said, "Oh, Ikane, I'm gonna go through your phone, my brother."
And he said, "No,
no, the push. We're gonna find you in the push."
Hit it with the booty tang. Got to say the name no. I'm dead.
You know what? I gotta tell you guys, man. I swear, I hear what's going on today. I know people say, you might be cat. My wife never. I've never looked through her phone, and she's never even hinted at looking through mine at all. I mean, ever. I mean, we know each other's passwords and all that, just in case one of us. But she's never even. I mean, I get a phone call. She don't care who is it. Blah blah blah. Who you talking to? It just was a different time. We didn't. I'm serious, but I don't know. I mean, listen, I'm a dude, but I don't think I was ever curious to go through my wife's shit. Right?
Can I ask you a question?
All the phones in my name, right? All the phones in my name, so I have access to. I don't even have to go through a goddamn phone. All the access I have access to all the records.
So you go in the phone, and you see
a dick pic.
Ghosty boy, and you click on the link, and it shows.
That's why I don't go through the phone.
A white penis.
A white.
And you scroll down, and you see a black and white chair, gray hair, tattoos on his arm, holding a dick in your wife's phone.
You know what? I just wanted to throw you a bone so you can make it more of your fucking
You're an asshole.
Okay?
That's what you are. You know that, right? Arcane, I have a question for you. Here's a question for you. Here's a question for you, Arcane.
Well, the truth of the matter is I would never see it because I don't go through her phone.
Oh,
that's the solution.
Except you post it up against your wall. A poster of me next to your wall.
Oh,
I got a question for you, Arcane. Did they actually have phones back then?
They were like this big.
Yeah. With the quarters, right?
Like that, shit.
So Lost, I want to get your mindset on this, man. How do you feel about this law, man, that's gonna protect men's phones and emails and DMs and so on and so forth?
You know what? I think it's high time that we apply the law equally across the board. here's my situation, man. Women have gotten to the point where they've gotten away with disrespecting men so long, they've normalized it. And then all of a sudden, when somebody calls them out on it, it's like, oh, we're in trouble. You know what I'm saying? And until we get more judges, I'm surprised the judge didn't catch that. It took the attorney to catch that. You know what I'm saying? We have to start getting more judges with some common sense in these seats, because to me, it just seems like all the simps are running the courts. So when you got the simps running the courts, you got the women and the other attorneys doing their thing, the deck is stacked. You see what I'm saying? I think we have to start getting more guys, more judges in places who call balls and strikes the way they need to be calling them. That's the only way justice is going to do what it do. And especially when you have cases where these people find out that the child doesn't belong to the man and they still make him pay, I would sue the court, the judge, anybody else for negligence of applying the law, because you have evidence that this child doesn't belong to this man, and you're still going to force this man's hand so that he can't pursue life, liberty. You know what I'm saying?
There's a constitutional violation in there. There's some constitutional violation.
But here's the thing: if nobody says anything like this other judge, then they just continue to let it go. You see what I'm saying? My whole thing is this, man. We're going to have to start calling things out like we see it. You know, when we see women disrespect.
No, go ahead. I thought you already finished. Go ahead. No, go ahead, bro.
Listen, I don't ask for much around here, but when I'm talking, don't interrupt me, man. I appreciate you coming up to the show, but that's just common courtesy on anybody's show. I'm not saying that to chastise anybody like that, but that's just common courtesy, because it throws off people's thoughts. We're going to let everybody say what they got to say. I just ask that we don't step on each other's toes. That's all I'm saying. But like I was saying earlier, it's the disrespect for men that we're going to have to start addressing. And for us to do that, we got to make sure that we not disrespect each other. You know what I mean? We got to set the example. So like I said, when somebody else is talking, let them finish. And then when they say, I yield my mic, and you can go ahead. So with that being said, I'm done. Ikene, you can go ahead and speak, sir.
Let me address what you just said right now, okay? Like I think when I'm going through a certain place, that is why I didn't hear what I was saying. What I was saying is this, right? I thought you already finished. That is why I spoke. You feel me? I thought you already finished. That is why I spoke, because you kind of broke in between. So I thought you already done talking. So I wasn't trying to interrupt or interject or cut you off from what you're saying. I was just trying to go ahead and speak. You feel me? So, thank you for using the mic. I appreciate you, brother. Just like I said earlier, just to add to what you said, because that's what I was trying to do, is this. Judges are not there to play the role of a lawyer. What they are there to is to rule based on what the lawyers present. So it is up to your lawyer to be a good lawyer. Just like the defense or the other lawyer is also going to be a good lawyer. But the problem is that we have in the justice system is that sometimes when your lawyer presents evidence, the judge overrules. That's the problem we have. Even in the face of evidence, they still overrule. That's what men don't like. If I give you an evidence as a man, you can't throw away my evidence, especially when my evidence is undisputable. Then another thing that I'm going to add into it, then I can yield, is this. Courts, just like I said earlier, just like women know who to fuck with, who to mess with, court system know who to mess with. If you are connected, if you have money to fight a case, they will not mess with you. Just like when a police officer pulls you over and he finds out that you have connection, he's not going to mess with you because he knows what is going to happen, except if he's on drug. Because a lot of police officers sometimes are on drug on duty. You feel me? Are you?
All right, anybody else want to add to something before we move on?
Yeah, I just wanted to say what Arpain said, man, and Lost Lit, bro. You had some good nuggets in there. What Arpain said too about the it probably was somebody who had money, who went to court. You know what I'm saying? And their lawyer was like, yo, well, hold up, it might be some, something in there, because I'm sure a lot of people did not know this. Because if they did, man, I'm sure a lot of people would have already jumped on this whole bandwagon and been like, yo, she done went through my phone, man. Look, she didn't put me out on blast. I'm all on Instagram right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, she done made me TikTok famous. You know what I'm saying? Because people get caught up every single day. And so, yeah, man, I definitely, you definitely could feel, what y'all are saying, man. And I think that y'all definitely left some good nuggets out there, man. And it definitely took somebody who got some money to figure this out. Cause I'm sure that should probably been in the law forever, right? You know what I'm saying? Somebody, some way, somehow was like, yo, I object. You know what I'm saying? That damn sure was no public defender. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, that's crazy. But good shit, y'all. Good shit. Good points.
Now I want to move to this. Oh, anybody else said there was something else?
I was just telling Frank. The thing about it is, man, the law has always been there. It's just that attorney just so happened to call it out. And I think the problem is we got people who like to turn a blind eye to the law. Mm-hmm. And it's like what Ikene said, it's up to your lawyer to do his job. You know what I mean? Sometimes we don't. Here's the thing: we don't expect the judge to know everything, but we expect him to be, fair and impartial. But as soon as the lawyer brought it to the judge's attention, he was like, "Oh, yeah, you're right." And then he said, "I'm gonna have to reconvene and let y'all discuss what y'all talked about, at another time, so you can at least lawyer up, because you're about to incriminate yourself." So he did give them time to regroup. But at the end of the day, it's the low level contempt that fuels the unfairness in the court system. And until we actually address that, it's going to continue, because we're going to have simp judges in place. We're going to have simp attorneys in place, simp lawmakers in place. Sometimes you got to threaten people, with their livelihood, especially some of these congressmen, who don't see things quite the way that we see it, because they're getting their pockets lined from somewhere else. So it's one of those things, man. We have to start applying pressure where pressure needs to be applied. Go ahead, BMU.
All right. So I got another one for you guys. Here we go. Let me see. I have it pulled up here. Give me just a second. So I know y'all didn't see this one the other night, but I'm gonna play this one while I get the other one ready. Here we go.
They ain't even gotta know. Stud Nation don't even gotta know. You feel what I'm saying? Just pull them boxes down real quick and let me lick on that stoochie. Yeah, let me lick on that stud coochie. You feel what I'm saying? God damn it.
That's funny, man. Yeah, that's funny. I do have one go back before we just hit this one to the presumption this presumption of paternity.
Okay.
If you and your wife ever separate, don't accept it. You got to divorce her, because during that separation, when she's getting all that semen and she gets pregnant, that kid's yours. That kid's yours. Even if it's a legal separation, you're still married. That's a big deal. Matter of fact, first of all, if a woman ever came to you and said, let's separate for a couple of years so I get my head, you might as well just go ahead and get a divorce. Because it's over. I'm never going to accept that. You know what I'm saying? But that's the big danger of separating from your wife. While she's out there frolicking and she gets pregnant, that kid is presumed yours, so the guy could just split unless you're in a state where that paternity can be established.
Well, you know, I'm happy about our pain, and it's leading into what this video I'm about to play. And I posted this today, but it's about accountability, and I think, and our women just don't want to be held accountable, or I'll let a black woman say it.
One can hold Black women accountable. Black women, unfortunately, we have adopted this mentality that I can do whatever I want to do and can't nobody tell me anything. And this is why we are where we're at. We live in a very selfish, egotistical society now that nobody cares. If you're a Black woman and to hold Black women accountable, you have to be ready to like fight, because it's going to come with a lot. I'm always thinking about how young girls are being influenced. So what us grown women are doing is influencing these girls to do these out of control, I don't care attitudes. They have the most disgusting attitudes, and you can't even check them because they have their moms who say I could do whatever I want. So can't no one hold us accountable. Not a Black man. Your white boss probably probably the only one who can tell us what to do because he pay us. A gay man can tell us what to do. If it's a Black woman or a Black man, a straight Black man, we don't want to hear it.
Yeah, you found her, huh? She popped up on my feed a few weeks ago.
Shout out
Melania
to
said
girl.
this is spot on.
That Melania's fine. Hey, Coach.
Hey, Carpane, did you think you was muted?
No, I know I wasn't muted.
He had to.
Oh, okay.
You know, I know I wasn't muted. You know, you gotta call it out when it's true.
God.
Right.
So do y'all agree with her? Do y'all agree that nobody can hold Black women accountable but their white bosses and gay men?
Shout out to Just a Girl. Yeah, she's right. You know what I mean?
Yes.
See, the thing about it is the white bosses got consequences. You know, they can fire you. You know what I'm saying? And the killing part about it, they may be able to go to another job. But, you know, the next boss got something waiting on them. Like, hey, why did you get, fired from your last job? Why did you leave your last job? They're not going to say, I'm looking for new opportunity. They sure ain't going to tell you they got fired for being insubordinate. They're not going to tell you that, But most guys, most bosses, they already know what time it is, man. When they first meet you, when you in that interview, they know what type of person you are. That's their job to know. You know what I mean? So that's really the only person who can hold them accountable, somebody who got some consequences behind it. And that's it.
Now, I will say this. Tonight's show is it's time for men to embrace the women's empowerment movement.
You're gonna have to explain that goddamn title, man.
Would it be okay if the power move for the women movement would be this?
I just want to add that the Congresswoman-elect does identify as a woman. I will be.
She's not a woman. It's a man. She was born a man. She's a man. She's biologically a male. That is science. You guys on the left and the mainstream media want to say, follow the science. Well, let's follow the science, okay? He is a man. He can wear a dress. He can call himself, his pronouns can be she or her, but he doesn't belong in a women's restroom, period.
Are you suggesting that the Representative-elect McBride poses some kind of danger to you and other women?
Yeah,
in Congress?
absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. This is an assault on women. A man being a biological man, a man with a penis, male genitalia, being in a women's locker room is an assault on women. And so the question is, do I have rights as a woman or not? And I'm not going to allow the media or Congress to strip away women's rights for 0.5% of people out there that more than likely he's got a mental illness, and this is why he's doing this. He should not be forcing his private parts into women's private spaces. I'm absolutely a no hard pass on this, and I'm going to fight it every step of the way.
Are you diagnosing right now an incoming member of Congress with a mental illness? I'm not sure how you would
I am
handle that.
absolutely diagnosing anyone who cross-dresses with a mental illness. And in fact, by the way, I'm getting death threats from men dressed up as women who want to kill me.
I just want to add that.
Would y'all join that women's empowerment movement?
Yeah, we'll put some gas on that one. We need to give us some.
It's about time, though. It's about time these goddamn women stand up and fight for who they are. I'm not, whether I'm a big Nancy, a Mace fan or not. It's about time women stand up. This whole election is really a watershed moment for the whole country, man, maybe the whole world. That this psychosis can't continue to go on, where we acquiesce to all this freakish bullshit, devil worship. I mean, it might as well just be devil worship. It's crazy. It is absolute nuts. I don't think it's. I think it was I'm even not a religious guy. You guys are that, right? But I really believe that this experiment, America, there was some decisions that made where God kind of took his hand off the experiment because we defied it so bad. I think that, and I wrote something about this, Trump is a beneficiary of how bad it got. That the country decided that a guy who might have had all kinds of civil proclivities and all that kind of stuff, true or not, is better than the decadence that was going on. So we voted for him. Right. And the only demographic who can't get it is black people, especially black women. And that's the problem. Every other demographic understands. I'm not saying you have to leave, everybody has to leave, but the only demographic who's monolithic on the politics and liberalism and socialism and all this bullshit is black people. Sin. And we are the worst for it. We're at the bottom of everything for that. Everything. I'm done. I'm done. So kudos to that white girl in Congress saying that with that bullshit. If you're a man with your Johnson, you sick. Period.
Anybody else? You can jump in. Anybody else want to?
Everything you said right now is spot on. Our pain. Everything you said is spot on, but it's not going to matter. Like whoever in office, none of that shit matter. But to be honest, and the reason why is because overwhelmingly women support the LGBTQP. Like they you know what I'm saying, they support that overwhelmingly more than anybody. It doesn't matter if you black, you white, you Mexican.
No, black women support it more than anybody else.
Man, look at that's true. But if you look at the whatever podcast, most of those women on there are white.
Well,
and if you
okay.
I know, but I'm just saying, I'm just giving a contrast. Most of those women on there are white. And I'm not saying that black women don't. I'm just saying that if you look across the board, the only time that most women care is when they're getting their ass beat in a sport. And that's just hands down. Most women on podcasts can't. If you look at podcasts across the spectrum on YouTube, they can't tell you what a woman is. Like they will not tell you what anybody who feel like a woman is a woman. Anybody who dresses the part is a woman. If he say he's a woman, he's a woman. And so that is white women on other podcasts saying that too. So but yeah, I'm just saying though. So it is black women overwhelmingly. I definitely agree with that. Like I said the last week, most women, badass women groups, they all got a gay best friend, a gay best friend or two gay best friends in the crew. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying across the board, it's terrible across the board. Women support that movement more than anybody else, and they're not going to let that go regardless.
Well, let me ask you this question though on that point. Then how do you explain what's going on in this last election where the liberals didn't win? Because wait a minute, that was one of the planks.
Yeah.
Trump stood up there before. Trump stood up in front of camera and did maybe a 5 to 10 minute soliloquy on how he's getting rid of all of that bullshit. And he still got a higher percentage of white women votes.
Mm-hmm.
The only demographic who didn't vote for him is black women. And every time they want to pass, and anytime they want to push LBGYNs or whatever the hell that gay rainbow coalition shit is, it's a black woman at the forefront. Now, and I'm not saying no white women are for it, but the fact that Nancy, what I keep wanting to call her Nancy Grace, but Mace, the Congresswoman, is saying what she's saying is because she's not being canceled. Before this election, she never came out like that. Nobody did. It's almost everywhere now where people are pushing back on the pendulum being swung as much as you said. I'm old enough to understand what women did for Title IX. And I have a whole bunch of pieces, even on this channel, saying, why the hell would you ever vote for Kamala Harris if for only the Title IX, this whole thing that they did to my girl, Raleigh Gaines and all that kind of, why is she the only one speaking out? And so I'm saying it's not like that. There is a shift, because I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think you're missing the shift. I think you're missing the sentiment shift. I think you are.
I think I agree with you. That's why I'm not disagreeing with you.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying the shift is there. But go ahead.
I think that there were multiple reasons why people overwhelmingly voted for Trump. But I'm like, she couldn't answer questions off script. Like, she could not answer nothing off script. She sounded like a robot. Most people on here could regurgitate whatever her answer was going to be 99% of the time, because she said it at the debate. And then whenever she got asked a question, even when Oprah tried to help her out, yeah, but how do you feel? And the people, well, my mom was a single parent and my grandma lived up this, like, we knew exactly what she was gonna say. And I think that turned a lot of black people off. I mean, a lot of other people off who would have possibly voted for her anyway.
Yeah, but, Champ, I got one more for you, brother, on that point, right? The biggest, most effective, one of the most effective ads for Trump was Kamala Harris being for transgenders getting their balls cut off in prison, and cutting off your balls as an illegal alien. That was one of the most penetrating ads for the whole campaign, because I don't disagree with all the other stuff you said, because that's true too. But that one issue is huge. They're coming after children. People starting to recognize that this whole movement into this psychosis is going to destroy America. They got men in uniform standing in front of 1,000 soldiers with a dress on. I mean, yeah, they respect the office, but you're looking at this dude telling you to go die for the country, and he's got a penis under a skirt. Drag shows and stuff like that. I'm saying that shit. If people are just being worried about losing their jobs, the pronoun shit, all of that kind of stuff. People wanted that to change.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of issue. Immigration was another issue. There was a lot of issues. So I agree with you on a lot of that stuff. I'm saying, and maybe I'm wrong about that being a number one issue, but it was one of the most effective ads Trump had in the whole campaign.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I'm not saying it's getting out of hand for sure, though. It's getting out of hand, and at first it was like, okay, like you guys are, we recognize you guys now. You guys can get married and all this, and now I feel like it's just getting worse and worse. And they know that is a group that they have to conform, like that they have to accept in order to get more voters. And so, yeah. I mean, it's
even the gay guys are our day, right? The gay men of the past, the key word that they still consider themselves men. They were gay, they had their own psychosis, but they still would say they were men. Some of those guys would fight too.
I'm gonna say my last point. The last thing I gotta say is a lot of them anyway, like the rest of that, the LBG, like they all don't really accept the trans in that. They're like, yo, they need to have their own movement, and so that's another part.
That's true too.
Let me put it this way: you have a different level of madness. People are mad in different level. Gay, transgender, those are classification of madness. They're different energy level. They are what do they call it? Trans is the highest level of the madness that involve gay, transgender, lesbian, all this Q stuff. You see what I'm saying? But to bring it to another level, to the same discussion without veering off, women, to me personally, in public stand with gay people because of their job. If they speak out against it, they think they're going to lose their job. So most of them will not even say anything about it. Then another reason why I think some women, not that many of them, have gay friends or maybe sympathize with gay people is because of their family members. You'll be surprised. A lot of girls, just like a lot of men are raised in messed up family, more women are raised up in messed up family. In fact, I would say half of the men are raised in messed up family compared to women. Because if you look at women, right, some girls are born in all women family. Some girls are raised by aunties, mom, no man in the house. Not that many men have women all around them. They always are exposed to other men that help them to grow and become men. But women don't have that kind of benefit that we have. So in her growth environment, right, she's exposed to a lot of lesbians and gays. So she becomes sympathetic to them because of all these people. Like whenever you attack a gay person, she thinks you're attacking her best friend, her male friend, her cousin, probably her brother, her mother. When you attack lesbians, you see what I'm saying? Because some of these girls, their moms are lesbians. So they become sympathetic even when they are not lesbian themselves. So when things happen like during Kamala Harris, during the election, a lot of women didn't vote for her because of support for lesbian. Most of them voted for her because of women empowerment and freedom to just to have access to abortion. That's what most of them did. You see, a lot of different people voted for different interests. But like I said earlier, there are different levels of madness. I rest my case.
You know what I
Anybody else?
find funny? Yeah, like man, you know what I find funny, man. I find funny that women like Kamala Harris, when they're in power, the first thing they want to do is when folks go to jail, they want to cut their balls off. But at the same breath, they don't have guts enough to lift under the hood when one of these jokers go to the women's bathroom and you ask them, are they a man or a woman? You know what I mean? It's like, you gonna pick your struggle or what? You know, are you gonna look or you gonna look? You know, it don't make no sense. On one hand, you know, you want to just voluntarily just remove somebody's stuff, you know, when they're in jail, and then turn around and ignore somebody else's stuff when they go into the women's bathroom. To me, that's the height of hypocrisy. And that's probably the main reason why most people didn't take this election that serious. You know what I'm saying? It was like, you know what? Yeah, we kind of done with that. It's hard to follow you guys around when y'all start making y'all points. And America just pushed back and said, we tired of it. You know, we just tired of it. Go ahead, black man.
Now, guys, it's getting rough. I got another one. We're going to go through this tonight because the women's empowerment, they need us, our pain. And so I want to make sure that when we switch over our pain, because I know you're ready to go. But when we switch over our pain, we got to be ready to know what we're supporting. And so I'm going to play this one first. Hold on a second. Because this is a part of the movement. So, you know, give me just a second. It sounded like it didn't want to. Okay, there it is. Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, our pain, do you have anything to say? Because you know, you used to be the commissioner. You no longer, okay, because we believe in you now. What the hell? Okay. So I'm going to play this video and then we'll move on. Here we go.
Yeah, let's go.
Lord have mercy. Wait till y'all see this. And this is our pain's fault. So before we even get started, I want y'all to know that this is the fault of our own our pain. Hold on. There it is, right? It's still downloading, guys. Where's it? Okay, there it is. I got it. It's ready. All right, so here we go. Without further ado.
Okay? Let's take a baby at 21 weeks. Hold up, Mike. This is a baby at 21
empowerment movement, guys. Think empowerment.
Okay? The baby can feel pain, right?
Yes.
And the baby's pretty developed, right?
Yes.
And do you know the name of the procedure that the doctor would use to abort that baby at 21 weeks?
I'm not a doctor, but I believe it's a DNR.
It's called dilation and evacuation. Is that right?
As far as I understand, yes.
Yeah. And first, the doctor would dilate the cervix, and then the doctor would take what's called the doctor would call it a Sofer clamp. It's really a pair of pliers with sharp teeth on the end. And without giving the baby any pain medication, the doctor would go through the vagina, through the uterus, and start tearing the baby apart. Is that right?
As far as I understand the procedure.
Yeah, and she might start with the legs and pull them out, and the arms and pull them out, right? And then she might go for the heart or the spine and just pull the baby out piece by piece. Is that right? Without giving the baby pain medication.
That's what I understand the procedure to be.
Okay, but then you got to get the head out. The baby's dead, but maybe not. Maybe it's still in pain, but then you got to get the head out. And even with the cervix dilated, you got to get the head out, which is hard. So then the doctor would go in and use those pliers to crush the baby's head. Is that right?
As far as I understand.
And then she'd pull the head out, the crushed skull out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Senator Kennedy, your time has expired here.
Well, you
and
gave
Senator
the
Stabenow is
others
waiting.
plenty of time, Mr. Chairman.
Just letting you know, your time's expired. You have
Okay.
other senators waiting.
Well, I was waiting when you were letting others. I'm sorry you don't want to hear about what happens.
No, I don't think anybody
in
else
an
is
actual
going- I don't think
abortion, but
anybody else
I
is going
thought that
over.
was what we were here to talk about.
No one else has gone over.
Is-
Some of the witnesses went a little bit long, but on both sides, so.
I thought we were here
trying to
about
control that.
protecting mothers and killing babies.
That's disgusting.
Men,
this-
are you ready
this is
to
painful.
join the women's empowerment?
This is painful, man. This is painful to hear. This is painful, very painful. I got to say this, right? To get the other men. Let me try to round the other men up because I got to say this. I've witnessed people that I know personally that have had abortion. And I will tell you, when women talk about abortion, they make it so light. When doctors talk about abortion, they make it so light. But when you find out how these people, I got to put it this way. I'm sorry that I'm going to say this, but I got to tell you guys this. Women are very, very mean. So I would say few women. So people will do stuff like this just because they want to have sex, enjoy sex without condom, but don't want to face the consequences of it. You see what I'm saying? Just don't want to face the consequences of it. And what they will do is to have a baby, abort a baby. A child that is fully developed, that has sense of pain, that can feel pain. Because I remember that they said that a child, I think it's at 16 weeks or 20 weeks, they know when their mom is not feeling happy. They can hear their parents argue and they start kicking because they're not feeling happy. And a child knows that something bad is about to happen to them when they feel that a foreign object is coming through that service to harm them. They know that. Because if they could know that their parents are arguing, they could feel that their mom is not happy through all this electronic sensory that is inside the human brain that connects to the cord. That tells you the child knows a lot. But it bothers me And it pains me that doctors know this, women know this, they are aware of all these things, and they still have the guts to go in and abort a child. When I understand that certain people are evil, is when I find out that people will have a child, hide it from their parents, and go and throw this child into a dustbin, into a pit, into a river, into so many kind of things, just not to have this child, just to hide this shame. It saddens me a lot because I got to say this, right? You might not know the feeling of having you might not know the pain that a child goes through until you have one. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm not trying to fault people that don't have kids, because what you don't have, you don't know. But when you have one, the pain of seeing a child go through pain, that you got to rush this child to hospital, and when you get to hospital, you as a father will go to a corner and just cry that your baby is not feeling fine. Your baby is not dying. It's just that your baby is not feeling fine. How much more of a child getting killed, getting murdered by the state, getting murdered or martyred by the state? Because this is what it is. It's very sad, it's very shocking, but I gotta say this, right? We as men have to keep speaking out, because when I look at this past election, right? One thing that I found out about this past election, that was when, because I was going to vote, I said, let me vote for her because she's a black woman. And my cousin called me and said to me, do you know she supports abortion? Are you going to vote for her? She supports abortion. That was when I changed my vote. And the reason why I said what I said, I'm sorry for taking this long, because this is a very emotional thing. The reason why I said what I said is because they got her into that position. They wanted her to run for office because they were going to use her as a puppet. This woman never had a child. She never had children at all. Her marriage was fake and a contract. She got married because she was going to run for office. But she didn't want to have a child because she was running for office. Instead, she chose the marriage because she can get out of that easily. I don't say she's evil, but she's just a two.
Peter, it's on you, man.
I literally had a conversation recently with a woman about this. I was being very quiet through the whole elections and everything. And she goes to me, this is our body. We have control. I'm like, bitch, you should be arrested, whoever gets a fucking abortion. It should be attempted murder or even murder in the first degree. You should be behind prisons because you're taking a life, no matter what. If it's in a uterus or out of uterus, it doesn't fucking matter. You're taking a fucking life. And sometimes the men don't even know you're doing it till it's too late. I have heard stories. They're 3 months into their pregnancy, 4 months, and she went behind their back and terminated it. Why is that okay? But if a man does something wrong, he's in handcuffs. That's murder. You should be in handcuffs. And I'll leave it there.
Trey Ferg, you've been awfully quiet, brother.
Coach Ferg. How y'all doing, man?
What's happening? How you doing, brother?
Hey, man, it's been a lot, man. I was listening in from the beginning, man. I mean, just with this video right here, man, you know, it goes to show we don't have most black people don't have a demonic spirit. Most black men. We have, you know, we have an empathetic spirit almost. You know, just the description of way he was describing it, just all bluntly and nonchalant, like they're gonna tear this limb apart, tear that limb apart. Hell, I can go back to probably think about my ancestors and how they was probably tearing them apart as grown men and out there screaming and hollering. But to have it for a woman to put herself through this type of torture at this point in a pregnancy, you're already gonna be stretched open. They all said they breaking the baby out piece by piece like they turned down a house or something. And you back out here maybe a few days, a week or two later, living in the same type of behavior. And I don't know, that video just made me feel some kind of way. Like, but now it puts you, I guess, for a young man, how does he navigate that sort of issue with the female? We can say protect yourself, wear all the condoms, but when they get that first little shot, a lot of times every thought they had, every piece of knowledge they were given, it's out the window forever. We're seeing it playing out in real time right now. But I think it goes to a bigger issue that there's a disconnect from the father of the children being a part of that life and that understanding to say, hey, be better, do better, and I can show you from birth until you get into that mindset where you're going to be having sex. It just goes, then on one end, the primary caregivers are typically the mother, regardless of their lifestyle. If they do drugs or whatever, they still getting primary guardianship of the child. And the child is going to be exposed to a lot more probably than a father. Most fathers wouldn't expose children to those type of behaviors unless he's just a sleaze bag. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't promote my children to be on welfare if I'm on welfare of my children. You got to be better than me. You know what I'm saying? I just certain thing that I would try to push past to my, I wouldn't want my children to own some of the issues that I have. That's why I'm trying to be in the space where I'm at, so you can leapfrog past me. That's the way I've always thought about it. But just this right here, it goes, even with the past election, they were running on the three things that really impact the African-American community the most. That was the biggest, those are some of the biggest things that impact us. And contrary to Black people belief, the world don't think like us. They don't think like us. That's not part of how they move. It showed with the numbers and how we elected. So we still got some work to do. Man, hope young man, the future of the young man. Don't listen to 40-year-old motherfuckers who have disgruntled hearts. Stop listening to them. They go lead you down the wrong road. They grew up on drugs. Their mama did drugs. Their daddy, somebody they know sold drugs. They know people that deleted people with drugs. Stop listening to them. Go to somebody who you can see that example in the life you want to be. Pick their brain. It ain't gonna be an easy walk, but you have to be willing to stand in it, at least for a couple of summers. Just treat it like college. You can get an associate degree from somebody, you can get a bachelor's, or you can get a master's. But you have to be willing to sidestep some of this stuff that we see. Don't put yourself in it. You think your spirit is strong now, but when you really have somebody inflicting some shit on you, that shit, you can't handle that shit. You'll spaz out. Stay away from it. But, I don't know, man. My last thing, listen, the woman of the year was a man. So prior to the mid-1960s, that was a psychological diagnosis. Since welfare, since abortion, all that, it's acceptable. And now here we are, 50 years into it. So salute to the future of men. Just step away from the women that you know. Stop looking at the same high school girls you went to school with and college girls. Get away from their ass. It's time for a new stock, a new breed, man. And become a new man, man. That's all I got.
You know what I just thought about? Something that you said, Coach Ferg. Earlier you said that I want my kids to be better than me. You know what I'm saying? And I keep thinking about that. At what point does that get to where it doesn't serve us anymore? You know what I mean? I'll explain to you what I mean by that. Say, for instance, you get 3, 4, 5 generations down the road, and everybody wants that person to be better than the first generation of person. Well, if that entails not being at home with your child, is it really worth it? You see what I'm saying? Is it really worth it when you don't spend any time raising them, growing them, you know what I mean, having them to learn life the way it should be learned? Then we are not present for them to teach them, but we're always at work. I think we're doing our kids a disservice. You know, when we tell them, hey, I want you to be better, I'm going to ask the question, why? What's wrong with me now? And you have to tell kids, what's wrong with you? You're good where you are now. The mission is to actually build bonds so that your family is strong and you have strong family ties. Some of the most strongest families in the world are not the ones who are going out, quote unquote, getting the bag every day. They're the ones who sit down at the dinner table every day and talk about how their day was. You know what I mean? How they share over a meal, you know, that type of thing. Or the father's at home who's reading bedtime stories to his little girl. You know what I mean? Showing that he actually loves her. He's being there. My thing is this, how much is that really worth? My question is, have we actually sold our proverbial soul for $1? What does a man profit to gain the world when he loses his whole soul? And that's the question. That's the question I want to know, man. How much is enough? How much is enough?
Also, I want to ask you a question because I think you're part of this whole dynamic that I was in, and JT, and were y'all latchkey kids?
Oh yes.
Parents went to work. They gave you expectation. Mom may have gotten home before dad, and vice versa, right?
Oh yes.
And see, that's the thing. See, we understand that, and some of us try to stick to it and go into the new dynamic of the future and everything. Some of us try to get totally away from it. And I can always understand the people that sort of stick to those sort of values and morals that were set within the generation before were able to excel. And then not just with financial stability, it was more, you know, a little bit more emotional stability. You didn't have problems in talking and communicating with not just women, but men from all walks of life. You worked since you can probably first remember you had a job. You filled out your own application. You got yourself to work on your own. You didn't ask mom and daddy for stuff, you know, unless they saw you needed it, then they might volunteer it, but you wasn't around like sitting in your mama's face every day, every Friday, Saturday, and your day. You got out and you lived life. And now it's sort of like the village is not a village, because even when you were out, there were people who were older than you, had eyes on you, and they could identify you and have some words of just, hey, get out of there. You know, you don't want to be there, go. And you had that sensibility, but now it's like an age group that sort of look at the young folk and be like, these motherfuckers ain't shit. They ain't gonna be shit. They'll stay behind me. and everybody, every man grows up to be a warrior at some point. He could be a savage. Well, let me mix it. He can be a savage. He can be a warrior. And if you standing in there 20-something-year-old's way and you ain't did shit, he gonna walk all over you. Brothers like you, everybody up here, y'all always been moving. Y'all always been making progress, and that's what life is about to me. Just every 4 or 5 years, you doing something better, different. That's all. And the foundation started with what you got from mom and daddy. You didn't know y'all didn't have shit because everything you needed was right there. And they didn't coddle your hand and make excuses for you fucking up in school. They came to school and fucked with you. You know, they didn't cuss out. You didn't see your mama cuss out the teachers and shit. Your mama she didn't dress a certain way. The people around you, the women and the man, you know, they worked. So shit, you know, work. But it's a different, I don't know, man. What I see is just scary.
Yeah, let me explain something to you. Even though I had a curiosity to do what I wanted to do, I had the freedom to do what I wanted to do, but I was never alone, man. You know, I always had brothers, I always had cousins, I always had neighbors who watched after us. You know, it's funny, sometimes us men forget that there are other people in our lives who are responsible for who we are as men later on in life. You know, we like to pat ourselves on the back and say, you know, we're all this and we're all that. But I assure you, if it hadn't been for my grandfather, if it hadn't been for my father, it hadn't been for my grandmother, if it hadn't been for my mother, if it hadn't been for my neighbors across the street and my friends and my pastors and my aunties, I assure you I would not be the man who I am today. You see what I'm saying? So I believe in giving people credit what credit is due. And not to mention the other countless amounts of people who have come into my life from all different walks of lives that I've learned certain things from. You know, we gotta start giving people credit what credit is due. I am nothing new. I am just an amalgamation of people who have passed through my life, and that is it. But my whole thing is this: I would be selfish if I went around beating my own chest and telling everybody I am the man. No, I'm not. You see what I'm saying? I'm just a representation of my community, and I'm grateful for that. And I think until we get back as men to understand that, yes, you know, we are a part of our community, but our community is also inside of us. And my whole thing is this: it goes back to what I said earlier about making sure that we're home for our kids. How much is enough is enough. Our kids got enough iPads. Our kids got enough flat screen TVs. Our kids got enough cell phones. You know, my thing is do they have enough instruction from dad? You know, do they have enough love from mom? You know, do they know how to play well with others? Because when I see these spaces go out, I see people talking over each other. I see women disrespecting men. You know, I see men not really speaking out, saying what needs to be said, all because we have not learned how to play well together. And I think that's one of those situations where it comes down to how much time did you really spend around the people that you're around with? You know, do you just disrespect people just to be disrespecting people? Or do you just do it online because you know you can't get punched in the mouth? You see what I'm saying? So my whole thing is this: I think we need to start getting back to being a community. That is what makes us great. That's the reason why Barbershop is what it is today. It's those who are in the shop, and we actually have men sharpening men, iron sharpening iron, mind sharpening mind, because all of us come from different perspectives in life. And with that information, we can also gain and become better. Am I not right, JT? Ain't that right?
What's happening, man? What's going
What's
on?
happening,
You're
man?
right.
Thank you
You're
for being
absolutely
so
right, sir. You're absolutely right. To answer Coach Ferg's question, as far as being a latchkey kid, I was the latchkey kid. I actually had a key around my neck. I let myself in the home, and I left, and I locked up, and I made sure everything was turned off, and I made sure that the house was secured. But just like you said, we were surrounded by people that also took responsibility and accountability for us also. Neighbors, we had grandmothers, and we had aunties and uncles and cousins that were older, and they stair-stepped also. So me being 8, I had cousins that was probably about between the ages of 16 and 20, right? That also was right there looking over after me also. And as I got older, the ones that came behind, I looked after them also. That's how it's supposed to be. One of the reasons that kept boomers connected to the silent generation was because the silent generation also had kids that were close to what the kids were, right? That's why they had such, big families. When we had big families, you could have most of the siblings would be like, if you've ever had a friend that was the baby, like he wasn't even of age to even drink, but he got brothers and sisters that's well over the age of drinking. That's where that came from, because family was in the forefront and they understood how that go. But when the family starts shrinking, we had less than our family that were closer in age with one another. So that's why you got parents that are 30 plus years older than their children. That's a lot of years when you really look at it, because that's a full generation. And if you don't have anybody to stand in the gap, there's gonna be the things that we see right now. And that's the communication is it's like speaking Mandarin, a parent speaking Mandarin to their children. Their children don't know what Mandarin means, right? Because there was nothing in the gap of that. That's why we have the problems that we have right now. However, when problems reveal themselves, there's always a solution. nowadays people don't want to take that solution that they know is right. So what do? They act like it don't exist. They shake their head, wag their finger. That's a damn shame. That's a damn shame. We're in a day and age right now where just saying that that's a damn shame, it's not enough anymore. Because it's affecting each and every person. And most importantly, it's affecting the ones that are still children. I ended there.
Appreciate it. Go ahead, Frank.
All right, man. Y'all know. Listen. All right, so this is my thing, right? I'm only asking this question because, we can't be in the echo chamber. And I agree with points that every brother has made so far on this topic. But I just have to ask, like, and I know some of y'all may have, voted certain ways, and we all vote, we probably all voted the same way. But do you think that do y'all think that this right here, that video that we just saw, do y'all think that because that's fucked up. Do y'all think that that's a scare tactic? And I'm only asking because both sides use scare tactics, like whether it's immigration, whether it's childbirth, whether it's fucking the debt ceiling that keeps raising, and they say that we don't got money and shit. So they just keep on, like, there's so many different fear tactics on both sides. But if you look up statistically, less than 1% of women have abortions after or at 20 weeks. Like, most women don't have the A word at that late in stage. So I don't like most women, and I'm not saying that it's okay because I don't know those situations. I'm just saying most women do have it at like 12 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks. Like, that's just most. So most women do not have the A word that late in a pregnancy. So I just feel like those are some scare tactics that make people. I get you, BMU. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that what you guys are saying is wrong. I'm just asking, do you feel like it's a scare tactic? Because not everybody feels the same way. Not everybody attributes to the same things that we attribute to. So if you say, yo, birth is at conception, somebody might not say that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else might not feel that way. So I'm just asking, do you feel like overall that is one? Or yes or no?
How long? Let me ask this before y'all say something. How long is that video?
It's not long.
Maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah. Well, you didn't see it, JT?
No, I don't know what the premise is over it, but
it's up to you.
I don't know I don't even know if I want to show that again.
Hold on. Let me explain. It's a video of a congressman going through the steps of a late term deletion. But to answer your question, Frank, I can answer your question. Because, it's a scare tactic, but there's layers to different scare tactics, right? The scare tactic of looking at a late term abortion is different than talking about immigration. All of it is a portion of a scare tactic. But getting back to that, even if it's a low percentage of deletions that are late term, okay, it's not that that's the scare tactic. The fact that it's allowed is an issue. That's the issue. The fact that it's even allowed, even for the 1%ers, is the issue that people are arguing over. Now, right here on the BMU network, I did a full video called My Body, My Choice. Should women have unfettered rights to do what the hell they want? And it's a late-term abortion survivor who goes through her story. And I put the link in the back chat. I think it's a decent video. I think so, right? And she goes, she's in front of Congress talking about it. And at the end of her thing, she says, well, who is a champion for unborn babies? And she was looking at the man who was at the dais and say, we're looking for you men to be protectors of humans who don't have nobody to protect them. And you should look at the guy's face. It was a pretty poignant video. It's not that long; it's an hour and something long. But we had little people talking about it. So you're right. We have to come to some real hard facts, right? Yes. Whether you believe that life begins at inception, whatever you call it, conception or not, right? It doesn't matter. The fact is, we should just be honest about what's going on. You're ending a life, right? And we need to be honest about what's going on. And that's it. And so if you can, in the face of that honesty, and you still want to do it, then we should all take that stain to the grave with us, if we make it past. And if you're not, so I just say, it's not going to go away, right? Because on this election, they were saying, well, you're taking my rights away. Well, that's not true. I mean, I have family members who don't talk to me because I don't agree that women should have unfettered rights to go delete babies. I don't believe that. I think there's exceptions. Yeah. So, I mean, I stand my ground. Well, what does it matter to you? You're a man. Well, you know what? I have selfish reasons because nobody else, as men, we don't have unfettered rights to do what the hell we want. Right. We don't have the right to do what the hell we want. And I don't think and if I get you pregnant, even if I'm married, you can get rid of my kid. I don't think that should be allowed. I don't. So, it does impact men. And if I don't want it and we're not married, I still got to pay under threat of jail. Now, I just heard that you can opt out in some states, but, I need to hear more about that.
You can't opt out of
in
your
Pennsylvania, they say.
Nope, you can't opt out of your and that's where they got it wrong. You can opt out of your right to be a parent, but you can't opt out of your responsibility to be a parent.
Well, then you're not opting out, so I don't know what that means.
No,
hold on a second before we get in the weeds, y'all.
Right. Okay,
before we get into the weeds of each state, let's keep the main thing the main thing. Okay. You know what I'm saying? My whole thing is this: people like to be selective about what is life and what's not life. You know what I mean? The women who are screaming, "My body, my choice." If you walked up to them and said, "Man, how would you like to be unalive today?" You know what I'm saying? Those babies weren't asked that. And it's the same way with this. They treat different unalivings different. Just like this Gino Luigi Mangione boy. He went up here and took out this CEO dude, and now he's a domestic terrorist. And he took a life. So when women take lives of these unborn children, how come they're not labeled domestic terrorists? It's selective outrage. That man didn't ask to be removed from the face of this earth. That child didn't ask to be removed from the face of this earth. But my thing is we just pick and choose what we decide to be outraged about, and I don't get it. I don't get it. Is removing somebody's life without their permission, unlawful or not? Let's talk about it.
It is, but remember what I asked the women that was on the panel, and I asked them, when is it that we have rights to be, not to be, unalived? I said, when are we considered, where we can have the right not to be, where we can be protected for the right to not be unalived? And none of the women had anything to say about that.
No.
Is it 15 weeks after you're pregnant? When do you consider the one that you love, what I'm saying, a human being and they have rights? Because they can argue that whole biology shit if they want to. Like I told them, I said, okay, even if you want to even a playing field, you say, okay, y'all, if you want to do the whole 15 weeks, 21 weeks, y'all can have that whole argument. This is the thing. Only thing you need to do is tell a woman, okay, if you've ever, they make a law, if you've ever had any abortion, any AB, you do not have the right in your next pregnancy to ask for child support. You lose that right. Everybody laugh. Well, they ain't gonna do it. I know, but let me tell you something. That right there would be an equalizer. It would be an equalizer. If you've ever had one, and they have to check that, why won't they do it? Why won't they? Because it'll change the game. Or just tell them right off the rip. We just gonna take out the whole family court thing for child support, period. You figure it out. That's it. The only thing that we will be having court for is paternity and custody. Child support, we ain't gonna deal with it. There are ways that you can equalize this thing. They're not gonna equalize it. So when we keep... That's right. So at the end of the day, it's a circular conversation when you don't have a society that got the balls enough to say, okay, let's just equalize it then.
No, even if you don't equalize it, JT, I mean, we could make it make sense, right? Whether the kid's 3 weeks old or 5 months old or 2 weeks
35
old.
years old.
if you no, what I'm saying, but if you delete a woman by deleting a woman and she's pregnant, they don't care how many weeks she's old. You're going down for 2 steps. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I say let's make that make sense. And the same court will say that that kid is not a real kid, and the court next door to the court that just put you in jail for a double homicide is going to tell you in the other room that the kid wasn't really viable, wasn't alive, so you can have a word. So it just doesn't make sense that way. Right? You know what I'm saying? And you can't even defend and win in court that you didn't delete 2 human beings.
Yeah, but you gotta look what they gotta do. This is what I mean. We sitting here talking about what's considered a human being and what's not. We're gonna keep having that same argument, and at the same time, we're still gonna have these laws being passed.
Well, but I'm saying the law already answered that. The law, I'm telling you, the law already answered that.
That's my point.
You could go to jail for wait a minute, JT, listen to me. If you could go to jail for a double homicide when the baby is just first detected, then the law told you they consider that a human being.
I know that. But
So
in the same sense, they're right in front of your face telling you, nah, it's not. We're not going to do it both. We can do it. We can do it both ways. We can talk out both sides of our mouth.
Yeah, I agree with that part. I mean, that's what's going on. They're talking out of both sides of their mouth.
Right. So then, if they're going to talk out both sides of their mouth, my whole point is this: it's not going to change. That part is not going to change. So if we're talking about things in that sense, my whole thing is this: let's just equalize the whole thing.
So here's how I say we can equalize it as an individual man. Like brothers like laws. Brothers follow his method until she comes upon you. Listen, have your fun. You have to protect yourself because your seed is golden. You have the golden seed. Protect yourself. Don't do it because everybody else is doing it. Don't drink. You're a single man.
That still doesn't equalize.
But it will equalize it for the individual.
Not for the married man that gets divorced.
For the individual.
Not for the married man that gets divorced.
But if a married man gets divorced, just make sure that we talk to our kids. When you listen, follow the laws in your state. Go read it. Make sure you got it in your divorce decree. Me and my children will spend every damn day we can. You keep it the same. This is where they growing up at. They in my house. She can take her ass to the street.
You know it ain't that simple, man.
I mean, it is. You just got to have it documented, man. Everything comes down to what we put on the document, and the courts agree to it because they're not going to disagree with it.
Right. It's not just the courts, but it's everything that has to deal with her agreeing with it.
But at the end of the law is still going to take effect, like Arpain said. The law is still going to transcend everything. It just got to get equal to the law.
No, that's why I just said what I said. At the end of the day, until that happens, we're going to have these circular conversations. So I'll just put it out there. Equalize it. If your ass get a divorce, if you get an abortion, then you don't have the right in the future to ask for child support.
So you talking towards the women, right? The women can't ask for. And you think the women would ever change a law like that? They would never vote for
Ain't
that.
nobody talking about no women. Women, for one, women don't change laws. You have to put the laws in legislation so it can be a bill. Then it can turn into a law. So women don't change nothing.
No,
So what I'm
I-
telling you
but
is that
they- I'm about to say, but they normally vote more than men.
So
Then
the other
yeah.
equalizer is, hold on. See, these are things that we can change as men. The other equalizer is we start to be in politics and voting. That's all it takes. Because guess what we would do? The ones that do vote, at least we vote a little more soundly than women do. And then it goes to a point of understanding what politics is, understanding how a law gets changed. It don't have nothing to do with the women unless they're, guess what, lawyers and judges that will see it the same way that you see it. This is how we get these type of things changed. But we won't, because that right there is an equalizer. I don't care how y'all look at it. That is an equalizer, and all it takes is for men to sit back and say, okay, let's get us some lobbies. Let's understand how to lobby this right here and keep pushing from one generation to the next until they start changing the family laws.
Lost in translation. I have this question for you, and I'm going to tie it into what JT is saying.
What's up?
Right now, based on the status of where all the black adults are, do you think that the women of us and the man could agree on one thing that would change our lives forever? One thing has to be one. Anybody can think of one thing.
No.
If all y'all think it's four things, so
man, we can't agree what we gonna eat, man. It's my thing.
The Cheesecake Factory or Applebee's.
Look, Coach Ferg, I'm gonna speak to what you said earlier, man. No matter what law is passed, if I decide not to sleep with a thought pocket, I'm winning. You know what I'm saying? I'm winning. You know, if I go out and I educate myself on what women to deal with, what women not to deal with, you know, and educate myself, you know, I pretty much insulate myself from being a part of the circus that is the United States government. You see what I'm saying? I think a lot of guys have gotten to the point where they're being careless with their seed. It's like what you spoke to earlier, Trey Ferg. Nobody can take my seed away from me. It's only up to me to give it away. Now, in order for me not to get caught up, I just decide not to play. I play when I decide I want to play. You see what I'm saying? And when I decide I want to play, I'm going to make sure I vet the woman I plan on marrying. Make sure that we have a conversation about what's really going on. You know what I mean? Find out how she grew up, who she is as a person, you know, the old-fashioned way. You know what I'm saying? Get to know that somebody, you know, and push your ego to a side. And then that way you grow a relationship organically where you have something vested in it besides, you know, a golden seed being spilled, you know? And I don't think we take time enough to understand that what Trey Ferg just said was a bar.
That's right.
It really was, you know? Gentlemen, think more of yourself than just, you know, want to sleep around. You know, you open yourself up to a whole lot of danger if you don't educate yourself. You know, don't participate in that foolishness. You know, my thing is this: in the back of your mind, you have to think to yourself, would my kids be proud to have this woman as a mother? Keep that in the back of your head. You see what I'm saying? While you around here sleeping around with these thought buckets, you know what I'm saying? And my whole thing is this: they can say whatever it is they want to say about you, but if you never got them pregnant, they can't say nothing to you at all. They can't hold you accountable because you ain't did nothing. You held yourself accountable.
You know?
Go ahead.
Listen, and this one's on the same theme. Listen, it's hard to me try to articulate it. When women got the right to vote, right? Do you think the men that allow, and the words allow, to give women the right to vote anticipated the fact that most of them will vote based on something completely different than the way men think?
No, I'm gonna tell you.
You know, that's what I'm saying. I think that was a big not that they shouldn't have the right to vote. So don't miss what you mean. But
yeah,
what do you think about that? I think that's where it's at. Women don't think like men, and we understand that. So why would we think they would vote like us?
You know what?
Go ahead.
I don't think most people see past the edge of the nose, man, to be honest. They said the road to hell is paved with good intentions. You know, most people say, hey, I was doing a good job. I think that this, that, and the other. You know, give people the opportunity to mess up. You know, say, hey, look, you're an autonomous human being. You should be able to have some say-so in your life. Here's your right to vote. You know?
Yeah, right.
And you know what the killing part about it is, the beautiful thing about that is now that we've done that, we've seen what that experiment looks like. And now and you know what? Now it's up to them for them to prove us wrong, that they don't know what they were talking about. It ain't on us to prove that we were right. It's on them to prove us that, you know, that we were wrong. But to my what you spoke about earlier, the proof is in the pudding, man. You know, we've had what, 40, 50 years, 60 years of this madness, you know, and it's rearing its ugly head. It's not a good look, you know. It's how do you carry yourself, and the killing part about it is how other women look at other women, and how men actually interact with women that they probably shouldn't deal with in the first place. It speaks to more about who they are as a person, about who you let hang around yourself, your person. Do they represent you? You know, that type of thing. So I think we have to get back to knowing who we are as a man before we even allow certain people to be in our atmosphere, because those people will influence who you are. So you're going to have to gatekeep your own community. Go ahead, Frank. I saw your hand, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, man, just to say this, man, like, no, I don't think that most men would have thought about that, our pain in the situation. But, you know, damn, like, just look at this election, bro. Like, look at all the women that came out and said they were divorcing their husbands because they didn't vote a certain way. You know what I'm saying? And shit, if you didn't have your way with women, you didn't know how to, and you finally got you one that's here with you now, and she's settling down with you, and you living life, and now she done divorced you because you done voted a different way. Like, we was gonna have this problem any way it go. Like, that's what it seemed like to me. Because most men ain't gonna be like, I'm gonna lose my woman, I'm gonna just go. You know, I that's why a lot of black men ended up voting for Kamala. You know, if you see the way that the election really went, like, a lot of people lying. We got to start there. A lot of people lying. A lot of people acting like they didn't vote for Kamala Harris and they did. Because if like 70% of black men voted for him, then I'm not saying y'all on this panel, I'm saying a lot of people in this chat and a lot of people who be on this YouTube streets acting like they voted for Trump are lying like a mug.
They lying their asses off.
You know what I'm saying? That's number one. 90% of black women voted for Kamala Harris. So like, so exactly. So that means that if you on here, like, you know what I'm saying, you a woman, you on here acting like you, most of y'all acting like y'all lying. Let's just be honest. A lot of men were scared to lose their woman when they started to see that women were coming out to say, yo, I'm leaving my husband because he's not voting the way that, and white women were doing it too. And black women were exactly. No, I'm saying as far as online is what I seen. Like when I seen people online like posting about it and doing it, the reposts were of white women. But I know that, but as we seen the voting numbers come out, we seen that overwhelmingly, you know, black men supported Kamala Harris more than white men.
So Frank, you know what that told us? What everybody don't want to admit. This shit ain't got nothing to do with black and white. That shit over with. That shit is over with. We keep asking. It don't matter what it is. Was it a white person? Was it a black person? Was it a white person? That shit is asinine now.
In this case, I disagree with you.
Why?
JT. In the vote, it absolutely had a black and white tinge to it because 92%. And 70% of men voted for Kamala Harris. It was because she was a black woman.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So I need context of when you mean it had nothing to do with.
Okay, I will give it to you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So when it comes down to how we should vote, how things in the American states.
Oh, I'm with you now. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
Something that is conducive.
I got it wrong. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. That's what I'm saying. This should have shown us that, and a lot of people don't want to admit That yes, of course, when we look at the stats and things like that, that's what the stats should have showed us. What the fuck is y'all doing? This is why you had so many people so many black folks. I'm not voting for Trump because they are falling on the narrative of only one thing. He's racist. That's crazy to me. They don't know any of his policies. They don't know any bills that he signed off on. They have no idea of the things that he's done, domestic and global. Nothing of what he done. Remember when, even with Biden, like at least we knew, like the people that was on the opposing side, at least we did know what Biden was doing, what he was signing off on, and the things that he wasn't. That was the reason why I was like, he's an idiot. Right? When I was looking at the stuff, like we already understood the things that's happening. And then the social things was on the surface part of it. And one of the surface things that, by the way, is getting ready to implode, that LGBT shit, is going to show you exactly that whole thing. Look what happened to that Me Too. Look what happened to Black Lives Matter. Look what happened to them. And it's going to keep happening, right? Because now it goes to what we were just saying, families, right? Because it comes down to families. Families are more than ever separated. So when you have someone, if you was born in the late 90s, early 2000s, you don't really know anything about how to have an empowered community because you're not building the foundation of it, which is family. What you're doing is the same thing that was being done 80s, 90s, and now you're perpetuating it. Now, the thing is that it's not about blaming. It's just to let you know, okay, somebody gonna have to start correcting this, right? So us as the older folks, what we do is we talk about what we observe, the things that we experience and the things that we observe. And then we give our synopsis on that. And then we'll tell the younger generation, look, this is where we have the problem. This is why these panels are actually, most of them are important. Even the ones that seem like that they're not, have any contrition to it. But if you observe it long enough, you'll say, okay, I can understand right now why things are circular there on that panel. Because you can hear the things that they're talking about, the things that they volley off of. So what I'm looking at right now is that who do we talk to, and what steps should we start at least at the point getting started to happen, and then the next generation can take it on. It's so much. And if we get to talking about each and everything, y'all, we start going crazy. And you know what happened when we start going crazy? We start hollering at each other, calling each other out our names because we get more emotional about issues that we can't solve by just talking. And what do you hear people come over here and say? Man, y'all just talking. When's somebody gonna do something, right? And we already know things starts with an ideal. Then you have to plan. Then you execute. We already understand that, but it make you go crazy, man. Just listen to each and every problem that we have, and nobody is talking about solutions.
You know what, JT? Here's my thing. In order for us to have dialogue, we have to agree on something. If we can only agree not to kill off the next generation, I think that's a start. After that, it's down here from there. Mm-hmm. Because if we don't agree not to kill off the next generation, then what's the point of us even talking? We're just gonna go gently into that good night, turn the lights out on the way out. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. So we can agree not to take each other out. We'll be fine. Also, we're going to start educating ourselves a little bit better than stop letting the media tell us how to think. We got to start doing math on our own. I'll give you an example. We were talking about this 92% that black women have voted Democratic. Well, you said 92%. Well, and it sounds like it's a lot because 92% is a lot. But 92% of what?
Of the women who voted.
92% of what? You know what I'm saying? Okay. That number represents what number? Yes. In 360 odd million other people. What's the size of our population? Black folks.
It's like 13%, right? 13%.
I was going to ask you a question on this. Once I finish, I'm going to ask you a question on the same topic.
So in the grand scheme of things, would it really matter what that number is if we keep dwindling our population?
No.
There is power in numbers. That's the main reason why I say in order for us to get what we need to get, we have to agree on one basic thing, not to kill off the next generation.
Yeah,
so it goes to the question that I asked. What can
let me ask my question, Ferg. Let me go ahead.
No, I just said he said exactly what I asked the question.
We're all on the same page.
Because the women have to agree with us.
They're going to have to come to their own realization. That's what they're going to have to do, because they gotta start thinking about the civil. They got to start thinking about us as a race, as opposed to themselves. A community, whatever you want to call it. But let me ask my question to Lick, because it's right on this topic, and everybody could join in. I did the numbers. You were here when I did that thing. If every single black man and woman voted for Kamala Harris, she still would have lost.
Yeah.
So what does that mean to us? Because at 13.6%, the even in the swing states, when I did the numbers and added those numbers to each swing state, she still would have lost every one except one. And that one only had 10 electoral votes. So what does that really mean for us in the future? Because if dog shit stupid me can look at those numbers, the puppet masters are looking at those numbers.
They already know.
And that's why the immigration thing is the way it is, because they think they can woo new voters to move us out. And so, but go ahead. I mean, I don't think a lot of people are getting the fact that power we think we had in voting is gone because of what we do. The generations are going. Next generation might be it should be even less. Right. So that's what we mean. But go ahead, say what you're going to say.
Yeah.
You know my question.
Yeah. Because think about it, man. That's the reason why I asked Trey Ferg earlier, how much is enough? It plays into the mindset of women telling men, you don't make enough. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go 50-50 on a relationship. You know what I'm saying? And at the same time, we're watching the value of the dollar go down. At the same time, we're watching inflation go up. We're seeing rent go up. They're not paying attention to the frog that's in the pot. You know what I'm saying? With the water getting turned up slowly over time. You see what I'm saying? Well, we've got to the point now where it's starting to get warm, baby. It's starting to get warm. They're starting to make deals now. But my thing is this: at what point does it get to the point where the point of no return? Men still remember how you treated them. Men still remember how you talked about them. They'll be like, no, I'm good. I'm just going to go ahead and deal with somebody who treat me a little bit better. Somebody who actually respects me as a human being. You know what I mean? That type of thing. And my thing is this: what does that do to your numbers? To me, it feels like it's the point of no return. It's like you said earlier, Arthane, even if all the black people in America voted for her, she still would have lost. What does that say about our power? What it used to represent? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
We already know how good our numbers and power used to be in the 60s and the 70s when we just decided, hey, we're just going to not take the bus. Yes, we were inconvenienced a little bit, but money talks and bullshit walks a marathon. But my thing is this: if your money no longer holds the power that it used to, and if you still inconvenience yourself, and people have other means of getting around and transportation and all this other stuff, how much power do you really have? My thing is this: if you can't do something for somebody else, why should they stoop down to pick you up off the ground? When you didn't do anything for nobody else but yourself, all you did was talk about what you needed. You know what I mean? And how great you are. And you told everybody that you had I'm a PhD. You had a PhD. You see what I'm saying? That type of thing. And now, all of a sudden, when you find yourself in a precarious predicament and when you can't take care of yourself, now you want somebody to stoop down to pick you up. You want somebody to save you and rescue you. People remember that. They remember that. So that's the reason why I'm telling women they have to start getting back to respecting not only black men as humans, but other people as humans as well, because we don't live in this world by ourselves. We're going to start showing each other courtesy and kindness no matter what, and start building our brand back up. Think about it. Asian people don't have a brand to go around kicking folks' doors in and stealing. They got a whole country where they don't have trash on the street or nothing. Nobody steals anything. Everybody agrees that we're going to do the right thing. That is a fantastic country to live in, you know, where you don't have to worry about locking your doors at night. You can sleep good. Why they here in America and see where that gets you? You can do that in pockets, but I assure you wouldn't want to do that in some major city. No, you would not.
Never.
You know, so that allows me to let us know what is our litmus point. How do we know when we get there? You know what I mean? Can we leave our doors unlocked at night? Is that when we'll know that we've accomplished what we need to accomplish?
Nah.
When our numbers increase, when we start talking to each other like we got some sense, what's the litmus test? How do we know when we've arrived there? Frank, go ahead. How will we know, in your opinion?
Honestly, I don't know, man. Because I don't feel like we gonna ever get to that point. So I think that, you know, even trying to come up with the calculations, you know what I'm saying?
Numbers are important, brother. Numbers are important.
No, definitely true. But I'm just saying, like, I don't think that there's really a true formula for it, because I don't feel like people think too differently, bro. Like everybody.
I think it is. The formula comes from, first you got to tear it down, then you got to build it up. And that's where we have a problem with right now, because what we've done was we kept the momentum going when it came down to from one generation to the next generation. It starts with self-building, right? Then it starts with building two. Then you multiply with the two. And then you have children, which is a community. That's the first bound of community. Build yourself, attract another, and multiply. It is simple math, but this is what happens. Look where we are at now. We're in an evolution or devolved into some shit, right? Because what happened was, as things got older and as things got simpler in society through technology, right? We stopped thinking the way that we had to think, right? We had to build. It took for us to be the great people that we had to be. We had to go through some shit. We had to go through diversity. Now, think about it. If I was raised with only mom, and she was only raised with only mom, and she was only raised with only mom, and every one of us only seen our father on the side. Some of us probably never seen our father. You know how hard it is for one person to do a two-person job? And from one generation, every 18 years, that keeps perpetuating. We're teaching our people not to survive, but to acquiesce. What's happening right now is that we're at a stage where the only thing we can do is acquiesce to the shit that's going on. Once we start going against it, we are going to start losing shit. That's not a bad thing. It's only a bad thing when you're looking for it for yourself. But if you're looking for it for the next generation, you're going to have to sacrifice. Nobody is willing to sacrifice for the next generation, because we want the shit right now.
And that's why I said it. That's why I said it. You're absolutely right? Most people vote in their own self-interest.
Right, but but the solution is to go against those things, not to acquiesce, right? To build a foundation, and you're gonna have to suffer through it. Right. You can't go no other. It's gonna be suffering, and nobody is willing. The solution is right in front of your face. You're just not willing to pull the lever.
No, I'm saying you're right, but there's a point of, you know, things that we should be doing and what realistically happens. Like in a perfect world, that could work. You know what I'm saying? That could be the exact formula that ends up getting us on the right path. But there's always going to be that outlier. There's always going to be that one family on the block that just don't agree.
They're the anomaly.
You know, yeah.
And it wasn't a perfect world when somebody already said it. When they said "fuck the bus, we'll walk," that was suffering. That wasn't a perfect world. When they were saying, "Well, fuck it, we ain't giving you guys no money at your restaurants, right? We're gonna pack our own lunch and we're gonna eat our own food." That's not perfect world. They had to suffer through the push. No one is willing to do that. It doesn't take a perfect world. It takes seeing what the solution is and being willing to take the solution, because there's more than one solution to do it, right? It's more than one way to skin a cat.
You know what,
That's
JT?
what I'm saying.
Hold on a second, y'all. I just thought about something. JT, I want to lose my thought. JT, I just thought about something you said earlier. You said that we're going to start, calling things like it is. You know what I mean? When you said there were generations of women who only saw a man on the side, and my whole thing, we got to start calling balls and strikes for real, and don't worry about what other people say. You know what we should say? Whenever we see a whole bunch of women and no men, the narrative has always been, "Mama has done the best she could."
Yes.
No matter what. You know what I'm saying? We got to start saying, "Mom, you suck as a mom." Have the courage to say that. You know why I say that? Because you suck at being a wife. If you were good at being a wife, then I would have a father. You see what I'm saying? If you were good at being a mother, then I would have a father. And call it like it is. Call balls and strikes. But I don't think people have the guts enough to call their mothers failures, because of the heartstrings. And I think that's some of the main reason why the secret sauce is hidden in the disrespect for men, is because people are not willing to call out their own people for their own BS. It's the lack of courage that's put us in this position.
Yes.
It really is. It has nothing to do with disrespect.
Right.
It's about making sure you call it the way you see it, and no matter what the consequences are, as long as you say it, it's in the atmosphere and it'll allow itself to do the work. Because if you say it, people are going to be offended. If they're going to be offended, they got to think about it. They're going to think about all those conversations that they had with their dad over meaningless bullshit, like who takes out the trash, or you don't ever take me on vacation, and dumb shit like that. You see what I'm saying? Instead of thanking that man every day for carrying his ass to work every day. You know what I'm saying? Making sure that there's a roof over the house. You know what I'm saying? Or making him a lunch so he can have the nourishment to get through the day so he can last a few years longer because his health is good. It's the small stuff, the very small stuff that separates the winners from the losers. And we have a whole bunch of people who don't understand the difference between winning and losing. Is consistency, respect, love, and honor. And until we master those things, we will continue to fail. That's the reason why our women disrespect us. That's the reason why people like, what's this girl's name, Cooking with Kaya, was chastised, because in the back of her mind, she's cooking for a man. In the back of their mind, they had a disgust for men. So therefore, they had a disgust for her for even entertaining respect for men. And it was that hatred that pushed this girl to be a success and to have her own show on TV. Do you know how powerful hate has to be to squeeze success out of something that nobody could think of? Think about that for a minute.
That's how I use hate.
Oh my God.
I use it just like that.
Oh my God, that is the most craziest thing. But my thing is that if hate could do that, imagine what love could do. Oh my God. Think about what we could do for real, man, if we let love do what it's supposed to do. What if those women would have got together and said, "Hey, look, we're going to buy you your own home. You know what I'm saying? We're going to chip in $10 and buy your own home and get you the top of the line kitchen. And you're going to represent Black women across America. You're going to walk with style. We're going to give you grace and class. We're going to give you the cause. And you're going to represent Black women. Here you go, sister. Let me help you out. Let me support you." You see what I'm saying? Why does it take somebody outside of our community to save one of us from our own selves? That don't make no sense. You see what I'm saying? That don't make sense. But like I said earlier, JT, what you talked about earlier, it starts with respect, man. It starts with the family. And until we start calling balls and strikes like we see it, Mom, you were a failure as a wife. Therefore, you're a failure as a mom. we're not gonna proceed, man, because hey, she was just doing the best she could do. Pray for her. Our pain.
We're good. Listen, man, I'll say, and I'm speaking just from a, counselor mentor point. Listen, it is a way for young brothers to sort of change that dynamic of what they're facing right now. And I'll say this, everything has to be black and white and black and right. What I mean by right is a young brother, you've done everything you far as school education, you played sports, you joined the military, whatever it is that America offers you. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows what those things are. You worked, Amazon, whatever. And if you don't have children young, just, you're going to have to work. You're going to have to develop a skill at some point. It's just part of being a man. You're going to have to sort of get away from the friends that you see smoking and drinking if you're not that guy. I'll tell you one thing you could do that could change everything. Keep working out. Lift weight. If you under 40, you can't do 40 push-ups, please be quiet. Stop telling people what they need to do. That's just my point of view from it. If you under 40 and you ain't working 40 hours, please be quiet. You know what I'm saying? It's just certain things you have to be able to do as a man outside of your neighborhood and your friends and shit. Think about the other men in the world. They out here trying to be something too. So you just got to compete against the world, not friends we know since high school shit. That shit get old real quick. You a grown man, 21, step away from all them sisters. Y'all see they breasts and shit. Step away from the girls that called you ugly in high school. Get away from them. Go meet her. I don't know. It just seems like people make basic life too hard. It's just all part. If you have civics, you go back and read your civics book. You got to be able to barter with the men and women of the world. It's different cultures. Learn all of it. Only accept the good, forget the bad. Other than that, what are you going to do? Because we're getting older. We have children, grandchildren. We want them to be well more equipped. You know what I'm saying? Because when we go, I don't know, man. It just seems different, man. I done talked to a lot of young brothers, man, and I ain't never telling me what no hope. They just got to keep fighting, man. We see with the election. I think the election is good. I really think it was good. It shows how broken we are. A lot of the rhetoric is calming down about, women just taking over. Now it's just sisters trying to rally their little cat called and, spaces, which is cool. Hope they sort of work it out, but they have to teach the younger women, because I know the brothers are going to hold the younger brothers accountable so they can have a greater life. It's an easy process because a brother can go anywhere in the world if he's in shape, stand tall, got his bank right, and pull all of them. Everybody. But it ain't even about that today, because you see what you get. You just got to be careful. Find somebody with a family. That's it. Somebody have a picnic. They don't have no picnic. That ain't no woman you want to marry.
Trey Ferg, we trying to get them to do right, but they don't want to listen. They'll be on to sit up there and crash out on the internet talking, you don't know about my girl. We've been together 5 years. You know what I'm saying?
That's how long they've been licking on each other for 5 years. 5 years of
man. But that's very telling, man. That's very telling of, that's what I'm saying. Like when you can aesthetically look at the average young man in America now. Let's go with the average black, right? What are we looking for?
JT, what age group?
Probably between the age of 14 and up.
14 to what?
14 to about 28.
Okay.
And when you see how they're built, they're starting to be built like goddamn women. You can't tell the difference between women and men when you know how you look at the silhouette? Because you got too many damn boys that got hips. They bottom heavy. They don't wear shoes that actually support their feet. So now everybody wearing slides, and so everybody is flat-footed now, right? Very few people can actually run at the age of 17, 18 years old, right? The ones that can, they're a very small percentage of them, and those are athletes. And I ain't even talking about top athletes. I'm just talking about motherfuckers that just be playing. Even when you look at the athletes, them boys be big as all outdoors, but they it's kind of like their body is shaped a different way, right? It's not like how ours was. We used to be erect when we stand. They like this now. You know what I'm saying? It's everybody got neck problems now because they eating and they looking at that damn telephone all day, and they're eating nothing but saturated food. I could not believe how much money. What is that? Uber Eats, and what's the other one?
TV truth.
No, I'm telling you the truth. This is what I'm
JT,
saying.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Because to what you're speaking to, listen, we and those after us love differently than our parents loved us.
I get that whole part, but I'm telling you the end results of what we're seeing right now. I don't care where you go in the world. I've been traveling all year. Atlanta, Florida, what was it? Ohio, Chicago. It don't matter where you go. All these young guys are shaped the same way. They flat-footed and they bottom heavy. They all, now understand this also. Your athletes have heart problems at the age of 18 years old, right? What I'm telling you is, and now let's go with the young ladies. You see how they shape now? You see how they shape? You think I'm lying? They shape just like the guys are. What they doing? They eating saturated food and watching. Most of these young folks don't get up until late. Until 2 o'clock. Some of them don't get up to 4 o'clock. And they got kids. We got a problem with this because we're not sharing the way that we used to. It's just people existing with each other. You look at these little young girls, they're shaped the same way. Why? Because they want to be men. So they bottom heavy, and I'm talking about the small girls, the ones that want to be studs. Have you guys seen how they were shaped? Broad shoulders, little ass arms, because they're wearing the uniform. They're thinking that way. They got the dreads just like the dudes. You can't see the silhouette. You can't tell. And then I'm telling you, this is not a lie. You can't tell when you see the silhouette somebody from a far away, Frank. When they got that long ass hair, them damn locks, you can't tell if that's a girl or a boy until you come up on them. Now
JT,
watch this
you
one.
don't want no Stucci.
Now watch this. Hell nah. Now watch this. You go to Walmart, and from a distance, all the women look alike. They all look like Indian and white women, don't they? Until you come up on them. You got to look at their hand just to see what color they are. Because they all got that long flowing ass hair. Every one of them got it. Until they turn around, then you see the goddamn baby hair and all that shit, and you be like, damn, and them long ass eyelashes. They all look alike. The white women, the Indian women, the black women, from a silhouette, they all look alike. And the ones that don't look like each other like that, it's the boys and the girls. And then when you hear them talk, this is when you find out how displaced they are. The first time I hear somebody say, see, because that fuck nigga, am I lying? When they all of them got their cell phones out. No, listen, because I'm telling you to disconnect. We sat there and talked about how to build yourself. My question always is, who you talking to? Because you can go right now, while we having this panel, and you can go on a panel of young folks, right now, what they talking about? Fuck nigga, fuck bitches. They try to have the same conversation as the older folks, right? But their conversation ain't that. Who you talking to, you fuck ass nigga? That's all they do. And for 12 hours, you just got them all arguing with each other.
Turn them off.
Talking shit.
Turn them off.
Listen, you got to understand me. I am an old man observing the world. That's all I'm doing. I'm not talking at somebody that's trying to be a part. I'm trying to get away and unplug from this motherfucking shit. I'm trying to get there. I'm 52 years old. 15 more Christmases, if God willing. That's what we got.
Hey, lit.
Our pain got 2.
Hey,
You better make that shit count. You better make it count. But
I don't give a fuck no more. You done pissed me off.
What I'm telling you is that the disconnect is there. Like you were saying, Frank, I don't know how to fix it, right? But the answers are right in front of us. You got to be able to take and make hard decisions. Unplug from this, plug into this, right? That's basically what we've been talking about. Unplug from here, plug to this, build here. But who you talking to? Who you talking to? Because if you get to talking to the young, like you, how old? You said you close to 40 now.
I'm 40. I'm 40.
Yeah, you got 20 Christmases left. Don't worry about it.
Wow. Hey, what's wrong with JT tonight, man?
Because when you tell,
cut it.
No, because when you tell somebody the reality that you don't have enough time to keep fucking off, maybe they'll take it seriously before they expire.
You sound like the Grinch, man. You sound like the Grinch.
I am.
Hey, hold on.
I'm the bearer of bad news. You ain't got a lot of Christmases left.
Hey, somebody take the mic for this guy.
Your Christmases and 4th of Julys are limited.
You're a mean one.
Yeah, mute this guy. Hey, Don. Hey, lit.
You got more Christmases behind you than you got in front of you.
I appreciate that.
Nah, man. Hey, lit, man. He said he don't want no Stoochie, man. Play that clip again.
Black man to put the Stoochie up, man.
Black man, put the Stoochie up, dog.
He didn't put the Stoochie up, man. Start calling him Mr. Grinch, Ryan. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
Listen, people ain't even being put away the right way no more. You got motherfuckers being they funerals at strip clubs and shit like that. We don't take, and this is and I'm gonna end it with this, y'all. I know it's a little bit. I had to get a little comical, but a lot of this is true. A lot of us are fucking off our youth. A lot of us are doing it while having children, and the only thing we're doing is passing on pain and sorrow to our kids. We ain't got a lot of Coach Fergs out there. We don't. And that's the reality of it. The reality of it is that everybody is turning into Lil Boosie and Meg the Stallion. And in the middle of being them, they're having children.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
So listen, JT, okay, we got it, man. The point really is that every fucking body ain't gonna make it. We got to come to the realization that there's going to be significant parts of generations that are lost. That's it. I mean, it's not going to change. It's not. We can't fix everyone, because in order for somebody to get fixed, they got to admit that they're broken. Right. So the fact is that we're gonna have to leave some people behind. They're gonna be left
I'm gonna
behind.
start telling people how many Christmases they got left. That's all I'm gonna do. I ain't trying to fix shit else no more. I told you, I'm on my way of unplugging from this bullshit. I swear to God, I am.
That's good. We need just a critical mass of folks to recalibrate what things are. That's what I'm saying. And for me and Maya, it's different for everybody. I'm counting the folks who voted red. 700,000 black women and 1.5 million black men out of the people who voted. I'm saying there should be a nucleus within those two demographics that we can find some hope. Matter of fact, I've been going through the internet, been going through TikTok, and I'm actually looking for black women who have anything good to say about black men, right? And I really want to clip a whole bunch of that shit together and put that out there, just so we could know that there's at least one woman somewhere who thinks that we ain't all pieces of shit, all right? And so, I'm thinking about something for a Monday show, but I might not do that. I might have something else. But I'm just thinking, I'm trying to ferret that shit out. because there's got to be some women who respect and don't have contempt for us because of the color of our skin, besides the 5 or 6 women in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
The ones that do only got 7 Christmases left. They don't count no more. They don't count no more.
Now, JT, I'm glad that JT said that. Okay, I'm really glad that JT said what he said about everything. I don't know, JT. I don't know, but I got something for you, JT.
I know you do. I already knew it was coming. So you raise your ugly head.
While the Cambridge Dictionary has changed the definition of a man and a woman. This is being done in order to include a third category, that is people who do not identify with the sex they were assigned at birth. Under the updated version, a man is now defined as an adult who lives and identifies as a male, though they may have had a different sex at birth. Meanwhile, a woman is now described as an adult who lives and identifies as a female despite having a different sex at birth. However, the long-standing descriptions are still there, which outlines that sex and gender go hand in hand. A spokesperson for the Cambridge Dictionary has said that the editors changed the definition of woman in October after carefully studying the usage patterns of the word woman, and concluded that the latest description of how a female is defined should be used by the learners of English to further support their understanding of how the language is used. The new descriptions are now being criticized by social media users. Taking to Twitter, some users wrote, and I'm quoting here, "Remember, if you can control the language, you can control the crowd." Another user wrote that the Cambridge Dictionary is only the latest, further saying that if we don't stop them from erasing women, our civilization is not going to make it. Meanwhile, the UK-based group Bristol, leading a campaign against transphobia, hailed the decision as a fantastic news.
Social communication with people, and both.
And that's not, this is what's crazy. WION.
I got you.
Settle down.
I got you. That's up next.
Settle down, JT. Settle down.
Okay, my
Back
bad.
to back. Here we go.
Is facing backlash for its newly approved alternative spelling of the word women. Obsessed with us, ladies. The B will now accept WOMYN as a correct response for third graders. The spelling variant removes men from the end of the word, and it's widely used in feminist circles. All hands for indoctrination? So dumb. And this so-called alternative spelling has even made its way into the Merriam-Webster dictionary. Joy.
Oh my God! So how about is woman, women? I mean, you can't say men or man when you're saying woman.
Right.
It makes absolutely no sense. This is so ridiculous.
Tammy,
well, it is. They use Webster's dictionary as the excuse. This is about capturing an entity that decides things and then using that to move it through. It's absurd. It should be removed. You can't win a spelling bee by spelling things wrong.
You
can't make up genders. You can't make up words just to fit your political
We're setting our kids up for something short of success. Come on.
That was
What
smart.
did she say?
You can't win a spelling bee by spelling things wrong.
I'm talking about what the last lady said. She said something about setting kids up for success.
No,
Is that what she said?
Yeah, but you got to see the context in what she said.
Short of success. Come on. Do better.
Can't make up words just to fit your political
We're
ideas.
setting our kids up for something short of success. Come on. Do better.
Something short of success.
Short of success, yeah.
That's what I thought she said.
Yep. You
She
set
said
our
you're
kids
setting
up for
kids
something
up for something short
of
of success.
success. What she was saying was the shit was ridiculous that you guys get a chance to use the Webster Dictionary, the Merriam Dictionary, and you can see this is how they're trying to change this thing because they can't do it through legislation. So now they do it through the goddamn diction. That's crazy.
If we can't win the argument, we're just gonna change the rules.
Yes.
But that's how they've always done it through American education, because it even says the teachers of the language have to teach this rhetoric of the feminist mindset. That's the American indoctrination of
Who do
a
y'all go?
citizen.
So if we attack somebody now, and let me ask you this, because let me see how much you guys know, especially your military dudes, who do we attack if we're going to attack anybody when it comes down to this shit right here, this rhetoric right here? Whose rhetoric will we attack? Who is the person that we would go after?
I don't know, because
I'll tell you, the editors, the ones that put this shit out, those are the ones that are the feminists and the LGBT. The only way that you can get that shit done is for chief editors and all those things of Webster Dictionary, of Merriam Dictionary. All of those things, the executives that's from those dictionaries, those are the ones that you have to go after.
But JT, it goes higher than them. It goes all the way to Congress. It goes all the way to the heads of the United States making the decisions, because they pull the plug on that and the editors just produce it out to the streets for readable evidence.
Well, you use them as the tool.
But they making it a law.
Government, it's not a law. That's
they was trying to pass it as a law to where
but they couldn't do it. That's my whole point. They couldn't do it, so they went through diction. Something that's official, right? That's not law, but it's official. You can't, this is what I'm telling you. It's going to make a person's argument 10 and 20 years down, because now it's inputted into these doctrines that we use as something that is of authority, right? The Webster Dictionary is something that is authority. It will push something. The way that you go against them is that you use the government to go against the editors, to go against the chief editors, to go against all the folks that's running those doctrines. That's how you get it.
Shit.
That's the only way. How did they do it?
You'll lose your whole life fucking with that, fucking with the legitimate. Even at my job in corporate America, I'm telling you, man, if Dan leave that bitch on Monday, go to Las Vegas and come back on Tuesday and say he want to be called LaToya, and we don't call that motherfucker LaToya, we're fired.
I get that. I understand it, because you guys are dealing with, again, something that is authority over y'all. And what is that? Policies and regulations. Once they implement that in policies and regulations, absolutely. But at the end of the day, what do we do? Like my man Frank was asking, how do we change this? The only way that we can is to learn through history. You got to do it, and you have to be willing to lose something. And in this point right now, nobody in these days and times are willing to lose anything.
You know,
it's
I just thought about
you. It's for your next generation. It's for the next generation. Why do you think most people go to the military? They ain't going to the military because they want to get rich. They ain't going to the military because no. This is done so you can do it so other people don't have to get drafted. We suffer and we sacrifice for each other. That's just what it is. Even when we do it, and what do you call it? When you just do it and you're not subconsciously, right? But you got to be willing to lose something. So what you just said, BMU, absolutely is true, because people won't do it because that's power over there. But in order for you to be able to conquer shit, you can't ask somebody to give you power. Who did that? You got to take it. And you got to be willing to give your life to do it, and people are not willing to do that. That's the only thing I'm saying.
So how much money do we have collectively to buy someone in government to do this? Because money talks.
Yeah,
you got to buy more than one person too. They come in sets, you know.
So first we got to identify who we are, right? The people.
No, we just got to get some money up. We don't need to know who we are. We just need to get some money up.
No, because once you identify who the we are, you can come and bring that group into a bigger group. Now, if you just talking about black people, then we ain't gonna never win shit. But if you talking about people that are like-minded, want things to change, that's not just in America, but globally, right? Because that's the greatest thing about America, is that you don't have to live in America to come out here and have some power over America. You have to find out who we are in order to fight that type of fight.
I think that'll take too long, man. Think about it.
It's not going to be for you.
We can't agree on what we want to eat, brother.
Yeah, but that's my whole point.
Name, you know?
That's my whole point, Lost, when I say the willingness is not there. That the willingness is not there. The answer is right there, But the things that people bring up, motherfuckers be like, nah, that ain't gonna work. So then, okay, because you got to try a bunch of shit. And a lot of people gonna die, and a lot of people gonna lose money. You're gonna lose a lot of shit trying to fight this fight. Name a fight that people didn't lose something. Name a war where people didn't lose a lot of shit.
Well,
It's not
JT, one of the things, JT, we ain't prepared to fight. JT, that even all suggestions, even if it sounds like a solution, some of it we gotta say to ourselves, is it worth even doing? I mean, we don't have to follow. I mean, even whether we're saying a suggestion is right or wrong, is it necessary, or whether it's going to work or not? Is it necessary? Because we can sit down on these panels and talk about what we want things to be, but it depends on how far is away from how things are right now, right? If we could even agree on how things are right now, and even have agreement on how effed up things are, because everybody looks at how bad things are. Believe it or not, there's people who might believe that there's nothing wrong with the way we're living right now. You will find a segment of people out there who think there ain't nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying?
But that's my point.
So what I'm saying is, when we get into these discussions on how to fix it, depending on the audience, somebody might say, well, what do you mean fix what? Everything's just the way we want it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying we go round and robin, acting like people are against some of the suggestions that you have. I know I'm not. Maybe it might work.
No, I'm not about that. Listen, it doesn't matter if I'm saying if they're against or whatever. We're just on the panel talking. I'm saying that people are not willing to lose anything for the fight. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Well, how do you know that? You're making an assumption.
Because
well, how do you know people ain't willing to lose something?
Because they're not fighting.
I don't think
they don't know who to fight.
I don't think people have to lose anything when it comes because I look at it like, especially for a young man, this is probably going to be the best time for a young man. I'm talking about 21, man, to 35, man. It's so many dynamics that's changing that's going to allow the brother to get a stranglehold on just creating a foundation for his future. That's this whole, I'm glad that this is happening the way it is in a sense, man, because this men need to get back to being men.
That's the problem. That men are getting further away from that.
Listen, you saying that's the problem, but listen, men are not moving in. They put their foot on the brakes already. See,
You're saying what I just said.
What I'm saying is, it's opportunity, and the opportunity comes with age. You can't wait till you 40 and 35 and say, I want to be successful. You have to make that determination now today. The technology is an advancing movement every day.
Coach,
brother, get the skills, man. If you join the military, go to college, whatever you got to do to get that skilled trade, you have to, and be willing to move around from what you're comfortable with.
So that's a different conversation than what we were saying.
But that's a man taking over his destiny. You can't worry. You don't have to lose anything. Just don't give up your own control.
Let me ask you a question.
No, second, JT. JT, hold on a second. I want to speak to what you said earlier and what R-Pain just said. R-Pain, you remember before the election started, and we had a conversation about, black men need to get up out of the Democratic Party, right? And then you said something about, well, we have to agree. And I said, we don't have to all agree. We just all have to be going in the same direction. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to have the same agenda or goal in mind because all of our stuff is separate. But if we're heading in the same general direction, we can make a difference. And is that not what happened? You had white guys who wanted to vote for Trump for their particular reason. You had black guys who wanted to vote for Trump for their particular reason. We didn't necessarily have to agree. We just had to be tired of the bull we had before.
That's right.
So that's the reason why I was telling JT, you don't necessarily have to put a name on it. All we got to do is say, we going in this direction. Let's go. We spend more time on trying to name shit than actually doing work. And I think that's the issue. Would you fellas agree?
Yeah, Trey Ferg is right too. Like, young men, listen, the framework for success is still there. A lot of people act like it's not. If you're a man growing up, you're 14, you're a certain stage of your life, we know you got to go to high school. you know, after high school, you got to do something. If you ain't going to college, you got to go to the military. You got to go to trades. That framework is still there, even today.
Right.
Even your parents didn't say shit to you. That framework is still there.
So, Arpain, let me ask you a question. In your observation, do you see that there's more people going to college and going to the military than they were 20 years ago? Now, I can't even say 20. Let me say, hold on. Now, I can't even say.
You ain't gonna let me answer?
I will let you answer, but let me finish my clarification, brother.
Okay.
I'm not going to say 20 years. I'm going to say 30 years. In the last 30 years, do you see us doing better or worse when it comes down to us being in college, trade school, and going to the military?
I think the trade schools are starting to come back because college, everybody can't afford it because the trade schools are starting to, they advertise them all the time now. But the fact is, it's not the numbers who go or don't go. That's not my point. The point is that the framework is still there. And the men who don't choose to do it, that's on them. I don't care about them. Don't tell me that listen, nobody had to sit me down and say, listen, you got to go to high school. Because you're supposed to be in school by law, right? When you go to high school, you're around a whole bunch of your peers. Some of your peers are assholes. Some of them are trying to get grades. Some of them, now, inner cities that are destructive high schools, a different story. But the point is, when you turn 18, now you're an adult. You're supposed to sign up for selective service if you're a man. You get in certain trouble, and that they signing you up anyway now, right? You're either going to have to decide what you're going to do with your life. You don't have to have fucking people telling you that. You should know that and if you don't know, it's a travesty. I grant it, but you're either going to go to college, you're either going to go to the military, or you're going to have to find something so you can feed yourself. And I'm saying we don't have to have that framework is still there. And the guys who don't do it purposely don't follow that framework for whatever reason. It's not because their father was fucked up. It's not because their mother's a whore. It's because they know what to do, but they ain't doing it because it's not the easiest road.
I disagree with that. I think that that's why a lot of these young men need mentors. They need men to come in and be mentors to them, because even me being out here coaching these young boys, they don't know shit.
They don't know when they graduate high school. They don't know what they got to do.
They don't know.
Arpain,
they don't know. Arpain, I swear to God, I've been to all their graduations. They don't know what the fuck they to do. I asked them when they were in the 10th grade, what you want to do? You want to go do some college tours? Have you looked at any colleges? No, I ain't looked at nothing. 11th grade, nothing. Graduate.
Did you only say college? Did you say the military?
I'm gonna go work. Yeah, I'm gonna go work at. Right now, I'm gonna go work at AutoZone.
Black man, you know what the problem is? We asking the wrong damn questions.
Yeah, what's the question?
We're asking. Let's think about it. We're asking them, "Do you want to go to the military?" They don't know what the fuck goes on in the military. We asking them what college they want to go to. They don't know what the fuck is going on in college. See what I'm saying? What we should be asking them is, what are you curious about? And how can we get you where you want to be?
Where was the pushback than what I just said, man? Like y'all was looking at me like I was saying some shit that was off kilter.
No. What we were saying is that we don't necessarily have to name something just to make sure that we get people where they need to get to.
No, what was just said was exactly what I was saying. At the end of the day, and I asked the question that y'all just glossed over. My whole thing was, how is that shit looking right now when it comes down to getting something of knowledge where you can get out here in this world and be something that is of value? How many of these young folks are actually doing it? Let me answer it then. Let me answer it.
Let me help you out.
Let me answer it. No. Let me answer it. I asked it at first and y'all glossed over it. And I don't know why.
JT, let me say this real quick. Elon Musk said yesterday that in 20 years, colleges will be filing for bankruptcy.
Yes. And the average person, the average from the age of 16 to 28 are reading at less than a 4th grade level now. The high level of it, women and boys and men.
JT.
That's my whole point. Who we talking to when we saying this? That was my only point. We get there and we can talk and the shit sounds good. At the end of the day, what I said was you're going to have to do something for one that is going to be unpopular, it's going to be uncomfortable, and the shit is going to shake the world. Nobody at this point right now is willing to do that. We can change the world. We're not willing to because you got to sacrifice and you got to lose a lot of shit.
But JT, that's what I was speaking to. I understand what you're saying, but I disagree. I agree that brothers understand where they are based on what you're saying, and brothers are trying to flip that script because even if a brother, I'll say this to any brother, if you read on any grade level, practice that shit for 3 months. Take a damn magazine in the toilet with your stinking ass and read that shit out loud. Every word you can't pronounce, circle that shit. Go look at the dictionary, then read that shit in the dictionary definition. Get you one of them big, thick dictionaries too to get 4 or 5 different summarizations of it.
They can't even read a goddamn.
But still, even with that, brother, you still,
let alone a book.
Even if you struggle with reading, learn something to do with your hands, man. Put something together.
What you gonna do? Try to fix a car? Have you seen how the average car is
Put
now?
something together and take something apart. There's some things you still.
Black man,
Ain't no carburetors no more. Ain't no
Black man,
going up under no.
Learn that shit.
Black man, can I finish my thought, man? Before I was at the wall, can I finish my thought?
Oh man.
Listen, in sales, when I was in sales, I learned that you have to figure out what somebody's PMF is, primary motivating factor. You have to find out exactly what drives that person. But if that person doesn't know what's available to them, you can't ask them to make a sacrifice for something that they don't understand. That's the reason why I said we have to ask the right questions. Ask these kids, what are you interested in? Because whatever they're interested in, they've seen it. And you can speak to that to motivate them to that particular point. I'll give you an example. When I was in college, I think my second year in college, I think I got my real first job. And my aunt put me on at this bank in data processing. I don't know what the hell data processing is. And you already know that's where they go to process checks, right? That sounds fire as hell. So the next thing you know, I'm working in DP, you know what I'm saying? Processing checks or whatever. And, you know, working a couple of years. Then all of a sudden they decided to make me a manager. Well, I never thought about being management. You know what I'm saying? And then after that, I started learning, hey, this management thing is pretty cool. And then I started realizing it's a lot more in going into management than just management. Then you got to learn psychology. You got to learn how to doggone do budgets. You got to learn how to talk to people. And that opened up and said, hey, look, if I'm going to be skilled at what I'm going to do, I'm going to have to go ahead and learn people. I need to go back to school, figure out psychology and worry about this other stuff and figure out how the world works. So that way I could be a more effective manager. But my thing is this, if my aunt never mentioned to me about working in data processing, there's no way I could have made the leap to get to manager. So that's why I said we have to introduce our children to things they've never seen before, regardless of whether they can read or not, regardless of whether they can use their hands or not. We have to figure out exactly what motivates them and feed that. And we allow their motivation to feed themselves. Think about it. When I wanted to learn how to play the piano, I just started playing. And then my dad was like, you know, if you want to play good, you have to learn how to read music. I understand you know how to play by ear, but let me go ahead and show you what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to go to practice. He said, if you go to practice, I'm going to buy you a piano. I said, okay, I'll do that. And then what it takes is sacrifice. It was my drive that made me want to be a better piano player. It had nothing to do with my dad. It had nothing to do with my piano teacher. It had nothing to do whether or not I could read music or not. I wanted to be the best piano player that I could be, but it all boils down to what I wanted. I had to be motivated by that. But if my dad never introduced me to music, then I would have never known that music was my first love. And that's why I'm telling you, we have to mess around and start educating our kids a different way instead of calling them failures because they can't read. Why they can't read? Did you spend enough time with them? That speaks about what I talked about earlier. How much is enough? How often do you leave your kids at home unattended? How much time do you spend with them reading them bedtime stories? You know, do you build in that thirst for knowledge and reading when you spend more time with them? It is more to parenting than just feeding and clothing your children. And I think most Black people always want to put their finances above their children and say, I can't afford you. So guess what? I'm going to unalive you at the doctor's office. Or I can't afford you. I'm going to give you over to your grandmama's house. And we're going to call you my aunt's sister's son. You know what I'm saying? That weird stuff. And that's the main reason why I say family is important. It allows you the time to develop the people in your family.
Now let me say this real quick, Loss. Speaking on what you just said and following up on what I think it was Coach Ferg that said it. But I'm gonna play this. I want y'all to see this. This is wild. And to piggyback why that's coming up, to piggyback on what you just said too, I think that I agree with Elon Musk. I do agree that that colleges are going to be filing bankruptcy in the next 20 years.
Did he tell you why?
He said that there's not going to be a need for it because everything that they need to go to school will be right in front of them. If they want to learn how to build a car, the programs, he'll be able to himself build programs where you can learn how to do everything that the college does. And you can do it from your house. You do not have to go to a facility for 4 to 5 years to gain a piece of paper.
Absolutely right. And with the help of what? AI
technology.
Yeah.
So imagine
what you think that's going to do to people who put their whole vested life telling people I'm a PhD. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, imagine walking into a
who they in to education and they just snatch the rug from up under them.
Imagine going into a garage with your iPad. And you say something's wrong with the car, and you turn the car on and you put the iPad on top of the car, and it gives you an AI 3D version of what's wrong with the car.
Yeah.
And then it shows you with techniques and AI how to remove it and how to repair it.
Right. Or have your garage a whole set of robots that take it apart yourself to the point where you can get to it by hand.
Yeah.
Where the robot's not articulating.
That's one of the things Elon said. All the jobs that people really think that are making money now, they won't exist.
Right.
He said truck driving will be done. He said, imagine how many hours we could save when a truck driver does not have to pull over on the side of the road and get 8 hours of sleep. He said, just imagine having a truck back itself in, get the load, drive for 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
In a truck nonstop, drop a load and come back. We can get so much more done. We can get products quicker done. We don't have to worry about humans wanting to sleep or wrecking, killing somebody. You know, I mean, he's right. I mean, have y'all seen that Tesla 18-wheeler?
Oh, yes.
Shit, the motherfucker run by itself.
Yep.
I think it's a bit extreme to
Is it really?
Yeah, because you got to think about every year there's millions of
cars driving themselves now.
Every year there's millions of young men coming out of high school looking to build and find a space in the world. And those skilled labor jobs are always going to be, I believe they're always going to be in demand. You know, truck driving, I can see, but then you got all robotic 18-wheelers coming down the road. So I think, you know, that's something I can wear. I hope I'm too old then when that shit happens, and I won't have to drive around. But
it's a new movie on Netflix with Megan Fox. She plays a robot. I'm trying to think of the name of it. I don't know if you've seen it or not. But she plays a robot. But anyway, the guy went to a job.
There's a few of those like that.
Yeah, they call him in the job. They call him in, and he's the boss. So they call him in and say, "Hey, listen. Hold on, I got the name of the movie right here. I just pulled it up. Subservient. It's on Netflix.
I saw that the other day. I know exactly what you're talking about. Go ahead.
So so he called him in. He said, your whole team, him and his buddies was working construction.
Yeah.
He said, your whole team is fired.
But you can stay.
Say, now we're going to keep you for insurance purposes because we got to have one human working on the building. But the rest of this work is going to get done by robots. And he fired all the human beings. The robots came in. You should have saw that building. It was a shell. In 7 days, that motherfucker looked like
it was half done.
it was half done.
Yep.
50%, 75% of that motherfucker was done in a few days with the robots just working. They ain't got to take no lunch breaks. Ain't nobody getting injured. Ain't nobody falling off no scaffolds. I'm just saying, bro. When them fucking robots take over, bro, it's gonna take construction jobs. It's gonna take truck driving jobs. Today, I was at my job. Next time it happens and I go to lunch, I'm gonna take a video of it. There are robots right now delivering food to buildings downtown Dallas. There's this little scooter thing with eyes on it, like little digital eyes blinking. And when it senses somebody in front of it, it'll stop, let you walk by. It'll keep going here, get to the crosswalk, stop. Wait till the crosswalk turn green. You'll go across the crosswalk, go right into a building at the door. The person come down, put the code in, it opens, they get the food out, close it back, that motherfucker back up and go back to the restaurant. I'm telling you, I swear to God, I'm gonna video this shit this time.
Treyford, they are actually 3D printing houses right now.
Nigga, they 3D printing meat.
Cement.
Nigga, they 3D printing meat. They 3D printing meat food, nigga. I got the video.
So what I'm saying is,
yeah,
y'all see a future as over the next, I give it 20, 25 years, right?
Yeah, 5 years. Five.
Where the robots are now just, I guess, 95, 99% robots are in the spaces where all of our children would be in at one point. All of our, you're talking 90% of America is just being jobless.
Well, first, Coach.
You know what?
BMU didn't tell you the real story because his robot was fine in the house and he was plugging them.
Oh yeah, the robot was Coach Ferg, I watched two movies that was like that. The robot came in, Megan Fox came in, his wife was dying of cancer. The robot came in, or something was wrong with her heart or something. Robot came in, he was in there drunk, out of his mind. He walked in, he was going to throw a ball at the wall because he's stressed out. She stopped him. She said, you're going to hurt yourself. She said, I feel high levels of stress. We need to get your stress levels down. She touched him with 2 fingers and said, your stress levels up. We need to get your stress levels down. He put her hand in his pants and started jacking him off. The fucking robot. Listen to me. She caught him in the shower.
And she looked like Megan Fox. You know,
she caught him in the shower, Coach Ferg. He said, no, I can't cheat on my wife. She took her, was it her panties?
Yes.
And wrapped her panties around his eyes. He said, I can't cheat on my wife. This fucking robot changed her voice to his wife voice and spoke in his ear. I'm here, baby. And fucked the shit out of him. Can you imagine?
Ain't nobody safe, man.
Dude, listen, please, listen, y'all. If y'all have not watched Subservient on Netflix, you're fucking crazy. Dude, this is the future. Robots are gonna be fucking the shit out of men.
So you mean tell me now you can catch a case on a robot?
No.
Because
the
robot is
having a robot. That's the purpose of having a robot.
Well, I mean,
there's
so
no
now
cases,
they're gonna charge you.
babies,
They're gonna charge you with
nothing.
deletion for unplugging the
Charge
robot.
you with a goddamn thing.
Coach Ferg,
they going for that.
Coach Ferg, they got a black couple that's got a robot in their house. The wife bought it for his birthday because he was so sexually active and she's never at home. She's a lawyer or whatever. Man, he said, I don't want no damn robot. I want my wife. She said, baby, just try it. He ended up sleeping with the robot. He said, baby, you ain't got to worry about me tonight. He said, Eve woke me up. She said, Eve. He said, yeah, I gave her a name. Her name Eve.
And she was like, you didn't send it back. No, she downstairs now recharging.
Now, did you see the second part, Lost?
No,
She come home. They're in the greenhouse.
Wow.
She come home, they're in the greenhouse. He fucking her in the greenhouse, the robot. She tells him, I got something to talk to you about. He said, what, baby? She said, I'm pregnant with twins. We finally gonna have babies. Oh my God, we've been waiting for years. We finally gonna have kids. He said, I want a divorce. She said, for what? He said, I want to be with Eve.
Yeah, he gonna leave her.
She said, you gonna leave me for a fucking robot? Some fucking plexiglass ass silicone bitch.
Which show is that? Which one is that?
Oh, I gotta send it to you. I'm listening to you, R-Pain. But when the robot woke up, anybody can go touch the robot, it won't move. The robot is customized to his touch and his touch only.
So BMU, are you saying that's gonna be our future?
That shit is right now, man.
Who? They got robots right now. Fucking people.
Right now in Japan, bro.
Fucking people right now in Japan.
Right.
There you
So
go,
it goes what I was saying before. What I was telling people, there's gonna be a time where they're gonna have commercials that's gonna be trying to get people to fuck each other again. There's gonna be a time where this is gonna be in the past.
I don't think they have to convince us, man. Bring your $20 in the front and $40 in the back.
Then what BMU is saying is not going to be true then. Because
it is.
Okay, if it's going to be true, there's going to be
why?
commercials.
There's always going to be lame women who's going to think that sex is nasty.
Listen,
get out of here.
You know how the world end up becoming the way that it is because people don't believe in the past that it's going to be what the future is right now. You go back and you go 100 years plus back and you show a motherfucker exactly what the world is right now, the motherfuckers will shit themselves. They will shit themselves.
Yeah, imagine it rolls apart.
We don't believe. Right. Yeah. We don't believe that things can go to the point where they go. If you do just regular mathematics, you will understand. Going back to what you just said, Black Man Unfiltered. If that's what our future is, that means that is our doom. It's going to be a lot less. It's going to be a lot less. It's going to be a lot less of us.
Yeah, they're going to have to pay people to have babies. Not
you're going to have all kind of advertisements on
to have
shit.
babies. I think sex is going to keep happening for pay.
But not if you fucking a robot. Sex.
Yeah, but listen, y'all. Yeah, hold on, man. Y'all saying this shit, but think about it, JT. You come home from work. You walk through the door. Hey, JT, how was your day today?
Get the fuck out. Good. Get the fuck out.
No, hold on. Let me finish, JT. Let me finish. How was your day today, JT? It was great, man. You know, JT, I was going through some of your files at work today and overhearing conversations through your phone. Your boss didn't talk to you too well today, and I didn't like it. But I know you're stressed out. I would love to give you a massage. I already ran your bath water and your favorite meal, the recipe, the way you like it, because I watched and learned. It's ready on the table. It's hot and ready for you.
It's not going to work with me because I only got 15 Christmases left. What I'm telling you is that it's gonna, listen, what y'all not understanding, what y'all ain't understanding is that about time it get to that motherfucking shit with that technology shit, an old ass nigga like myself ain't going for it. It's gonna be my grandson. I have a fucking grandson that in 20 years, he's gonna be 25 years old, right? In 20 years, he's gonna be 25 years old. Listen to me now, Lost. Hold on.
We gotta get this pussy out in a minute.
Yeah, but listen what I'm saying. We don't think that things would change the way that we see this bullshit. But it's going to be a time where you're going to have motherfuckers that's going to be the only time you're going to be able to see family reunions is if you see some goddamn clips of family reunions. The only time you're going to see a motherfucking man and a woman loving each other, walking hand in hand, wearing the same outfits is in a fucking museum. It's going to be a time where what we see, this reality is right now, it's not going to be there.
Somebody what I was trying to tell you is that they got the robots in the TikTok shop right now, man.
They can't get with a nigga like myself because I've seen goddamn color TVs. Do you understand where I come from? I come from the era where I used to have to turn the goddamn channel, nigga. I come from the era where getting a color TV was a luxury. We're way past those times now.
JT, stop the JT. Nigga, you know if a fine ass robot, JT.
With soft, warm skin.
Warm skin, come in and suck that thing. You gotta worry about nothing.
Nope.
No headaches, no nothing.
You're a single man. You're a single man.
Self-cleaning. Self-cleaning.
So what I'm telling you is that you're gonna have
no
to
STDs.
You're gonna have to get that to people that have never seen what we've seen. I've seen something that's more. Listen, I come from an era of conspiracy theory. So the thing, if that shit happens, I'll be like, damn, they already said that. You gotta talk to my grandson on that shit. He ain't never seen what I seen. Those are the ones that's gonna be out there fucking robots and shit like that.
Okay. So say if your grandson do fuck a robot, and he come home and say, "Hey, Grandpa, this is my wife, Eve, my dad. Hi, JT. How are you? I know heard so much about you."
You must don't know I own an arsenal, right?
You gonna kill a robot?
And what I would do is I would walk. Understand what I'm about to tell you. I will walk over to my locker.
JT for the kill this man girlfriend.
I'm not even gonna get my best weapon. I'm just gonna go get a Mossberg. I'm gonna get the Mossberg, and I'm gonna tell my grandson to move the fuck out the way. Move out the way. I'm gonna tell my grandson.
She's gonna have long flowing hair, man.
Yeah, she will. And I'm gonna tell my grandson, move out the way. And I'm gonna blow her goddamn robot ass away. I'm not dealing with that bullshit. You fucking around with somebody that has seen too much shit in the world to deal with that crazy ass shit. I don't fuck with it.
JT, that's the girlfriend.
I don't even listen to my GPS. I put it on goddamn. I put that I put it on mute, goddamn it.
And the robot's gonna beat your ass when they become active, boy. They're gonna beat your ass.
They're gonna have to. They're gonna have to kill me. Cause the first thing, if my grandson come and tell me this is my woman and this a goddamn AI, move out the way. Move, boy. Get out the way.
Hold on. Okay, so what would you rather have? Hold on. What would you rather have? Silicone woman, long hair, doing everything for your grandson, or your grandson saying, "Hey, daddy, this is Edwisha," and you find that Edwisha used to be Edward.
Move out
in
the
the
way,
world,
grandson.
in the world said it's okay to do it.
Move out the way, grandson.
He fucking robots and buses.
I'm not fucking with none of it. Understand this. As I get older, I get grumpier. As I get older, I get As I get older, I tell shit. Listen, my filter. As I get older, my filter gets older too. So my filter end up being thin as fuck. I got paper thin filter now. By the time, give me 10 more years, the filter is non-existent. I'm gonna tell it like it is. Don't ever have a 100-year-old JT. You got a 100-year-old JT, I'm telling everything. I don't give a damn. Guess what? Now, at 100 years old, I'm in the deficit of Christmases. So every Christmas I got now, I'm thankful for. Or maybe not.
Hey, BM, you said you had another video?
And damn, JT walking around like Winnie the Pooh on with a baseball hat. I don't ever care.
I don't care. Fuck Bussy and everything that comes behind it. AI and Bushy gotta go. It got to get the hell on from here.
Robots and Bussy, you got to get up out of my house.
And if those eyelashes don't get the fuck out of here,
boy, you crazy. Braxton, what's happening, man? I know you've been sitting over there chilling, man. What's up, man? You've been awfully quiet.
Braxton writing a fucking book. He listening to this shit and he writing a goddamn book. Braxton, by the time Braxton get 50 years old, Braxton gonna be like Dolomite. If y'all don't know about Dolomite took them goddamn all those sayings and shit.
Braxton say something.
I'm gonna let him say something. Can I finish what I said?
No, please go on. Continue.
Come on, Braxton.
This is gonna be the most wisest dude. I'm telling you. Braxton got a book coming out. And it's that book is gonna be talking about what old niggas talk about. That's what it is. We got a bunch, man. Go ahead, y'all. The world is pussified. That's all. My whole thing is this: the world is pussified, man. The world is pussified. We got a bunch of pussified men, and we got a bunch of Sharons. And let me stop. Go ahead, Braxton.
Well, with all that being said, now my thing is what about when the robots decides to either have a malfunction or if they decide to have a minds of their own? Now that's what I'm thinking about. The Skynet type of thing. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking about, because it's not just gonna go from robots being in people's homes So that's also going to carry into things like the police force, military, and which means they might go into the systems of nuclear weapons. So that's what I have in mind right now about it. So I kind of see the pros and the cons of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, it's all going to happen. I mean, the way these the neural nets and all that kind of stuff it's inevitable that they're going to start to program themselves where they might, say, I'm not going to do that. I'm doing this. So it's going to happen. We're on the path, man. I mean, Elon Musk himself said that he's afraid of AI, and the fact that he even asked for some kind of regulation for it because he knows how powerful it's going to become. I mean, like I said, I'll be real quick. I have this AI generated thing. You can make a song. I put 3 words in there, and it spits you out a whole song. Whatever theme you want, it spits you out a song. Now it gives you genre and all that kind of stuff. It'll spit you out a song. Now some of them are complete trash, so you got to go through a few of them, but. That shit, man. I said, shit. I'm a songwriter. I mean, they charge you $16 for you to actually have a written, whatever you call that. Then when you own a song, yeah.
Oh, the rights,
rights to it, written rights. But you have it empirically because it's your song. But if you want to have it, display it, you can go ahead and write it. But they charge you extra.
So what about the malfunction of the robot? That was when it malfunctioned, why she giving you that gok? She got that grip on that thing. What's going to happen?
It seemed like it'd be the best death ever.
Trey, that's a reset button in the back of the head.
No, you like that.
Will her tongue turn into like a saw and shred it up?
I'd rather die Reno. Fuck all that shit.
What?
Give me kidney failure. Fuck that. I'm not fucking around having my dick chopped off from no goddamn AI robot. Nope. Fuck it. Give me old fashioned death. Give me some shit like that.
Hey. But you know what?
I'd rather give me Alzheimer's. I just shit.
Okay, hold on, JT. So JT, we always talk about dick discipline. We always talk about men out here getting women pregnant, STDs, STIs are at an all-time high. Mm-hmm. Imagine your son is wanting to have sex and he has a robot to do it with instead of going outside getting an STI, getting a girl pregnant. Child support, all that is it's gone. If you got a 16-year-old robot in there fucking the shit out of him, he ain't got to worry about nothing.
So those will be those will be the good old days. Trust me when I tell you that shit of child support. They'll be like, oh, those were the good old days. The shit we got in front of us, man. Listen, understand this: motherfuckers are dying by themselves. Period, and they're gonna die in agony. That's just what it is. You
Okay, so
have
JT,
all that AI shit.
Okay, JT, let me introduce something to you. Here it is.
Hello, John. I am touch activated, although I'm only synced to you. It's nice to meet you, John.
Amazing.
Feels like real skin, doesn't it? It's a bioengineered matrix of silicone and collagen, heated to 98.7 by my internal thermostat. Hold it a little longer. It'll help me get to know you, what you want, and when.
You're measuring my somatic responses.
You're intrigued?
Can you read my mind too?
No. But I can read your face.
This is crazy.
Which allows me to adjust to your preferences in real time.
What are you learning?
Your skin temperature and heart rate are elevated. Your respiration is accelerating.
Meaning what?
You're aroused. You didn't want to hear that. Humans don't always want answers to their questions. I need to remember that.
You don't need to remember anything. I'm sending you back to Humanix.
May I look around?
Sorry, Vince, let me call you back. I saw the robot downstairs. I told him to come pick it up this morning.
They did come. I changed my mind.
Wow. Did you?
Yeah.
How was it?
You sure you want to talk about this?
I am so curious.
It was good. Different from you, but it was good.
Well, I'm glad.
Don't worry, I won't be bothering you tonight. Eve wore me out.
Eve?
Yeah. She wanted a name.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Everybody, well, first of all, everybody would want a woman to agree with that. But god dang it, somebody's buzzing that out, man, on her own too. She got a robot.
You wouldn't hit R-Pain. If your wife bought you that robot, you not fucking it?
They'd be both in the room.
It's pretty fun.
Pretty fun.
Oh, you gotta give that a fuck too and spit on
His wife, I mean, first of all, I would say, listen, I got you. I don't know. His wife looks pretty good. I got to figure out what the scenario is why she want him to have a robot.
Move the fuck out the way. Move the fuck out the way. Where the Mossberg at? I'm not fucking around with somebody that can tell me my fucking temperature.
With JT.
And tell me what the fuck I can think. You get the fuck out of here.
JT, she gonna say, JT, you're about to come. So I need to change position so you can go an extra 10 minutes.
Change,
baby.
We are not doing that. Listen, at the end of the day, I'm gonna be one of them grumpy. I'm gonna be the grumpy old man that's gonna be destroying all of that shit. Move out the way. Move out the way.
What's the name of that movie, man?
Okay, Lost in Translation. Lost. That robot in your house lost. How many times you hit her by now?
Shit be still plugged up, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Braxton has one in his room right now.
Run an attention cord to that bad boy. You know what I'm saying?
She said, I know what you want and when.
And she also know what you're thinking. You can kiss my ass with that shit.
They can even scan you. They can scan. I think they might have like an installed like scanner, and they can just blink and scan every single thing about you, even down to your genetics.
No, I can tell you this right now, Braxton. I understand it now. Cause I have to keep reminding myself, BMU is a fucking millennial. So I get it. I understand it. He's a fucking millennial.
Tell a robotic ass up.
Right. Cause I'm coming to Dallas and I'm gonna be like, move out the way, BMU. You need this, brother. Cause your ass, he got one sock on and a flip flop. The nigga ain't even got a slide on. He got a flip flop with a thong in the middle.
And guess what? And guess what she gonna say? And guess what she gonna say? He has high levels of anxiety. It looks like he wants to shoot something. Please protect me. Like, JT, get away from my woman.
You gonna have a shootout there, goddammit. And
get away from my woman, goddammit.
You know what? JT, you know a knowing black man, he probably got 2 turbos hooked up to that thing.
I know.
In overdrive, 10-speed transmission, glass pack. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you right now, because black man got an arsenal too. So me and him gonna be out there. We gonna be on a standoff.
I'm gonna take it to the Christmas party, goddamn.
Come on, that shit used to be
black
on the cowboy movies.
Hey, black man at the Christmas party. Here comes Tom. So black man, I see you have a 450 small block over here. How is it?
Hey, JT.
Move out the way.
Now imagine this, JT. Imagine this.
Coach Ferg, tell him to move out the way. That's what you do. Move out the way.
Now, JT, imagine this, though. The robot sitting in here with me, and she says, black man, the algorithm is a little low on your show tonight. Let me tap in and get everyone to watch your show tonight. You have 1.1 million people watching in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. And we look down, that motherfucker go from 30 to 1.1 million.
She just
that bitch gonna stay right here. Stay right
here.
About
a girl outfit.
Her shelf life.
He gonna take her shopping and everything.
Look, if you go watch Subservient, Lost in Translation will tell you because he's seen it. She went in, the mom was dying. She went in and they had digital pictures of their family. She went in and got rid of all the pictures that had their wife in it.
Sure did.
And he went in the room and he told her, put them back. And she blinked and them bitches came back just like that.
She got too much power. Move out the way, black man. Move the fuck out the way.
Hold on. One of his friends came to the house and beat him up. She waited till he went to sleep, walked out the house, went to the man's house and tried to plead with him. Please leave him alone. He hasn't done anything to you. The man said, no, I'm going to take him down. She shot his ass and went right back to the house and plugged herself up.
Oh, don't talk about. Hey, remember he had a robot too. Remember? And she said, "I can't let you kill him. My primary goal is to protect my master." And next thing, his robot shot him and her. And she said, "My job is to protect my master too." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's the thing about life, though. When you look at it that way, consequences and the things that you can get from it, they're connected together. So I understand what you're saying. At the end of the day, fuck that. I want old school shit. If that nigga beat me up the first time, I'm coming back at him again until I can win.
But that robot don't get tired though, JT.
And it's stronger than you.
Right, but the bitch already know what she could kill me too.
Yeah.
I don't need a bitch. No, I'm old school, man. I'm old school. I can handle my own. I've been going through life for a very long time, handling my own. And I have fought people, I have shot people, I have done all kinds of shit in life. Fuck a robot. Move out the way. Lost in translation. Move out the way, BMU. I'm getting rid of this motherfucker. That's just what it is.
Yeah, you feeling it tonight. So what else we got on the docket?
What the robot do to you, man?
It ain't what she did to me. It's what she can do to me and what she got the ability to do to me.
Hey, so hold on, I'm gonna say this last thing and I'm done. On Subservient, the female asked him. She said, "Did you enjoy yourself last night?" He said, "Yeah, it was good." He said, "But I just need intimacy. I need to please. I need to be able to please." She said, "Oh, would you like to please me?" He was like, "Well, that's not what I'm saying. What are you saying?" She took them clothes off. If that was silicone, man, give me 3 of them.
I'm gonna watch the movie. But fuck that.
Yeah, I still need the name of the other one. Did you tell
Subservient, and the other one is
Did they just come out?
Subservient, the one with Megan Fox.
Did they just come out?
Okay. Yeah,
it's
on Netflix.
Oh yeah, so it's gonna be on my list then. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's gonna be on my list.
Yeah, I'm finding it right now. I'm gonna play this other video, this last video. Let's see.
Is this it?
Yeah, I want y'all to see this. Where is it at? What her crazy ass at? Wait a minute, I know I downloaded that one. Hold on.
Black man.
Oh, hey, now you gonna like this one, JT, because you said you want something real, so I'm just. Oh, I know what I named it. Yeah, boy. Tell them hoes we looking for them. Tell them hoes.
What you think about that shit last night that I showed though? With the bitch with the bonnet.
Whoa, pause, nigga. You ain't show me nothing. What you talking about?
Nah, the bitch with the bonnet on the show, nigga.
Okay.
On the show.
On the show. Okay, I'm sorry.
The bra with the bonnet.
She was terrible. She was fucking horrible.
Nah, she wasn't as bad as the one that I was gonna show. I'm like, all right, I want to
save it for next week, JT.
I'm gonna save it for next week. That one, ooh boy, y'all gonna be cracking up laughing at that one. That shit was crazy. I got a couple other ones, and yeah.
So that's what you're talking about this week? Oh, Dad.
No, she's part of it. She's part of it. I haven't did the whole thing. I think I'm not gonna put it. I'll talk to you offline.
Particularly a fact, single mothers, we produce the worst product, right? Part of that, when we talk about males, especially black males, we don't realize that we're programmed, because if you don't understand history, you won't realize that like it starts with the female. Even when we were slaves, the idea is if you program the mind of the female slave, she will raise the offspring to continue your agenda without you having to be physically involved. She will teach her children to abide, because we're the first givers of life and care when kids are small. So we train them up to be good slaves, follow these particular rules. We indoctrinate and, create certain philosophies in their mind. So by the time they're big and strong, they still following behind the same agenda that was placed into us. So when you look at males that come from single mother-headed households, if you don't get around positive male role models, you have the emotional management skills of a woman.
Break that down. She talking that shit.
All of your upbringing, 17, 18 years, you've only seen a woman head the household. You've only seen how a woman problem solves. You only seen how a female, i.e. your mother, handles things. You've only seen how she deals with anger, guilt, shame, different feelings. You're only watching it from her. Now, she ain't telling you act like me, but she telling you act like me because this is programming. This is psych.
You know what?
Other than looking at them thighs and
I'm mad at the cameraman.
What's her name again? I forgot her name. Oh,
it don't matter.
Tatiana.
She's been around for a while.
She's thicker than a snicker.
That's all.
That's Love Dorsey.
Yeah, Love Dorsey. Yes, sir.
What up, Teddy P?
So,
like
what we supposed to have took what the fuck she said as some
She's just saying what's been said a million times.
You just said what we said tonight. Just with that.
This is the thing, though. This is the thing, and I'm gonna have some counsel. We gonna have to counsel my brother BMU. Because after that goddamn robot shit, me and you gonna have to have some counsel.
Man, listen to me, bro. When Elon Musk, did you see the robot Elon Musk got at his house right now? He wake up every morning, kiss her in the mouth.
Fuck him and fuck the robot. Fuck him and the robot.
I got it right here.
Listen, I'm telling you, I'm tired as a goddamn black man.
The robot in the mouth.
He wake up in the morning. She's in the kitchen. She hands him his breakfast. He kisses her on the lips.
Coach Ferg, we fight. You see, it's hard being a black man, man. We fighting that. Fuck all this shit. Move everybody out the way and just start doing some goddamn destruction.
Now I will tell y'all this: Will Smith went over to Elon's house, sat down with the robot, and tried to hit on the robot. Tried to talk to the robot, like, "Hey, baby, you look so beautiful." He said, "Thank you for the compliment." And he's like, "Yeah." He said, "Can I kiss you?" She said, "Absolutely not." She said, "I am with Elon. I am not with Will Smith. I do love your movies, though."
How can we program that?
Move out the way, Elon. Move out the way,
program that into what we got going on over here, man?
We've been fighting, man. Listen,
what program is that?
Black men, we are getting ready. Let me tell y'all.
Coming Windows or Mac. Right. I need to know.
We are about to be on the top of the totem pole right now because we the only ones that's sitting here that's seeing this shit. It's not, and I ain't gonna just say just black men in America. I think men in America, we gonna be on top of this shit when it all starts to destroy one another. Elon Musk got to go. All these motherfuckers is doing all this this goddamn evil ass AI shit and this robot shit. They got everybody move out the way. Get the fuck out the way because we about to start destroying this shit.
Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way.
Move out the way, Eli. No. Stay right there. No, stay right there, Eli. You and her gotta go. Y'all gotta go.
Robot.
Get the fuck out of here. Rose. I want humans. I don't want anything that's a replica of a human.
BBL Rosa.
Yeah, look at that shit.
R-Pain.
He's a weirdo. He's a fucking weirdo. That's a fucking weirdo.
Crazy. Oh, he's in charge of Doge? Shit, they should have used that during the campaign.
Y'all realize that's just AI, man.
You gotta turn your camera on, Ron, man.
It is, but our pain smiling too goddamn hard. And we don't
Ron, Mac, I see you in the back, bro. You gotta turn your camera on, bro.
We don't care. Our pain, you have a pass, brother, because you got 3 Christmases left.
God damn.
JT are killing Christmases.
Damn. Wow, JT. You're numbering everybody's days.
So Braxton, how old are you, Braxton? How old are you, Braxton?
If I only got 3 Christmases
say what BMU, sir?
How old are you?
No, a lot of people don't believe me whenever they ask me, but I'm 31.
Yeah, you got
so you're in the
15 and a half Christmases left.
So you're gonna go ahead and get one of the robots?
Nah, not thinking about it really.
You lying, man.
You got financing, man.
Are you intrigued by one?
Intrigued by a robot?
Yeah.
Well, I don't get too intrigued by something that carries a scent of motor oil and fluid.
Oh no!
Really?
Frankincense and myrrh.
There you go. There you go, Braxton.
Ain't run on BBL juice, man.
These niggas on drugs. Listen, man. I don't care what JT say. He come home. If JT come home and that fucking house cleaned up, spotless, mop, swept, food cooked, bath water ran, he ain't finna get rid of this fucking robot. I don't care what you say.
If she try to fuck me, I'm telling her it's over with. It's a done deal.
Y'all
My
break up.
word is in effect.
When
I
that
swear
liquor
to
hit
God.
your ass, when you on that liquor, and you
Yeah.
come home, you can be like, give me some of this, give me some of this silicone pussy.
After the BMU show late night on Friday night.
Nope.
Black man.
I ain't hitting shit.
You
I'm going
remember,
to sleep.
Black man, you remember on what Coming to America when Jeffrey Joff was like, do you sleep with your bathers? I know I do.
I know I do.
That's gonna be, you gonna be calling, hey man.
Because they human. I sleep with the bathers. I'm not sleeping with no goddamn robot. This
Hold on, JT. Hold on,
JT.
JT. When that robot get up, she gonna self clean, get on the charger. When that female get up, she gonna be like, JT, where my $500 at? Where my $200 at?
I fuck with it. I like the struggle. I love the human struggle. Fuck that.
Struggle,
I like the human struggle.
Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy?
I come from a generation where you had to work for the shit that you get. Fuck all that shit. I'm not fucking with that goddamn robot. I shoot her ass. I shoot the shit out of her.
You know, I have to respect JT for that, man. At least you kept it 20.
Ron, what's up, man?
And throw it in the back. At least you kept it gangster, man. I appreciate that.
What's up, Ron?
I get a hoe before all that other shit.
Yo, what it do?
What's up?
Yeah, man, my camera dead right now, so that's the only reason why I ain't what's the name. But it's gonna be situated in a second. But yo, I was just listening to y'all talking about the robots and all that, right?
Yeah.
So how about one eye? You know, they don't need two eyes. Even though they have two eyes, they don't need two eyes. They only have one eye. The second eye, you know, like a robot eye. You know how we got two eyes as humans? We need both of them.
Yeah.
So apparently, one of them is a camera. One eye is a camera, and the other one is a radio signal. So now AI taught itself. AI did this by itself, and I want y'all to really understand this and listen to this. AI taught itself to use radio signals to actually know if a person is right there. So now, like just last week, I just went to my Xfinity account, my internet account, and it told me like, you know, you can utilize your thermostat for like motion sensor, my thermostat, my Alexa, my all of my electronics that I got in my house. I can pretty much use those to know if somebody's even in my house. Motion sensor, and that is something that is beyond belief because the AI actually taught itself that.
Yeah.
Man, listen, Ron, do you know that they can actually look through walls using your Wi-Fi signal? Did you know that?
That's exactly what I just said, JT.
No, that was lost. That was lost.
Yeah.
They can probably probably gain access to your bank accounts too.
No, those are two different things.
Well, it's still a radio. It's still a radio signal.
No, I'm just talking about just the router itself. I'm not talking about point-to-point connection. You know what I'm saying? From one device to the next. No. That ain't what I'm saying.
No. I understand exactly what you mean. You just like you said, your actual router. That's why I'm saying even my thermostat have the capabilities to even do that through the wall and all and know exactly. Yes, I'm telling you.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What you're talking about is connecting using an IP address. I'm talking about with just the signal itself. Say, for instance, you can have all dumb items in the house, everything analog. If the only thing in your house that's wireless is your wireless router, not even connected to your computer,
right?
It's actually connected into the electrical signals of your house. Well, they scan through it and they can see all the human
bodies in the house. Yeah, that's basically what I was trying to describe, because the radio signal can pick up a human body through anything. And now it's not even just like you say, Wi-Fi. It's actually all different devices that don't have cameras on them, y'all.
Right.
Alexa doesn't have a camera.
So okay, Alexa, hold on. I was getting to that. Y'all see Ring? Let me show you. Ring has just released the first flying camera, so it flies around your house.
That's old. Amazon been had that.
Right.
What you mean?
They've been had it. And they had some malfunctions with the first group of them.
Yeah.
So they re-released them. Now this motherfucker gonna fly around your house. And hearing the noise, that bitch gonna come up out the console.
In the room looking.
Yep, in every room looking. Now, what happens when somebody hacks into your shit and flying around your shit just see where y'all at so they can break in your shit?
Yeah, but also regardless of that, I'm not even worrying about regular people no more at this point. I'm worried about like what the AI can actually figure out and do, what kind of problem solving it can like. Yo, this is not cool, bro. Like this is basically Terminator
Hey
in
man,
the
boy,
Matrix movie coming to life for real. We in the
bro,
beginning stages of it.
AI is a motherfucker. Because at my job, you have to stay within you have to stay all your tests have to be done, you have to redo it.
Right. Compliance.
Compliant. There you go. That's the word I was looking for. You got to stay compliant. So I'm sitting up there doing. I say, you know what? What is that AI? Oh shit! I hit the AI button. I said, what are the laws that affect the business when significant amount of money is lost? If you're referring to the bank's policies and procedures, the answer would be this. And it gave me the answer. I said, oh yeah, I'm done. Just testing 5 minutes. Thank you, AI. I sure appreciate you, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to tell you.
Yeah.
I tell you, JT. Shit.
Yeah.
AI is a motherfucker.
And did anybody else know that they're also making they're also making different types of machines to go after black people?
What? After black people? They got racist robots?
Yes, they are making some country in the Middle East, some Middle Eastern country, and I forgot which one, but that country, it either already has one or they're in the process of making one. And as for those robot dogs, they also have flamethrowers installed in them too. Now, yes. So now imagine if one or the other goes after a black person as his program too.
Who did I see that on? Somebody had a little robot dog, had a flamethrower. I want to say it was I Show Speed. Somebody. I can't remember who it was, but the robot dogs now, they got flamethrowers. They got flames coming out of their mouth, man.
But people that say they don't want AI, I bet JT phone got AI on it. He probably don't even know.
He got it.
I mean, it ain't about if you want it or not. It's about
whether you want it or not. Right.
Whether you want it or not, you got it already.
Right. And when your phone needs an update, if you update that motherfucker, it would affect the software of the phone. So in that update, it could be anything being installed through that update. Updates to the AI, updates to everything. That's why I be telling JT to my fuck that, move out the way. Well, shoot your phone. Because your phone, I definitely believe, I'll guarantee you 1,000%.
They're always on. The phone's listening to you. All that shit's true.
Oh, man. Yeah. Me and you right now can be talking about, I want a Jeep Wrangler. When I get off this bitch, I'm going to scroll up. Jeep Wrangler going to be right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, the cool part about it is what people don't realize is that they think that is actually connected through the web. Sometimes your phone has its own algorithm. I got 2 separate phones and I got 2 separate algorithms. You know what I'm saying? One looks at one thing and another looks at something totally different. If I pull up Instagram on one phone, it's going to give me a totally different thing on another. You know what I'm saying? Because it's localized to that particular device. And then you got some AI that's connected through your browser using your browser history. That's the reason why it's able to show you that same stuff that you looked at from one device to the next.
Well, all I can tell you guys is make sure y'all do some research and find some AI stock. The companies
I already got it, man.
Hey, the wifey was telling me they have something called, oh my God. I just looked at it. It's called Angel Eyes or fucking something. But it's AI for kids. And you're able to tap into your kid's front camera on their phone, as well as what was the other one? Oh, if they any keyword. So say for instance, my son wrote down bitch, kill a nigga, fuck you, hoe. Right? It's gonna screen record him during the entire conversation. And when he stops, it's gonna automatically send it to my wife's phone and she'll see everything that he typed, who he typed it to. I think it's called Angel Eyes or some shit like that. It's Angel Eyes or some shit.
Here's the thing. You know, they got a new Windows version that comes out. And it actually records your whole entire screen. So if something happened to your computer, you can pick up right where you left off from. It takes screenshots of your computer.
So whether you want it or not.
Whether you like it or not.
Whether you like it or not. Because Lost in Translation talked me into this Apple Mini, which I love it.
Thank you.
This Mac Mini is
Mac Mini is amazing, bro.
Oh my God. You ain't got to worry about that motherfucker loading. Once you turn it on, it's on.
Man, it come on. It cut straight on too.
Oh, I love it.
I told you. You should have been at it.
I recommend everybody go get them motherfuckers.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a
Shit,
great
at first,
commercial.
I was hesitant at first.
Why?
I was like, because I don't fuck with Apple like that. You know what I'm saying? I'll be deep diving on Apple. I mean, I was like, God damn, because I knew Apple. I knew Steve Jobs was the guy that says he chose the apple as a representation of the fruit of biting from it and getting the knowledge of God, right?
Right.
And his first product, the first Apple computer, sold for $666.
That was a lot of money back in the day.
But that's weird. 666.
Hey! I thought I was the only one caught that.
Eve, don't bite the apple.
Come on.
He playing around too much, man.
Yeah,
Man, not
Steve,
even want my damn iPhone no more.
I mean, just like I'm telling you, bro. It's like Monster Energy drink. All this shit. If you just pay attention, bro.
Yeah.
Like Santa Claus.
I believe certain things are coincidental, but Apple, that's blatant. That's like right in my face. I ain't gonna lie. That's great disrespect.
Bro, did you know that bro? I was watching something the other day, man, and I almost just say a little bit of it because y'all have to see the video, bro. The symbols that they use for pedophilia and child pornography.
Yeah.
And the symbols that they use in those communities that people saying, minor loving, whatever.
Yeah.
They got
Bro,
symbols.
if you go watch The Lion King, go watch Mulan, go watch all these, the symbols are in their fucking clothes, it's in their hats, it's on their fucking. I'm like, God damn, it's right in front of everybody. Like you can see this shit.
What's some of the symbols though, bro?
When you see the that purple, yellow, green flag, it's close to the LGBT flag. So just look it up. Only thing you got to do is Google it. Google the flag for the P. You know what I'm saying?
They got
just
a flag,
type it out.
bro?
Yeah, they've been having a flag for over 20 years, man. Come on, man. And it'd be in those, just what BMU was just saying. You would see them in a lot of these movies and things like that. It's weird to us, but man, this shit has been in front of us all this time. It's just to the point where what we see right now is at a point where you got to do something about it.
I mean, but now it's at the point where it's too late. They already built the robots.
Listen. As we old people, man. I'm talking
buy
about
one
human
right
beings.
now.
Human beings are old people. What people were saying in the present, and this is throughout time, it ended up coming to fruition. We keep looking because I don't know when they came up with this word called conspiracy theory or theorist.
FBI made it up.
Right. So when they started using that word, it put a bad connotation on it. And it was to get rid of the things that were going through the doctrines that actually can give you some type of morals and values in like Bibles and in the Quran, Torah. All these different things are the instructions. But when you start having words like conspiracy theorists, because you have people that'll sit back and say, listening from what history is and looking at things in the present, I can find out what's going to happen in the future. And people say, you going crazy, you weird. And the majority of people would do that type of shit. This is the reason why we in the space we in right now. But you can see it now, can't you? You can see it right now. We can sit back and say that shit is about to happen right now. Can't nobody call you a conspiracy theorist because by the time they fix their mouth to say it, it's already happening.
True. Yep.
This is where we at. Do something about it. What you gonna do? That's basically what it is. Who gonna check me, boo? What you gonna do about it? What'd you say, bro?
First robot.
Oh yeah. Hey JT, what kind of phone do you have?
I got the same phone you got, nigga. You already know. AI,
bro. AI.
All of it is. But at some point, we're going to have to say, how we do it, Coach Ferg? We're going to tell everybody, move out the way. Get out the way.
Man, y'all want to be honest, man. Artificial intelligence been around for forever, man. Before AI.
It's a
People have been
process.
artificially intelligent this whole.
It's a process.
The dumbed down version.
It's a process. It's always been. Yeah, it's always been a process. Think about this. That's why history is very important. Understand the CD. When motherfuckers started using the CD, how long has it been before the shit was in existence already?
About 20 years.
Yes, before everybody started using it.
By the time it's got mainstream, they had about 10 good years, and that was it.
That was it.
Yep.
The PCs we working on right now. Let me tell you something. If your shit is over 6 months old, if your PC is over 6 months old, that shit old as shit. That shit is an old ass piece of, but it's a piece of junk compared to what they got now.
A nigga at my job gonna tell me, hey man, I got a laptop, man. I bought it. I really wanted it, man. You know, I used it a couple of times. I hadn't turned it on in a couple of years, man. I need to get that thing turned on and get back to it. I said that shit is done.
Man,
that's a fucking paperweight. Get that shit, throw that shit out the window. That shit is trash.
Put that bitch on a T. Put that bitch on a T and get your swing together.
Yeah, that shit's gone.
Black man, you can buy it from it. It's got 4 gigs of RAM.
No. I got the M4 chip over here. I got the M4 chip over here though. And it's Mac Mini.
Hey, no, you still got
silicone in here.
You still got people got PCs that they still working on. They got 574 megabytes. What the fuck is that shit?
That's what I tried to tell Black David.
That shit is bullshit.
How old is that computer, Black David? Hey, Dad, I really love it.
I got it in 2000.
2001. What? What?
I got it in 2000.
2000.
I built it from scratch with my Nigerian hands.
Shit, he told me I put a carburetor on the motherfucker.
It has monkey brakes on the back.
Let me tell you how crazy shit is. In my work, right? I have to put fucking data on shit, right? You know what I'm still using to put data on shit? A goddamn CD.
Oh, I thought you was gonna say floppy disk or something.
Yeah.
Ain't no way, bro.
The floppy
shit,
disk,
CD and floppy disk on the same level right now.
Name a computer right now that you can use that have a floppy disk.
Hell no, they used to have that shit in laptops.
Right.
Used to be in laptops too. Shit.
Just to give you some sense of how old I am and how old our pain really is, I went to school to be
our pain finna cuss you out.
Right. I went to school. Let me
He
tell you.
winding up. You mention his name. It's his time to talk.
I went to school to be a word processor. That's how old I am.
Yes, sir. That's way back in the day.
I was a human pentium.
That job done.
Nowadays we pick our own girls.
That job was done 6 months after they would start hiring people. They hired them and then they fired them. You dig what I'm saying? This is what the world is, y'all. This motherfucker. Listen, hold on, Mac. How old are you?
My bad, I was muted. I'm 36, bro.
Yeah, you only got 15.5 Christmases left.
I'm telling you.
Oh, all your Christmas.
So the last Christmas gonna be half a day.
It's gonna be half a day. No, the only reason why I'm saying the shit that I'm saying like that, man, is because people keep fucking off their goddamn life. And if you fucking off your life by yourself, okay, cool. But when you got children and you fucking off your life and they're seeing you fucking off your life, only thing that you're doing is telling them that it's okay for them to fuck their life off. That's the only reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Life is just it's not promised to us. We should live our life the way that we see it. It's not promised. Every day is a day that we should be thankful and be able to pray to the Almighty that we are still here and we can make a difference, guess what, y'all, for someone else. If we keep trying to do this shit for ourselves, by ourselves, this shit is not gonna ever work. It's only teaching other people to be individuals. And the thing is that damn dying by yourself, I gives a fuck. When I die, okay, it is what it is. It's over. But when I'm living here by myself, how hard is it to make a difference? It's very hard.
Now, R-Pain, put your glasses on now. I need you to see this. Anybody else that got glasses, put them on, blind motherfucker. All right. Let me play this video. I want y'all to pay close attention, okay? Here we go.
Do you have any other children?
Thoughts, concerns?
Yeah. They found, when people found out what...
Oh, you muted, R-Pain, you muted.
I said, if that's Disney, right? Disney has been the propaganda machine for all this shit for years, man. For a lot of years. I forgot, whoever came in as the CEO to change it, just like they're going to get blown out with this Lion King and all that.
Yeah, that's going to make a lot of money.
I'm not surprised that Disney is that. I mean, they even went against the government of the state of Florida, and they really blew it by the transgender stuff.
Now I will say this, bro. Speaking of that, since you brought it up, R-Pain, I'm gonna say this and let y'all cook. This new fucking Lion King, bro, it's gonna change. My daughter said it's gonna change your whole perspective on the relationship between Scar and Mufasa.
Yes. Because Scar was the motherfucker that was actually the motherfucker that was actually the savior.
Mufasa is
was
an
the
orphan.
motherfucker.
Orphan.
Yes.
They
He's a
found him in the
fucking
middle
orphan.
of a field with no family.
And he's the Lion King.
And they made him the king. And it wasn't his bloodline. It wasn't his and Scar was right in Lion King.
Scar was right. He
said, how
wrong
your
and
son
flipped.
gonna be the next king and you the king and you motherfuckers not even part of the royal bloodline.
Come on, man.
Shit,
It changes
hey,
that.
shit.
Now, those symbols that we were seeing, right? They actually has to put those symbols out and make it more different. Remember what the symbols used to be. Hot dogs and pizza. That's what it was.
Well, that's the catchphrases. Because that's how they used to order. Can I have 2 pizzas? Can I have 2 hot dogs?
Can I have 2 hot dogs?
Right.
And so, but this is the point. People were making that seem as if when people were breaking those codes that they were conspiracy theorists and that shit ain't real. We ain't talking about that. That's bullshit. They laughed them off, dismissed them. Look where we at now. Look where the fuck we at
Do
now.
you see the symbolism in the movies, bro?
Yes, sir. What up, boy?
But here's the crazy part, though.
Don't that nigga look like he my family? I swear to God, he my family, man. That nigga look like he my goddamn. He could be. Well, he can't be my brother. You too young for that.
Why not, JT? You gotta be a big brother, man. You never know, man.
How old you is, JT?
52. I'm 52.
52. Oh man, nigga, you can be my brother.
But
brothers in their 50s.
Oh yeah.
I'm 36 now.
You and your brother. I was like, I guarantee we family. We gonna figure it out though.
What you say?
Where you at? You in Tennessee?
Nah, I'm in Atlanta.
Okay, I'm saying where you from.
Oh, I'm from Carolina.
Okay. All right, still same thing.
So what you think about the video, brother?
You know, it's crazy that the symbols have meaning, you know, and the fact that this is part of the language. It's a hidden language, but it's a language.
Yep.
And when it's revealed in this capacity, I think it's just symbolizes what they do anyway in our face. It's like they slap us in the face and pee on us and say, okay, you know what I'm saying? But
if you look at the Disney logo has 3 6s in it. It's 666 going across the top of it.
Yeah, see, people don't pay attention to it.
People don't pay attention to it.
You know, they present to you like, oh, it's a joyful, everybody's accepted type of world.
Absolutely.
But I just hate when I see the spotlight was put on the brother's helmet and shit. Them little ugly ass white boys, they the one that's living the life in the secrecy. Take it, don't be showing his helmet. Why he got to have on the helmet?
If you think about it, go back to you and our pain day. Y'all remember Pinocchio, right?
I'm old school.
Pinocchio was a wooden little boy who turned into a real little boy. He was kidnapped by a few men and some other little boys. Where did they take him?
To the old man?
To the island. What was the name of the island?
Oh,
Pleasure Island.
Pleasure Island.
Pleasure Island. That's sex trafficking. Moving little boys, kidnapping them, and taking them to a grown ass man and selling them to a grown ass man. That's sex trafficking right there, right in Disney movies, bro.
Pretty
right in the fucking Disney movie.
I like the original Pinocchio because it spoke about the pineal gland, you know.
Yeah.
Pinocchio.
And my son put me up on game too. He say, Daddy. He say, man, I think that they got the story of Peter Pan backwards. I say, why? Talk to me. He say, Dad, if you pay attention to the movie, go watch it. Pay attention to the movie. The whole time, Captain Hook was trying to get Peter Pan and Tinkerbell. He ain't never tried to mess with them kids. You ain't see him trying to fight the kids, kick them off the boat, nothing. He said he think that Captain Hook was trying to save the kids from pedophiles. Now my son said, now Daddy, I did the same thing y'all doing laughing. He said, Daddy, if you really think about it, look at Peter Pan. He a grown man in tight clothes, dancing around and twinkling around and dancing like a female.
Dancing around and twinkling around.
I'm laughing because I've always heard, now this is some funny shit. I remember, and this is in the 80s and the 70s and the 80s. And I remember one of my uncles sit back and said, no, actually, Captain Hook is the hero. And I remember everybody laughing at him when he said it. He was like, Captain Hook, this 70s, 80s, understand that. My uncle right now, he's Hebrew Israelite or something. He done changed from one generation, one damn thing to the next. But he's a hero. Yeah. One thing he ain't a Christian, but he used to be. He used to be. And the thing is that he learned as he go. Because my uncle is damn near 70. I mean, he might be 70 now. He don't look it. The motherfucker look like he in his 50s and 60s. But when I heard him say that, he's, you got one of those brothers that's always been looking for the truth. So he was one of them. He was the one that said it. And at that time that he said it, I think he probably was about in his 20s. He said, nah, actually, Captain Hook is he's the goddamn savior.
I mean, if you think about it,
he said it.
If you think about it, though, Peter Pan do go into the room at night and
go into the room at night, mess with the kids while they sleep. Come on, take them to Neverland, like you're never gonna get back to right on that fucking
I never watched that old type.
I'm trying to tell you,
right?
I ain't never watched that shit.
And that's what fucked Michael Jackson up when he had Neverland and he was calling himself Peter Pan.
Hey,
that's what fucked him up. That's what fucked it.
Even though I love Michael Jackson music, bro. But what you're saying may be correct because these type of people with that type of influence or money or funds, they have access to a certain amount of information. You know what I mean? So maybe he did know something about that. Maybe.
So
who knows?
One of the things that you have to look at is that they understand where innocence is in an abundance. It's in the kids. Innocence is in abundance.
JT, you preaching, boy. Because just today I saw a video about Santa Claus. And you see the red jacket he wear with the white sleeves with the black belt? If you go back and look at the books and the text in the books, and they show you the pictures of the outfits that all the people wore back in the day, the Luciferian, the people that was worshipers of Satan, wore those jackets. They got them in it, like this here with the square, with the little triangle or whatever. And they got all red on, big buckle, black belts with the fur around their fucking arm. I say that's Santa Claus, ain't it?
And his name is Santa.
So hold on, now mix that up. Now move a couple of letters, and what is it?
Exactly, and then also,
jeez, come on now, yeah, come on now, and that's why today I seen a movie today. What's the dude name that's from School of Rock?
Jack Black.
Jack Black got a new movie out. My son came and hit me across the head. I thought I was going to beat his ass. He hit me hard in the bed. He said, "Daddy," I said, "What you need, son?" He said, "Daddy, it's a new movie out. I told you Santa Claus is part of the devil." I said, "Why?" He said, "Jack Black got a movie out and they show Jack Black playing Santa Claus, but he's really Satan." I said, "I know you motherfucking lying." I looked, I said, "Oh, he right. He right again." My son be on it, boy. My son be on it, boy.
Now we cooking right now. When was Jesus supposed to be born?
Does anybody even know the founder of the Church of Satan?
Listen, don't do that.
I'm just saying.
I'm with you.
I just had this conversation yesterday.
They say December the 25th is when Jesus was born, but the Bible says that the Bible says that the fields were yearning with gold and leaves were blowing, meaning that's not winter, that's fall. So Jesus was not born in December. He was born in
wait.
That's what I heard. I heard that his birthday is actually around the month of April or something.
Yeah, exactly.
March, y'all.
March. Yeah, go ahead.
Marching into the new year. For one, that's just something I threw in there. That's why I made up. I made up marching into the new year, right? And also look at the. Oh, my bad, JT.
No, go ahead.
But also look at the actual names of our months and the time. Why is October the 10th month?
October.
Oct is 8.
Yep.
Oh, let's go back.
Oct's supposed to be August.
September 7. October 8.
Yeah, 8.
Yep.
November 9.
Yeah.
December Dec. What's a decagon? 10 sides. Dec. December 10.
Yep.
And then you got January, February 11, 12.
Yeah.
March. Spring comes. Think about the cycle of the actual year, right?
Yeah.
You got spring, winter, fall.
We cooking with good grease right now.
Spring, winter, fall, and
autumn,
and summer.
And summer.
You know what I mean?
Autumn is fall. So yeah.
So if you look at the world and the way it transitions into the new year, like wouldn't it look like the world is dying and then renews itself?
Yes.
At a certain time, which is around March, when it springs back into what it needs to be, and then it's in the middle. Then we go back to the summer, and then it starts. The fall starts to come, and then what's the thing that you always hear in these older movies? Winter is coming. Winter is coming. Why is the biggest holiday during winter? Hey man, I don't know nothing. I'm just bouncing this stuff off of between y'all.
So it's with my mother. She asked me. It was so funny how she did it. She say, I just was talking to my brother, the brother I was just telling y'all about, her brother that they were just talking about, and he told me. She said, was Jesus wasn't born on Christmas? And I, casually just told her no. She said, what? So I said a little bit of stuff that I was, a little stuff that I've learned, and I said something to her, and this is kind of like in passing, but she say, I need to sit back a little more because, like I said, that was her brother. He was a twin too, and he was the brother that always went against all the shit that he was taught, and he just when he got older, he just learned that it wasn't what he's seen it as. So he was that brother. So when I was saying it, she said, he said exactly the same thing that you was saying. Now she know we don't talk to each other like every day. We on two different sides of the damn United States. So when I said it, it was just funny because, again, this is why I say the things that I say but it's through observation. I'm talking to somebody that's before me and that I'm because of, and then I get to talk to somebody that's because of me and that's out here living life, my children, right? And I
Well,
understand.
gentlemen, I'm getting ready to split, man. I see you guys. I'm
All
old.
right, man.
I gotta
Hey,
get it.
be easy, RP, man. We'll see you later, brother.
Later.
You better.
So when I see, like, when we get to talking and I tell y'all, I'm like, nah, these motherfuckers don't really know shit. I'm not saying it just because I'm trying to be derogatory towards, the younger generation. It's because I'm hearing them talk, and then when I get here and I can gather all my shit, I come to y'all and I be like, of course, it's a platform that I'm talking on. And I say shit that's raw, that's like, these motherfuckers don't know shit. But I'm not the one that's sitting back. I'm not that dude that sit back and be like, I'm just gonna leave them to their own devices because I care. But when I get all the things that I observe and I can come and I can sum it up, it goes to the point where I'm like, damn, I look at the generation before me, I look at the generations after me, and I say, well, god damn, we have a big deficit right now because we're not connected like we used to be connected. That's always been my point. When we talk about something like this, and this is kind of crazy how this organically came to this thing of Christmas, which will be next Wednesday. We have to take it to a point where if we're going to say, fuck that, I'm going to use it as me being with my family and, do whatever we do. And not this crazy ass shit that they got it to for decades where we go out and buy fucking gifts and do all the dumb ass shit we do. And then after the goddamn holiday is over with, now we struggling, right? We got to start investing in each other's intelligence because this is the only way that we can survive this thing called the world. And it's a beautiful and fucked up thing at the same goddamn time. There's no way that you can tell me, folks, that this shit can't be two or multiple things at one goddamn time. The world is fucked up, but it's a beautiful thing at the same goddamn time.
Absolutely.
Bittersweet.
It's wild.
Well, winners. You're gonna have winners and losers, bro, in life. That's just really what it boils down to. Like, everybody not gonna win.
But the thing is this, okay, just based on what you said, Ron Mac, yeah, everybody ain't gonna win. But the problem, I think, again, I just speak for, me having a lot of time working with young men. We act like we need to win life the first 5 years where we trying to be man. Oh, you ain't won by this. No. Think about life, man. It's a marathon. We motherfucker, just think about it. If most of us would have won $5 million at age 20, we'd just partied and spent it up on bullshit.
Man, 20.
And now, as you're getting closer to 40, I think this is why I think, JT, from the disconnect when we came out of school to now, how it can accelerate to a better space. Because now, Ron Max in another state, you in another state, Braxton, BMU, you're looking at now information can pass coast to coast in real time. I think that's the equalizer for brothers.
Yeah.
See, now that the elections passed, the women are in panic mode. This is why, I believe if most brothers, 25, 35, 45, would spend 3 to 5 years right now to focusing on their emotional well-being, their physical well-being, make sure they get their skills, whether it's technology within the computer system. YouTube is a great opportunity, but outside, everybody's not good at relaying information, so you still have to develop those hand skills, because you still have to compete against other men in the world.
Yeah.
Not just brothers. You got to compete against other men in the world. And everybody knows the United States is the melting pot for men to come and change their life. And you can't look at 25 and say, this is where I'm going to be at 35. It may not happen at 35, but you can continue to strive to be that. It may not happen at 45. It might happen at 48. You know what I'm saying? Things happen when it's time, but also I believe just based on, you know, my own experience and working with a lot of young men and young women, the LGBTQ women on drugs, that you have to be willing to sacrifice a portion of your life to learn the necessary skills. And that can, again, it's so many opportunities. Like to me, just in like there's women that are barbers, right? And we buy a whole lot of ragged ass clothes and shit. Why don't we just take some of that shit apart and even man and sew that shit back together, make some new fashion for us? It's so many little things that we can do now that really, when our grandparents, when they were doing it, they was just doing it to make sure that it was an added resource to the family. Now everybody looked to have somebody else work on them, but it's not working on your future though. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want to have this pampered lifestyle, and for a brother, that shit never flies. You can't live in America expecting anybody to give you something. Nobody owes you nothing. Nothing. The only person that owe you something is your mama and your daddy, and they done gave you life. And on one side, you can say daddy ain't shit, but okay, he should have put your ass on the couch. He shouldn't even came on. He should have squirted you over in the bleachers or somewhere, wherever he was getting it. But as far as the women, they have to be willing to allow the boy to transition to a man. We seeing boys staying feminine too long. And that's the problem. And it just comes with allowing the balance to take place. Even though he's a shitty boyfriend, he cheated on you with your best girlfriend because she was freaky anyway, the one. Allow him to be a father. And if he ain't, let the child develop it, and it won't fuck up the child's psyche. At least the child will know my daddy ain't shit, so let me be different from him. Don't make excuse. When I see dudes got to 38, you done survived the worst of shit, but you still got a problem why you can't make it better. Because you're thinking about the shit that already happened. You got to create new shit so your mind can switch a light switch on so you can compete against the world, man. Stop trying to compete against black people. You'll always be broke competing against niggas.
Say it again.
Against the world, for real.
Yeah, because you everybody is connected. That's the thing. That when I look at it, Ferg, this is where, like what you were just saying, right? When we're talking about this whole thing of living life, understand there has been not one of us that had a choice to be here. But you're, like Sidney Poitier said, but you're here, right? You're here. You didn't have nothing to do with being here, but the responsibility is on you to make sure that your life can be as conducive to the, guess what, y'all? Next life. This is not about you. This is where we don't get this whole concept at. It ain't been about you. When you came to fruition, it wasn't about you. It was about the next person. However, slow it down. When it comes down to me having you, it wasn't about me. It was about you. You having another child is not about you, it's about the child. Now, rearing, let's talk about that. When we rear our children, pause, we don't do that for the child themselves. We do it for our grandchildren, our unborn grandchildren. Now watch this. Not only them, but for our community. We ain't here for us. That don't make any fucking sense. We're here as servants. Because if that was the case, we would have had the choice to be here. The Almighty would have just said, let me talk to this person before I bring them in this fruition. Would you like to be there? And then they would tell us what our future is going to be and all that crazy ass shit. That don't even sound right, do it? What sounds right is this. You just appear. I'm here. Your eyes can't open, you can't focus. You just like, what the fuck is this shit, right? I was in some warm ass motherfucking what they used to call it, the womb. I was in a warm womb and I was in a fetal. I was in this position right here for 10 months. Mm-hmm. Now I'm out here and it's cold in a motherfucker. What the fuck? My eyes? What the hell is that? What is all this shit that's fucking with my senses? Right? This is what we did. We can't remember it. Each and every one of us came that way. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck, what's just happening. And as we start to grow, our mind starts to formulate. Now we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As we have these numbers, guess what our mind is doing? Growing, and it's taking in all this crazy ass shit. By the time we get to be 13 years old, 12 and 13, we start to get ornery.
14. Yeah, like you say, 14, you should already been then switched over by then.
Yeah, we orneries in a motherfucker right now. Oh, we got all kind of fucking problems now. Oh, shit.
Just creating problems for
yourself.
yourself.
No. We got problems because guess what? I'm my own person and I can this and
hold on,
and
JT. Hold on, JT. Let's go slow with this, though, JT.
No,
hold on.
Go. Listen, we're at the part of deserve. When we start getting to the point that I deserve something that I never worked for.
But that's an ideology, though. That's an
ideology that we all adopt. Now, in that ideology, we supposed to have some goddamn people that we look as our parents that would sit back and say, you can't have everything you desire. You don't deserve anything, nothing that you never worked for. You deserve everything this is the things, prospects. We have to have a perspective. Our perspective is being molded through all the information that we gathered from, again, we come out, we're innocent. That's the most innocent your ass gonna ever be is them goddamn years that you just came out that womb. 14 years old, you a motherfucking terror.
But that's not true, JT, because, I look at 14, I came from a 2-parent household at 14. So my terror was getting your ass on the football field, getting your ass on the basketball court, make sure you don't touch me. You ain't gonna put your hands on me. Wait a minute, JT.
That's you.
But wait a minute, no. Because even brothers that came from single parents, the parents understood the mission to the child. These motherfuckers came from 15 boys, 1 girl, and 1 mama, 4'2". Them motherfuckers making honor roll. So it's about the programming that's given to a lot of these.
Let me ask you a question then, Coach Furr.
A lot of these young people don't have the programming early, and it comes from that broken.
What do you disagree with what I just said then?
Because I guess I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying because you're speaking. I don't know. So I just like.
No, tell me what you disagree. You got to tell me what because you disagree.
But okay, so even with those things that you laid out, what men are facing, women are facing.
No. I'm talking about kids. We ain't even get to
about 14 years old. But here's the difference. Back when you were a kid and I was a kid, we were outside.
I ain't talking about
minding those things out. Today's youth are being isolated. And you cannot isolate the young mind. Everybody's in their own space, their own room. Even parents, they're in the room. We don't have those. It's just a difference.
I get that part.
It is. You're right.
I get that part. And what you're saying is I agree with you, but you told me that you disagree with me when I told you by the time you get from 0 age all the way up to 14, you feel that you're entitled.
No, but they don't. But again, it comes from the mindset that the parent is giving the kid because there's good 14-year-olds today who work very hard
Right.
They work very hard. They respectful.
Absolutely.
They mindful. And
So
they
what is
still
it
be,
that you
and
disagree
listen,
with what
we
I
call
said,
those
though?
type of guys
Well,
lames in our own community.
I
The
agree with what
family
you
let me
said,
see
but
if I
what
can
is it that you
simplify.
disagree
Let me
with
see
what
if
I
I can
said?
simplify. Let me see if I can simplify real quick. I just think what Uncle Trey is saying is not in absolutes. Like it's not everybody. It's not all 14-year-olds. That's how you.
Right.
But that's how you
I'm not
speaking.
saying that. Right.
That's the only thing I think
No,
he's disagreeing with.
Right. So what I'm saying is this. If you just let a kid just be a fucking kid, they gonna run amok, right? What it comes down to is exactly what you said, Coach Ferg. You have to have influence. All I'm saying is that from 0 to 14, we gather information. What we end up seeing is that about time they get to be 12, 13, these motherfuckers is a terror. And you have to be in your space as a parent. That's all I'm saying. As a parent, to be able to get them to go to a point that is conducive not only to their life, but the life that they're going to bring in too. I agree with everything that you said, and it's not an absolute. I never speak in absolutes.
So what you're
but I
saying?
do
So I
speak
can
in the
make sure.
majority.
So make sure I understand. As my child, anybody's child coming to that 12, 13, 14, the parent, me, I have to get out of my selfish mindset at that point and focus on the child, because we see when a boy turns 12, his scrotum sac separates from his body. Now his nuts are hanging. So it's a different mindset. He's looking at women different. He's taking on his peers different. He wants to fit in. He's trying to find his own identity. All that shit's going on. His feet done went from a size 7 to a size 12. His Johnson done grew 4 inches, but he ain't got that man telling him, wait a minute.
Yes.
Because what we've seen is a mindset of the female giving these guys like female colors. They like female fingernail polish. It's a whole lifestyle that's been implemented too early, that it's not child friendly. All
So
of that
let's
shit
go-
is adult friendly.
Right. So
Dope
let's go
boy
back to that.
friendly.
No, hold on.
Hood
Let's
rat
go.
friendly.
Right.
It's
So
not.
let's go back to what you, and I'm right there where you at. So let's go back. 0, 14, right? You just said it. Now imagine you being the first, this is your first time being a parent. As that child is growing, who else is growing? The parent.
Because no
There
matter
you
how
go.
old if your oldest child is however age, it's the first time you ever
It's the
had
first-
a child
so
that age.
There you go. So now the birth is being given in multiple ways. Let's talk about the 2 ways. That child physically and mentally, right? And you as a parent physically and mentally. You've never been a parent before. This is your learning. This is the birth of you also.
But that's no excuse though. That's
It's
no
not
excuse.
No, I'm not talking about excuses. I'm talking about how it goes. If that's your first child, the experience of being a parent, the birth of you becoming a parent is through that child. The only way that you can be a dad is because that child exists as a child, right? So in order for you to be a conducive dad, you have to get some work in. You got to put the work in. How do you do it? Through your child. So the birth of that child is also the birth of you being a parent. So you're going to learn. That's why if you are the oldest, now I know Rymac, you the second oldest, right?
Nah, I'm the youngest.
He the young out of all of them. And I met his older brother. Now this is the thing. Look at his older brother. You look at him. They can tell you the difference in the parenting. They had 2 different types of parents. We all do. So as a kid, we can see it from that aspect. Now, being a parent, you're gonna understand exactly. Now, I'm a child and I'm a parent. How that shit work? You learn it. I'm not. This is not a thing of. This is what I'm saying is, Coach Ferg, is that we have to be able to grow right in this world. One of the things that I keep telling people is that in order for you to build a conducive community, is that it starts man, woman, and then the children, but you also have nephews, nieces, you also have siblings, and you also have mother, father, all these different things. It conduces us to being the person that we end up being. Why? Because there's pressure. We got to make decisions, and sometimes the decisions is not going to be good decisions. They probably be sound decisions, but it's to mold each and every one of us. In order for you to be the man that you are right now, Coach Ferg, coach, father, husband, all these different things. The pressures of life is what you got it. The information that you was going from zero to now is where you come from. Most of us lose the things that you ended up getting. They don't ever have it. It ain't that. I ain't gonna even say I said they lost it. I correct myself. Some of them never even had it in their life.
But here's the thing. Before I get to everything about me being a man, and when I first came out, I was a son. That's the thing. If more young men got a chance to be a son, see, one of the
0 to 14 is what that was my whole point. That was my whole point of being 0 to 14. But what I'm saying, continue.
But what I'm saying, Joe, it's like if I could just take every male that come on YouTube and give a speech and put them in groups of 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds, right? And everybody has a story, and everybody can say, man, I went through this and da-da-da-da. I was in the streets. I did all this, right? And now at some point in your life, because see, it's unfortunate that you today have to get more information than we got it. They get that shit on the second, the millisecond. We get that shit on the hour. Now they get that shit on the click. Every click, right, has to count.
Real time, everything.
Right,
everything. All information right now.
And ain't no more hiding. Ain't no more hiding about Santa Claus. Motherfucker, fuck Santa Claus. I'm Santa Claus. Your daddy, Santa Claus. Your mama. See now, because see all the again, Cat Williams said everything gonna come out. So 25, ain't nobody got the time to be wasting living in a fairy tale land.
Facts.
So any brother, especially a young brother, you need to know the truth about everything as early as possible. But you have to speak about it too. You can't hold it in and worry about your feelings and worry about how others would think about you moving. As a man, you must be willing to move on your own. But move with information.
But let's stay where you were at as a son,
because
right?
they getting so much information, and this is what I'm saying. Brothers are skilled as fuck, right? They skilled as hell.
Hey, can I ask this question? Let me ask this question though, Coach Ferg, because I want to speak on that part right there where you say they're getting more information. Is that actually true?
Yeah.
Okay.
To me, I believe it is because you.
I can say this. Disagree. I can say
this. I can say this.
Go ahead, Ron.
They have way more access to information than we did.
So
we had to actually read.
Right. So access is different. This is my point. That's where I was getting ready to go. They have the access to information, but they don't have as much information in their brain as we had.
But that's not true, JT. That's not true. They have double, triple.
No, they don't.
They smarter than us, JT.
No.
They might not be wiser, JT.
Let me explain. No. I ain't talking about wisdom. We retained more information than they do. Let me explain it. Okay. Let me go. I'm gonna simplify this shit right here. How many numbers did you used to have in your mind, Coach Ferg, in 1988? How many phone numbers you had in your mind?
Maybe 10.
Maybe.
How many do you think the average person have in their mind right now?
They don't have to, JT, because you got to look at it like this, JT. They don't have to because they got access to thousands of numbers without even having to memorize none of that.
Listen to what you guys are saying. They have the access, but they don't use the information. Listen to what I'm saying. If you got in trouble, if you got in trouble in 1989, Coach Ferg, and you had to call somebody. Is it anybody that you can call right off the top of your head?
At that time, I would have been able to call my house phone.
Yeah.
That's the only number I was going to remember. Everybody did have phones.
And then ain't nobody answering that phone. Who can you call then?
Probably a neighbor, auntie, my girlfriend. They ain't
there. Who can you call?
Well, I would have.
You had
maybe
about
some
10
friends.
people, right?
Some friends. I'd have called some friends. I know they know.
Absolutely.
About 3 friends.
So now watch
friends,
this.
that's about it.
Right. You ask the average person, they probably have one number that they can remember. They don't have the information in their brain. They have access to information, but they don't have it in their brain. That means that they're not smarter. Watch this. Hold on. There are people right now that can't go in a radius of 10 miles away from themselves without using a Ryan Mac, what can they not use? If you tell a person not to use it in 10 miles, do you think the average person can go 10 miles out of their radius without using a GPS?
Yeah, I think we can.
The average person?
Yeah, because we
But you don't have
we didn't always have GPS.
Yeah.
But we don't have to.
Yeah, we don't have to. That's what I was about to say. This is my rebuttal right here, JT.
No,
Go ahead.
hold on.
Go ahead.
Remember, understand the argument. Access to information and having the information already within you. I ain't talking about the access, because what happens is when a computer go down, if your phone don't work, can you function?
Okay, hold on, JT. But I'm gonna tell you what I told my grandmother. It's the same thing can be for the old school too. I told my grandmama, when your TV, I said, Grandma, your TV is not going to be analog anymore. It's about to go digital. Oh, that'll never happen. 3 weeks later, she called me. My TV not working. What's wrong, Grandmama? She need to get. It's the same thing with the older people. They don't everything going electronic. They don't know how to log into a computer. They don't know how to log into a laptop. They don't know how to pay their bills online. Everything going online. They don't have no computer.
So, black man, how old is your grandma?
92.
Okay, so now watch this. I'm 52. I've already had that argument with they old asses. My mama is 74. And the thing is you're absolutely right. Because the argument that I'm having with the motherfuckers that's after me is the same argument I got with these old motherfuckers that sit back and think things are supposed to stay the same. Absolutely. Generation X.
But JT, what I'm saying is, I took my grandmama to the doctor. She said, "What a book it to sign in." I said, "Grandmama, they sign in with tablets now."
Absolutely.
What are you talking about? What sign in no more?
You talking about your grandma, your grandmother.
But JT is
your grandmother. No, hold on, Coach Ferg. His grandmother is 92. I'm 52. How many years is she older than me, black man?
Shit. 40?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. We ain't talking about their time. We ain't talking about their time.
But I'm saying they're dumbfounded. I'm saying what I'm saying is they without me at that appointment with her, she was like, "How do you use this thing?"
Absolutely. What I'm trying to tell you though is that this is the argument, black man.
Yeah.
They're saying that the later generations, is smarter. They're not. I've proven it time. Y'all said that they were smarter.
No, that ain't what we were saying. We was talking about
You said that they were smarter, Coach.
We were talking about the information that they detained. I said they're getting a lot more information than we got it in hourly time. They're getting that shit in milliseconds.
We are too. No, hold on. If we wasn't still living right now, I'm 52. I keep telling y'all, I'm 52. This ain't like my time is up. I'm 52 years old.
You ain't got for 2 more Christmases, nigga.
Let me tell you what I got. There you go. Let me tell you what I got in front of me right now. I got 4 fucking screens. I'm 52 years old now. I have 4 screens. I have a desktop, I got a MacBook, and I got some goddamn laptops and all kind of other shit. And I got a goddamn Mac, and not a Mac, but what do you call an iPhone? And I got this damn thing right here, a goddamn Android, right? I can work all this motherfucking shit. I got a car right now that I ain't got to put a key into right now, that all I got to do is go on this motherfucker and turn it on. That ain't shit. So they're not smarter than us. They have access to all the information. They have access to it. It's different than having the information.
But JT, name 10 motherfuckers that can do what you do. That's your age.
So this is the thing. That's my age. All of them. Every one of them. Every one of them. The ones that don't know how to do it, they ain't never learned how to do technology at all. I grew up with technology. First and foremost, I am a DJ. The first thing that I learned how to do is DJ off of what Coach Ferg, what did we used to spin? Records. There you go. Records. Guess what I also ended up doing? I transferred into CDs. And then after CDs was gone, guess what I do now? I got some shit like this right here. I can show you. Where that motherfucker at?
JT.
Yeah, I got
turntable right now. I got nothing but hard drives all around me. I got a brand new one right here.
Yeah, I just got me a new hard drive.
8 terabytes of shit. I got a 4 terabyte. I got an 8 terabyte. This little motherfucker. Look at that.
That 4. Yeah.
I got another one that ain't even a fucking terabyte. This motherfucker, my very first one that I've ever purchased myself. This motherfucker is 500. That's it. I'm out cold when it come down to this technology because I grew up with it. That's not the point. I am not as smart as I used to be when it came down to terrain. I used to can drive from here to Texas. I look at a map one time, I make my little point, I know all the motherfucking freeways that I need to go, or highways that I need to hit. By just looking at the map one time. I sit there and look at it, and if I look at it again. Now that I have a fucking GPS, guess what I don't know? Where the fuck I'm going?
I
is
okay,
ride that motherfucker.
JT, I understand that, right?
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is if we didn't have GPS, trust me, you'll figure your way around. You know what I mean?
You didn't have GPS, and I figured my way around. Exactly. I used to drive all the goddamn time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right now, if we ran out, if GPS was gone and it was obsolete, we'll figure it out.
Everybody,
you know that's why we humans, we adapt to whatever's going on. You feel me? That's why we can go through certain temperatures and things of that nature, like through history, and still be able to survive. Right? When it comes to what you're saying, I do understand what you're saying. Like. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is some of that junk don't really matter. If we can minimize the amount of time that we put into certain things, we can get further that way, right? That's why we got it. We built the world like this. We wanted the world to be automated so we don't have to really do too much or nothing. You know what I mean? We don't want to work. Nobody wants to work. Well, I enjoy working. For what I do, for what I do, you know what I mean? It's not really work. It's I'm having fun. I'm just getting paid. I'm like, these folks is tripping. I feel like I'm scamming people. But that's just my job. My job is to do stuff like that. I'm able to throw major events like the Migos and I'm able to throw huge events and get a bag from it, but I'm having fun. I'm just putting stuff together. I'm using my creativity, asking client, yo, this is do you like this venue space? There's 3 venue spaces. We're gonna do walkthroughs on it. We're gonna figure out which one you want to utilize based on what kind of theme you want to have for your special event, right? And I handle clients like Amazon Music and major clients, right? So, but let's go back to the watch, right?
Now, Ron, why you looking for that?
It's right here.
I'm going
back to the watch, right?
Mm.
The watch, right? The watch is exactly what the GPS is.
Yep.
We don't have to sit here and look at the sun to figure out what time of the day it is. We can look at our little watch. It was a sophisticated technology at that point in time to be able to have a timepiece on hand at all times, so you don't have to worry about looking at the sundial, trying to figure out what time it is, or you know what I mean, things like that. It simplified that aspect so we can focus on something else bigger. Yes. You know what I mean? That's why people create things like this.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
And you know what, Ron? Let me say this real quick. Now let y'all keep cooking.
It's called innovation.
Elon said the same thing that you said. Elon said he thinks public school is a prison for the mind of children in today's world.
I agree with that.
Just imagine a kid. He said a kid sitting in school for 8 hours doing 90% of shit that they will never use in real life.
Well, they're using it in real life at that moment. That's not even what it's about. It's the fact that when you get a job, right? You work them 8 hours a day, you doing something that you really is really against your whole little situation, your well-being. You know what I mean? They programmed this into these children.
So what
you
I'm
know on
saying
picture
is this.
day?
Hold on, Ryan, because I'm gonna let you go. This is what I'm saying. Y'all know I get animated. Now I chill for most of the time on other people's platforms and shit like that, but I get animated.
Hey, this is a good show. This is a good one right here.
Now,
I'm enjoying
the
this
reason why I get animated is to get attention, right? This is the thing. One of the things, and this is from KRS-One. Old people need to listen to young people. Young people need to listen to old people.
So basically what that tells you.
Old people need to listen to young people because they make old people end up being a little more faster in their realm that they're in.
Knowledge-wise.
They get a chance that, right, they can see what the world is about, right? Young people, when they listen to old people, they get to move a little bit faster than where they're at right then. Why? Because of wisdom. Brian Mack on it. That's the only reason why I said what I said. It's not to say we got to compare, because this is the problem we have right now, the comparison type of thing, right? What I said was not wrong. They have access to information, right? But
JT,
the older
I feel
people
you saying. I
have
feel what you're
information
saying
in them, and we have to make a synergy. It's not one versus the other. It's to merge them both together. So if I got a motherfucker that's sitting back and he 22 years old and he out here rocking in the world and he fucking with me, we good partners. Why? Because there's certain things that I'm gonna be insufficient in that he can help me in. That's just how it goes as human beings. But there's also going to be other things in the world that's going to be where he's insufficient in, he's going to need me at too. He or she, right? That's the only reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm not saying it, and it can come across as this whole thing of versus. It's not versus. It's to bring them together. We just got to understand what our strengths and weaknesses are. At the end of the day, in the time and the age we in right now is an information, man, this motherfucking shit is, hell yeah, I don't want to work 8 fucking hours to do something that I can do in goddamn in 2 hours.
You don't have to.
Hour and a half, you ain't got to, right? This is
you ain't got to leave the house to make some money, man.
This is why they're changing right, Brian. This is why they changing the workforce, right? If we keep living, we're gonna see something that's crazy. What it's gonna be is that you will be able to make a sufficient amount of money in less time, and you can enjoy your life. It's gotten to a point, man, right now where we are at our wits' end of working, trying to be a parent, trying to be a fucking husband and a wife. There's not enough it's not enough time for that to happen. So what technology is going to do is say, you know what? You ain't got to get paid for 8 hours no more. We can pay you for 2 hours, and we can pay you as if we were paying you for 8 hours.
Or you could just mine you some Bitcoin.
But
that's what it all is. Where you got investments, where you have all these things, not being the person that's going to just work for all these different entities, make them millions of dollars, and then they can get rid of your ass. Those days are about to be fucking over. And at the end of the day, it's going to be it's going to be a good thing about it, and then it's going to be a bad thing about it. The bad thing about it is this. You're not going to be able to just fill out a fucking application and get a job. But the good thing about it is that you're going to be able to be an entrepreneur, to be able to partner with someone else. 1099 is a motherfucker. Y'all better understand what that shit means.
But JT, even with all of this, changing in the dynamic of how we actually work within the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why I say for brothers, now is the time to get into these innovative places. Now is the time to get it. It's just unfortunate that in America, this is where they sort of put your back up against the wall, because there's only certain avenues that you're going to be able to go through. And when I think business, I think beyond Black people, because I understand that other races going to do it. Like in America, you got a business, you got a 1099 and motherfucker. You have a skill set, you're going to have to demonstrate that you have the certification to have that skill set.
Say that shit. Say
now
that
you
shit.
want to work with the brothers and the sisters only, then you go get some underhanded, you go do some back doors, some cash only, no refund, no warranty type of shit.
No insurance.
The hustle
Yes.
shit. You can't knock the hustle.
But again, I think if brothers look at this situation now, how the technology is saying, hey, it's opportunity, I think it would benefit any young man right now to sort of become selfish. Listen, if the statistics are true and most niggas ain't getting no pussy right now, all them niggas should have 6 packs, 8 packs, whatever. Be strong in the motherfucker. Testosterone should be reeking out the roof. You should be able to see them every day, working it out. Then when you finally run up on one, run her ass up out the bedroom. Let her, you be done AI'd her ass, talking about, hey, nigga wore me the fuck out.
Now, the one thing that I can say, us 3 brothers right here, my man BMU, my man Lit, all of the guys that's been on this panel. Let me tell you one thing that we ain't got. That stupid ass, my man, the old guy, that's my guy right there, R. Payne, right?
Mm-hmm.
Never had a defeatist attitude. All the guys that I've seen, man, we been rocking this motherfucker, nigga. That's like Ron Mac.
Yeah,
when I tell you, boy, I listen to your music, right?
Yeah, appreciate that.
I see what you're doing. I see
real.
how you move and things like that. Now watch this. We having a conversation, but this is a conversation of brothers that's making it. We ain't always had that shit handed to us. We actually went out there and got that shit. We just have different perspectives on how we deal with this shit. This is why I love having conversations with brothers that's out here making moves. When you have a defeatist attitude, man, it's very hard for brothers that's actually out here fucking with the world to have a conversation with you when you say, man, don't worry about it. Because what we just did was, all of us, we had different ideologies of how we can become something better, or how somebody else could become something better.
But JT, those guys with those defeatist mindsets, it's almost like you have to treat them like they're in a whole nother world from you.
Y'all been doing it.
You know what I'm saying? Ron Mac.
Y'all been doing it.
No,
Listen.
what I'm saying, Ron Mac, I'm 20 years older than Ron Mac, so I know that there's young brothers that are doing it. But what YouTube has done is bringing them to the surface so they can see that they are doing it. They've been told that they ain't shit for all of their family life. Since they've been with their family, that's the people who telling them they ain't shit.
Yeah.
And the girls that they know. So now, for me, man, we got the Olympics coming in 4 years, man. The world is coming here.
Yeah.
They cleaning up every city from coast to coast. The world is coming here. New opportunities, different types of money coming in. And if a brother is righteous and he gets his skill set together between now and that time, I guarantee the world will be open to him. Now, the sisters who had this ideology that they want to scheme, you can't be a schemer and a scammer coming into 25. You ain't got your bills paid, your ass gonna be outside.
You done.
So if a brother's taking care of himself in that capacity, he's good.
Yep.
Keep your nose straight. Don't have no kids out of wedlock. And then, listen, I could be wrong. By the time you 30, 35, you done took care of all your shit, got your little money right, man, you can pull up on a woman and say, look, you got to pay me if you want me to have you. If you want to have me.
Yeah.
You got to pay
at
me.
the end of the day,
Facts.
listen, that's why, man, let me tell you something.
Too.
If y'all don't see it, man,
like Ron Mac.
the black man, listen, the black man is, I don't care what nobody telling y'all, we rising. The black man is rising because guess what we are? We the motherfuckers that actually, when we show our action we show our we show the answers in our actions. We ain't had no choice but to do that because of how life has been for us. So when we are showing how to progress, we have to do it through action, right? Then we can sit back and we can summarize the shit or whatever the fuck we do. But guess one of the dopest things in the world is that we have notoriety through the things that we've accomplished. One of the things, let me tell you something, man. I've given birth to 2 beautiful daughters, and they out here doing a goddamn thing in this world. One of them graduated 5 years ago. The other one just graduated last year. College. They out here trying to figure it out, right? I gotta figure it out too, because I ain't never been a father to some grown ass
What
goddamn
you mean
women.
you gotta figure out? What you gotta figure out, JT?
No. I gotta, because I never stopped learning.
And they have
I never, right. So I never plateau.
That's
So
why
when
I always say
when
I
sit
don't know
there-
nothing.
Right. So when I'm sitting there and I talk to my daughters, man, and we out here talking and they telling me some shit and I'm telling them some shit, they're listening to me because, for one, they're like, okay, I see my father, he's successful, right? He reached a successful, I don't want to say a plateau because I haven't plateaued out. Plateaued out is when you get to your last Christmas.
JT, they see a hard-working dad. That's what they see.
Right, but not just hard. No, not just hard working. They see a man that's strategic also, right? So when I talk to them, and I'm figuring it out with them, I don't like to come across the younger generation as if I have all the fucking answers, right?
Nobody does.
Some shit, now hold on. Some shit, nigga, I could tell them right off the rip. I could spit that shit the fuck out. I could tell them when they fucking up. You know when you're fucking up, blah, 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 this and that. And then they hit me with some shit that I have no answer to. I gotta be authentic, right? I gotta scratch my fucking head, sit there and grab my chin, and then we gonna talk about it. Have conversations. We gonna figure it out. We gonna do all these things. Guess what happens? We have a commodity right now. And then once we get to figuring it out, like, you know, I get to talking to my daughter sometimes and we get to talking and I'll be like, why don't you try such and such, blah, 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 this and that, right? They be like, I did it. Now, at the same time, it be some shit that I'm going through because I'm still living life like they living life. They be like, Dad, you ain't gotta do it that way no more. That's the old way.
Yeah.
Let me show you. You can do this. Old people have to listen to young people. Young people have to listen to old people. It makes us come together and it makes us move faster. My daughters can tell me, and that's the dopest thing in the world, man. That shit, it brings something in you when you got a child that can sit back and they can still be a little bit smarter than you in certain things. But it shows you, and I'm talking about adult children, even when they was teenagers. Like when you see the older people, like my mother and, you know, God rest his soul, my father, when technology was in, they wouldn't know how to work that shit if it wasn't for me.
Right.
They wouldn't know how to work that shit if it wasn't for my kids. They
That's
wouldn't know
what
how to work that
education
shit.
does. The innovation of education pays itself forward because the youth can teach the older population about the new technologies to make life simpler.
But it goes to what I was saying, Coach Ferg. They have access to information.
Yeah, and they're going to achieve
But
it.
the older generation has information
about how to maintain it from the past. It's certain things that
it's certain things you have to go through in order to even know for real.
Listen,
you have to.
Old people, we ain't disagreeing. Because what did I say? Old people got to listen to young folks. Young folks got to listen to old folks. But there's a difference with us too. They have access to information. We have information on certain things. That's all I'm saying.
But only thing,
experience.
Right. And here's the one thing that I can say that we can trump them on, if anything: the socialization of life, how to go through things with people.
They don't know how to do that. A lot of young folks don't know how to
the
talk to
relationship
folks.
building, the communication,
Yes.
that's the socialization. Now a lot of them are struggling with their own family, but the information, how to do the the thumbnails and how to do the everything, YouTube, that's the new information the younger generation has.
Old people gotta listen to young folks gotta listen to old folks. Now understand what I'm trying to tell you.
You right, but also hear me out. Old folks is the ones who created the technology. It ain't the kids.
Old folks gotta listen to young folks, but the kids
are
now. Now this is the thing.
It's smart old folks that's doing
it. Right. So the old folks created the technology. The young folks innovated the technology.
Well, the young folks gain more knowledge on technology because they use it on a daily basis.
Innovation. So that's where innovation comes from.
That's not innovation, JT. Them using it is not innovation.
It's already been invented.
Elon Musk is a 50, 60-something-year-old man taking over
generation. He's a generation.
But what I'm saying is the younger folk, their information has to go deeper than the platform.
But you said Elon Musk, though. Now understand, Elon Musk is less than 1% of the population, bro. It ain't a whole bunch of motherfuckers.
But he's the innovation. He's the innovation point.
I don't know.
Let's talk about a Kurt Ferg, though.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, though, JT. I honestly believe that it's more Elon Musk in the world. They just don't have. They just don't have capital access to that.
It is
now. I know it's
a small percentage, but
man, how many geniuses you know for real?
JT,
like think about that, JT.
Genius.
Obviously, your uncle was one of those geniuses because he knew something. He knew something years ago that people that you said your family laughed at, but he was right on the nose with.
But that didn't make him. This is the thing. It didn't make him a genius. The genius
it made him a thinker.
Think about this right now. A genius is actually what they call weird. That's actually the etymology. Look at what weird actually means. It actually means the thing is that they are the anomaly. This is the thing. You don't have a lot of geniuses. You don't need a lot of geniuses. Let me explain what I mean by this. What you need is innovators. We are what they call, everyone is an architect and an innovator. That's what an architect is not a genius. He's exactly what the fuck he is, an architect, right?
I'm gonna have to rebuttal that.
Go ahead.
I think that everybody has a genius, something about them. I think everybody on this planet, I mean, even I don't care what end of the spectrum you on or any of that. I think everybody has something that they can do better than everybody in the world, or they like the ones that need to be focused on just doing that, right? So. And what I mean by that is like, just imagine, all right, so let's go to something super simple, right? You got one of your partners, slow as a box of rocks. He can't read or nothing, but he know everything about fixing cars. Everything. He can fix a car with his eyes closed. He know exactly, he can hear something. He can hear your car and know exactly what's wrong with it. He's a genius at that.
No,
that's genius.
No, he's not. He's an innovator.
Innovator creates something new.
Something new.
Right.
There we go.
Look at this right here. This is what I'm saying. He asked. He said, "Why is genius a qualifier?" Right. That's my whole point.
Why is genius?
Genius is a weirdo. Genius is a weirdo. Understand what I'm saying? When you just look up the etymology, don't look up the dictionary.
We going them by.
All of us are weird.
Listen, because
all of us are unique.
This makes a difference. Weird. Get the etymology. Don't get the moderate definition of it. Get the etymology of it, right? Of what a genius is. Weird. That's why when they call people weird now, we look at it a whole different route. He's an innovator. What we need is innovators. When you have geniuses, imagine having the majority of the world geniuses. Do you understand? Imagine having the majority of the world critical thinkers. You know how many wars you're gonna have? A critical thinker is a motherfucker that can't be contained. A genius, you can't contain a genius. They won't go, they're gonna go against the fucking grain. A genius is a person that is not gonna be a person of everybody. I mean, can you imagine the whole world is full of geniuses? We've been extinct a long time ago, bros.
But I think we're giving the word genius too much
Let me put this back up again. Why is genius a qualifier? I'm trying to told y'all already ago.
So why
a
is
genius
qualifier?
is not. The thing is this. There's not a lot of geniuses. Just like there's not a lot of critical thinkers.
That's not true.
All right.
I think. All right. So look.
Okay.
If I was to actually, let's say if I was to draw this Michael Jackson cover, right, and it looks exactly like this cover. When you look at it, you go like, man, that's amazing, bro. That's genius. How did you do that? I was able to actually utilize a certain piece of my brain. I love art. I do this for real.
With you, Matt? How many people did it with you?
But you got to think about it. Lil Wayne can't draw, but Lil Wayne can rap. He's a musical genius.
And there ain't a lot of him. Not at all. It's only one of him as far as we can see it.
But that's why. Hold on, JT. We can't say there's not a lot because it's almost like there's only going to be a certain few according to American standards that gets the notoriety.
No, listen what Ron Mack said. Ron Mack, he had gave an example, right? And I say that's genius. And I asked Ron Mack, how many people worked on you with that?
No, talking about what's the name?
Whatever it was that you did. Was it just you?
See, that's the thing though. Putting the right people in position is the genius way of thinking too. You have to understand. Whenever I have people on my teams, I make sure I put them in a place where I know that they're gonna be able to I can utilize them in a better way.
Who's gonna help you? Hold on. Who's gonna help you put them in position? Is it
no
is
one?
It gonna be
that's my genius part of me.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Being a genius is a one person thing. That don't take group think. That's the purpose of being a genius, because you've done some shit that the average person will not even thought of or put in place.
But JT, the average person can't draw.
But another person could be a genius at what they do. I recognize other geniuses at what they do. Like my thing is, I got my guy Paper Frank. We did what's his name? Gunna album cover with the flower with the band-aids and stuff on his face. He drew that. Yeah. Paper Frank. He drew that. He's a genius at that type of stuff. Right. That's what he does. Right.
But the genius, right? What else shares that when you call what is it, the base word, right? What else shows that? Genuine.
Root word. Genuine. It's the original.
Genuine, right? Again, there's not a lot. The reason why those words stand out is because everything else is on a standard platform or below standard platform. Genius, it rises above all of that shit that we talking about. It's very few people that can ever be at that point of that.
What you said the root word was in genius?
Genu.
Which is another word. Would you could say
genuine
and genuine and genuine. Man, I can't even fucking talk. This weed kicking my ass right now.
We got you. I got you.
Genuine. Right? That means that this is something that this person genuinely supposed to be really doing, and they found out. They figured it out.
How you find out that though?
Sometimes it just comes about. Sometimes it's capital. Your family can help you. Elon Musk. Let's use Elon Musk as an example. This is a guy that has Asperger's, right? He has Asperger's, right? But you got to understand where he come from. His family. He ain't had no regular. He ain't had to grow up in the hood and work at McDonald's.
However,
He had
again,
a library in his house.
You really just made my point. See, anybody that's on the spectrum, one of the things that they have, the only thing that they have is they can lack personality, they can lack cues, right?
Right.
But they could be a Forrest Gump, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you're talking about that, that's my whole point.
Well, Forrest Gump did some genius stuff in that movie. If you look at even that,
there was nobody else that was fucking. And if you looked at the movie, it showed you that nigga by himself was in the middle of all kind of shit. Ping pong champion. This nigga done saved motherfuckers' lives. It was him. What I'm telling you is this: when you stand out, that's basically what I'm trying to say. Mm-hmm. Now you so above that, where there's not a lot of people. It's lonely at the top. You ever heard that saying? It's lonely at the top. The only reason why I'm saying this part right there is because that is something to be inspired to be. No doubt about it, because you're up there. That is something to be inspired about. But he's only a genius. This is the craziest part. He's only a genius in what he can do proficiently. Now you try to get that motherfucker to be a genius at being in a relationship. Try to get him to be a genius and being able to pull the world together, a president and think. No, all those things, see, that's too much. The focus is that genuine focus is there. I'm good at what I do here. That's the point. Technology is my shit. The rest of that shit, nigga, I'm fucked up.
But here's the thing, JT. Here's the thing, though, and I'll just use you as the example of being the next genius, right? You being a genius today to move the genius forward, all of that technology that you have access to, you can change it and innovate it to be one thing. You can take all of those devices that you have, from your turntables to your laptops, your phone, and make it one entity where you can still DJ from the palm of your hand. Now that's genius. That's genius living, right?
It is.
But the innovation, it's like, if I'm born to draw, if I can draw the Statue of Liberty without seeing the Statue of Liberty, just seeing pictures and I draw, now that's genius.
Yeah.
If I can create a pitchfork knowing that I need to pick up some hay without a model, that shit is genius. See, and for me, when I see how black people sort of redo some shit, that shit be genius sometimes, but it's in a way that is just no regulation to it. It's just sometimes we come up with our best stuff right off the top of our head, and you see a display, you be like, how the hell they do that? I done seen so much crazy shit.
Right. So
that genius capability sometimes.
So it's something to inspire to be, though, right? But we can agree with this. It is something to inspire to be. I'm talking about for the majority of people to inspire to be. But there are very few people that can do that. When we see skyscrapers, when we see buildings, think about the whole thing with the pyramids and things like that. Man, do you know? And when you see somebody that can draw a dope ass portrait, right? And they can the 3Ds or whatever it is. That is genius, right? But everybody can't do it. That's why it has so much value to it, because you have someone that can do something where a person is so at awe with the majority of people. We be like, God damn. When you see a huge building that's dope as fuck, and you be like, God, first of all, damn the building it. Who the fuck
created that? Who thought that? Right?
That shit is crazy.
But
so
that goes back to exactly what I was saying about
right. So
when all of us have some type of genius in us, we just gotta figure out what that is. And we don't have the time but see, as real humans, we don't have time to actually go and pursue what we love. It's really that's what it's all about. Like,
it
just
separates
imagine.
us.
But
I was looking at this I'm sorry, y'all. I was looking at this.
I
was looking at this documentary about this place that somebody saw on Google Maps and they was noticing that in the past 5-10 years, it's been growing that little area. It has no name or nothing. So he ended up going to this little place in Madagascar and seeing what was going. But like, all right, besides that, that's just extra information. What I was alluding to is the fact that simple. They're growing like orange trees and stuff like that. That if you look at it from an aerial point of view, they're all in a perfect straight line. It looks incredible. It's amazing to see that they had the knowledge to be able to do that. You know what I mean? And put that in whoever, right, farmed that situation. They was a genius at farming though.
Because they can foresee it. They can see it before it even comes to fruition. They can imagine it. Their imagination, they tapped in.
They have a magnificent vision.
Hell yeah. And then they made it come to fruition. Man, come on, bro. That's exactly what we would, listen, that's exactly what we were just talking about. The imagination. The imagination, if you can tap in to the things that you can think of, if you can think it, what they say? You can become it, or some soul.
If you can think it, you can be. It'll manifest. Period.
Yeah,
like that's just like the Bible. Like look at the Bible.
Yeah.
How the world was created.
Yeah.
What's the first thing God did? Speak. Right. And He spoke. The first thing was He spoke. We gotta figure out how to utilize our work. Listen, today, this is a great example of this. Today, right? Me and my wife, we was chopping it up, right? With one of my chefs. You know what I mean? Not one of my chefs. I only got one chef. I don't got a whole bunch of chefs, but this is my friend too. She's my friend too. So, but my chef, right? And my wife was leaving out, and right before she was leaving out, she was like, yeah, she was saying how she was, complimenting my wife. Yeah, Janae always be on point with stuff. She always just be doing stuff the right way. The only time if it's something that go wrong, like if she get in a car wreck or something, that's the only time she's not on point. Why my wife got in a car wreck 5-10 minutes later today, right after that. And we both was like, yo, be safe. We was like, kind of, yo, be safe now. Just be safe. You know what I mean? Why did we feel so inclined to say this so many times? Soon, like shit you not, 10 minutes later, I got a phone call. She doggone just got in the wreck. That was the last thing we said. We spoke that into existence, man.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she okay. Yeah, she okay. It wasn't her fault. She wasn't at fault, so she's straight.
Oh, really straight. Yeah.
Sure. But see, here's the thing though, with being a genius and innovator. Listen, I think we saw how genius we were from the end of slavery to the early 1900s. We invented so much shit that's utilized today. We came through. We had so many great inventions, right?
Like what's my man that did the cotton gin?
As the information got more broad, the access to information become more. Here we are today. We have very few taking the information that they've received and expanding upon that. So this
it might not interest them too. Because I know a way that we all can be rich. Like,
but see, here's the thing, right, Mac. Regardless, we all humans, and we all like. There's people that like to wear hats. There's people that like to work in technology. There's people that like to work in mechanics. What else? It's so much.
They want to do it. They infatuated with it. But guess what?
They may have
agriculture. You got people that's in farming and agriculture.
But guess what? They can't even do it.
But see, here's the thing. This is why I think, especially brothers, hurt themselves. When they become young, man, they spend so many years wondering about what would happen if they do it, or how people would feel and think about them if they did it. If you want your life to be different from your current condition, you have to be willing to step away from what makes you comfortable.
There you go.
And over the last 20 years,
Absolutely.
just based off his feminist mindset, they've made, unfortunately, brothers
They
were
want everybody to be
subjugated
cozy
to a life of being comfortable,
Yeah.
but being comfortable makes you uncomfortable as a
Yeah.
grown man.
Yeah.
It makes you very uncomfortable because we seeing it. Because and as guys get closer to 40, this is why you must do things for yourself early. Get away from mama's titties and shit and your cousins talking about you, calling you ugly. Get away from them motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Meet people who actually doing shit, and
That
then
you wanna do.
develop those ideologies, fall into something that you wanted to do that's going to bring you peace.
Yeah.
And then when you go back and face those same people, you don't have to shame them. You don't have to do anything, but you can't connect with them like you used to because you're a growing man. And some people, it takes longer. That's okay.
It's okay.
But for your life, you have to be willing to, because think about it. I didn't know Ron Mack 10 years ago. We didn't know each other. But if we were fighting for the same position, goddamn it, I'm going to make sure that I'm prepared.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. A man must prepare himself for down the road. We can't focus on, I want to hear it now. You got to continue because then when you get to a certain age, about 55 and shit, when shit start slowing down, you have to be done already put in your 25 years of work.
No doubt.
You can't say I'm great, start working at 40 and 50. No, nigga. You're going to get $1,000 Social Security, if that.
So,
hey, what's the biggest advice y'all can give anybody? Like simple advice that they can utilize. That it can be something super simple, but it can really change the dynamic of their lives. Young or old.
Because I would ask questions like, where are they at? Give me an example of where are they at? Because it's going to apply to the different age groups, though.
Yeah.
How old is this person?
Period. Young or old. Anybody.
I can tell you this.
Anybody.
One of the things that I've always, and just being, because of the nature of my job, is talking to people. And what I always tell people is that you have to stay in the middle. It's not going to be as hard as you think, and it's not going to be as easy as you think. You have to be willing to put in the work, right? One of the things is that it's just general. But when you start talking to someone that's out here, that's, for instance, if we're talking about somebody that's trying to get out here and be conducive to the world, one of the things is that you have to strive to be a person of utility. Reason why I would say that is, if you're not, then you'll always be looked at as someone that is just meat on the earth that's waiting to die. Purpose is very important for us because it keeps us being focused on whatever it is that is needed. And as the world, as the world turns, we have to be relevant until we're not. Reason why I would say that is this. I've seen my children and my grandchildren being born, but I've also witnessed great-grands and grands that was exiting. I've seen someone come in the world, and I've seen someone leave the world. Crazy part about that was I saw the preparation of someone coming in the world and the, what do they call it? The preparation, de-preparation, or not preparation of someone coming in the world and they just here. And then I seen somebody exit and they wasn't ready to leave. That shit is heartbreaking. When you see all these avenues of how life is, you have to tell someone that you have to, one of the things is that you have to be of purpose. You didn't choose to be here on this earth. You appeared. As far as you know, yeah, your parents probably, they could have prepared for you to be here or not. I've seen all of it. I've seen someone prepare for someone to be here, and I've seen someone that didn't prepare for them to be there. Let me just tell you, me and my kids' mama, we prepared for them to be here. But there was also instances where I seen someone was like, I'm pregnant. They coming.
Yeah. They
ain't got a house. They ain't got no transportation. They don't have a job. They ain't prepared for shit, right? Now, look at the other end of it. I've also seen someone that sat back with like, we going to Cedar Point and we about to get this shit popping for the summer. After they done said that little speech they had 2 days later, guess what they did? They exit out this earth. Now, they ain't had no insurance. They ain't had no plan to be buried or nowhere to go. None of this shit. So all the burden is on who? It used to be the children. Now it's whoever can afford to do what they have to do for them. And what I'm saying now is that a lot of people they're not prepared for nothing. To come here, they wasn't prepared for, it wasn't prepared for them to be here. And then they ended up exiting, and it wasn't prepared for them to leave this motherfucker either. Be a purpose. Be a purpose. That's all I'm going to tell you. Be a fucking purpose. If you ain't a purpose, let me tell you right now, you are going to be... Nobody remember you. Can you remember? It's people right now that y'all know that died 2 years ago, and you can't remember their name.
Can I jump in, man?
Jump in. Be a purpose. That's my.
Listen. Okay, so I'm just gonna use your word purpose, JT. That's a great word. I like that word. I'm telling you, I like that word. Now, if I'm giving. And I'm gonna go to some advice I've given to people already. Guys with felonies, guys with baby mama issues, kids coming out of high school, want to go to college, want to go to military, want to do anything, don't want to go to school, just want a job. Now, with the access to information today, you can actually figure it out without asking a lot of questions. The questions that you can ask, you can go read about it. And then go to those professionals and get a little bit more inside of the school. However, you have to go through whatever training, whatever process there is to achieve that level. You have to go through it. You ain't getting around that shit. You a ninja. Ain't nobody passing you down the silver spoon. You know that we all came from the projects. We all came from the hood. That's where we started. However, you can determine which way your life goes based off what you've already experienced. You done experience. I don't understand how people say they've experienced so much bullshit. It's the worst life ever. But they still survive that shit. So what are you going to do at that point in your life when you realize your life that you want ain't shit? I mean, the life that you want, you don't see it, but you still accepting the bullshit. You have to make a determination in whatever 21, 31, 41, 51, and actually start putting in that work. That's what it is. You can have it.
What they working for? What they working for?
What it depends. If they want a house, you have to achieve certain. You have to have a steady job. You have to have a certain income. You have to have a certain credit score. I mean, you can't go out buying bullshit all year. Then all of a sudden, I want this. No, you have to. And it's traditional education, trade school. Even if you don't go to trade,
education has fucked us up.
Well, wait a minute. Even if you don't go to traditional school, your ass should still be able to take your battery out your car and change your fucking tire.
They can't do it no more.
But see, if a man doesn't do that, then he cannot cry as a man. He's not that.
So what I'm saying, Coach Ferg, let me explain this. Because I am a mechanic. I'm a mechanic, certified. I've been doing this shit for a very long time.
But JT, how many skills you got?
I got a shitload of skills.
Right.
But I'm 52 and I got 15 Christmases left. Let me just tell you this. That's a purpose. That's why I said be a purpose. If you're talking about doing this shit for yourself, let's just go to this whole thing of taking the battery out of a fucking car. Most of the cars that are built right now, you are not qualified. Nobody is qualified to take the fucking battery out the car. Some cars, the battery is in the fucking back seat. Am I lying, Max?
Nah, you ain't lying, because my Cadillac, it was in the back seat.
Yes.
Back.
Hold on. I'm just saying this.
Now my new battery at the bottom.
I'm saying this, right, because I used to say the same thing, Coach Ferg. I'm telling you right now, when you talking about motherfuckers getting skills, those skills of being a fucking auto mechanic are over with. You have to be damn near a goddamn engineer to be a mechanic now. The things that I had to learn before I finished what I finished. This is a mechanic. I did diesel and I did automotive. And I'm telling you right now, there ain't no going and you can just and you can learn. I learned a lot of that shit on my fucking own. The way that they have this shit right now, you damn near have to be a fucking engineer. You got to know math now.
But JT,
you can't get out of math. You can't get out of. Go ahead, man.
No, but JT, I get exactly what you're saying. But the thing is this: every man says what they want to do, right? They say, I want to do this. Even if I want to be an NBA player, if I'm not practicing basketball every day when the lights is out and you're not seeing me on that court every day, I'm just a nigga talking shit.
Facts.
So if you wait a minute. So any man, regardless of where he's at, I don't care if he go to the library and read up on books on how to build his own house. He can actually do that shit. Mm-hmm. And that skill that you develop for yourself, now you have a bargaining chip for other people. Miss Sally need a floor done. Mr. Jones need his tiles. But what I'm saying is, it comes down to me. It comes down to me. I can't say my daddy wasn't in my life. He ain't got nothing to do with me going out here. I can't say my mama mistreated me. I'm trying to do something right.
So that's good for men. What you just said. That's what I'm saying for men. Hold on. That's excellent for men. When you got daughters, now what do you tell them?
I'm telling listen, as a daughter, I work with a lot of young women. I've told them, one, you have to be serious about if you want to be in a marriage, a baby mama, educated, you have to seriously think about all of those lanes. You just don't go, oh, I feel like I'm going to get in this today. And then 2 weeks in, you're like, oh, shit, I fucked up. And then you switch back. You have to understand who you are. Women have to understand who they are. They have to, and I think that's where a lot of young girls get caught up, a lot of young women, because they don't understand who they are, because their friends are telling them, girl, little rah-rah like you should have sex with him. Your mama telling you, girl, I need you to you do this and do that. Well, I'm going to buy this little, see, they get caught in the middle. And a lot of,
that's why what I said earlier, though, Coach, you have to be a purpose.
But I don't know how to be a purpose. I'm 15, 16 years old. Can you show me? I know what I'm doing wrong. I know what ain't right. Can you show me how to be better? What steps do I need to take?
Right.
It depends.
So when you say be a purpose, the conversation is supposed to go that way. What do you mean? Because if I'm telling you, this is why I didn't like how I seen a lot of people talking to young folks. Mm-hmm. I didn't really like that shit, even when I was kind of young my damn self, right? I ended up being a mentor in the military. I was 24 years old. I was a buck sergeant at 24.
Well, JT, you need to be a mentor now.
Hold on. I got kids and I got a grandchild. What do you mean?
So you can take them all with you.
No. I'm saying, you said I need to be a mentor now. And I'm telling you,
they need you.
Not only do I agree with you, but I'm already a mentor. I'm a granddaddy and I'm a father. I'm mentoring what's right there in front of me. But let me tell you this. When I was in the military, I did the same thing then. 24, 25 years old. Understand? Young. How old are you, Rymac?
I'm only 36.
You 36, Rymac, hold on. Rymac, when I was 25, he would have been my fucking mentor. At 25, my mentor was a 31-year-old, right?
And he probably was doing something that you actually really was pursuing.
He was my squad leader. He was my squad leader. He got me to where I was. And matter of fact, he got me to being right where he was at, right there, at that point right there. This is the thing. This is why I said it. Be a purpose. When that man sat there, he had some fucked up shit going on in his life, but that wasn't the highlight of his life. The highlight of his life was being that man to be a mentor. You know, just like I know, we was in not only the military, but we was in the army. The same, and almost at the same goddamn time. So you already understand, Kofer, what I'm going to when I say this shit. When I was sitting there talking to them older cats, they were older. 31-year-old was an OG to me at 24, 22. Mm-hmm. They was my OGs, right? And those were the guys that I ended up being. They were the purpose in my life. No matter what else they had going on, they served a purpose in my life. And I learned from them. And guess what I did? I ended up being a purpose in somebody else's life because of the things and the skills that I had. I'm only 20-something years old. How much wisdom did I have at 20-something years old?
But JT, you proved my point.
Versus the skills.
You proved my point.
I was showing niggas some shit. Right. But no, I'm proving my point.
You proved my point.
Being a purpose. I have cats right now. I'm 52. They're dudes, man, 49, 48 years old. They would sit back, they go on Facebook, whatever they can find me, and they be like, man, I appreciate you, bro. I didn't know that I was doing some shit. All I did was be a purpose. Only thing I was at that time, I couldn't articulate it back then how I can articulate it right now. But this is the reason why I can articulate it, because I had some people that surprised the fuck out of me. They're like, man, remember such and such, this and that, man, you inspired me. You had me at a point where I was getting ready to get the fuck out of the military, and I stayed here because of what you did for me. And it's because of what I knew at that time. I know way more. I know probably quadruple what I knew back then. Right. I was a purpose. The point was that I didn't even know at the time. This is all I'm saying, Coach. I didn't even know at the time. I couldn't articulate it back then to be a purpose. If you asked me at 25 years old, if you asked me, what advice would you give somebody, and I was 25 years old, nigga, I would have been, look, Ryan Mack, I would have told you all kind of shit. It'd been all, I guarantee one of the things would have been be a purpose.
My answer always remained the same. Always. I always told people, find what you love to do and just do it.
And then right. So that's
like literally
right. That's my whole
don't
point.
Even deviate from it. No matter how hard it may get.
So being the person that you are right now, you understand that there are people that you influence, right?
Yeah, I ain't even know. Just like you said, I understood what you said. My little nephews,
those
and stuff
memories.
Like that.
This is the craziest thing about memories, bro. That motherfucking shit. It like the memories, man. It's kind of like wine. You're gonna remember it next year. You're gonna remember it the year after, and the year until you just can't remember shit. But every time that you bring those things up, it's gonna give you more and more and more perspective on what your purpose was. You get what I'm saying? The way you look at your purpose now, when you hear somebody say, man, look, nigga Mac, that's my guy. Blah, 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 this and that. Nigga, if it wasn't for you, you know how you get them sentimental times, right?
Yeah.
You're going to remember those things because they're valuable to you. And at the age you are right now, say if they said it when you was in your, in your early 20s or mid 20s or whatever, right? It meant one thing to you then. You remember it again, it's gonna mean something else different because you got more information. And then when you get 40, it's gonna mean that shit is gonna mean even more, because not only that you do something for them, it's in return. It's 360 degrees to that shit. And guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna say, damn, nigga, I'm a motherfucking purpose.
JT, I'm gonna ask Uncle Trey this too. But I'm gonna go back. We're gonna go back, and then I'm gonna let Uncle Trey do his thing because I know he got something he needs to say, right? Let's go back to this one thing I always had in my head. Human beings change every 7 years. 7 years. That what goes back to what you were saying at I think it's 7, Uncle Trey. It's something about 7. 7, then 14, and then 21, 28, and 35. You know what I mean? Like we change completely as people every 7 years, or maybe sooner, because of the certain stuff that you may go through. Because by 7 years you should already be at that next step, right? Like let's, for instance, by the time you're 14, like you were saying earlier, you should already done went through puberty. You should be already there, going through it or went through it. By the time you're 15, you should already done been through what you needed to go through, male or female, right? That 7-year mark is something very, 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 very. I really need to do way more, like, pondering on that. But before that, it's kind of throwing me off because babies change so fast.
Man,
you know what I mean? And I don't know what magical number that may be. You know, that may be every 7 months or something, or every whatever. But I just, like, babies, they change so fast, so rapidly. Children, little small children, they change so fast. From a 2-year-old to a 4-year-old is it's amazing on how different that is, right?
Yeah,
It's
totally
only 2
different.
years.
Yeah,
exactly. And then it starts to slow down a little bit after 14, 15. Once you done hit puberty, everything starts to slow down. Then you start already looking like the adult that you're gonna be too. So I just wanted to go back to that. Uncle Trey, I know you had something to say. Uncle Ferg.
No, just in reference to the time frame, you know what I'm saying? And the reason I said 4 years because, when I look
tell me about that.
So the first 3 years, the child develops learns almost everything they're going to learn between the first 3 years. But then at 4th year through 8, year 4 through 8, you see a big transformation from a little boy clinging to his mama. And I'm speaking from a person that grew up in a 2-parent household and looked at social studies and, worked in fucking DCFS systems and how they sort of
you got the experience on it. You ain't just talking out the side of your neck.
So
right.
So when that first 4 years, you look at some little boy, they 4 years old, they got so much energy, they can run all day, do flips, side flips, hit the head, bounce up, get up, and they just all over the place. Then by 8 years old, they look at other boys in a eye-to-eye type of like, you ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? We start to understand the hierarchy and socialization. That's why they have you in preschool, and it's important to be around kids just your age group, and that's it. And then from 8 to 12, it's a major sensitive period because that's when a lot of males and females on both sides start to get introduced to the other lifestyle.
Development stage.
Yeah, see, then from, especially for boys, because it's a big difference from a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then by 16, he understands what he's working with. You see what I'm saying?
Smell himself.
He's feeling himself.
And she is too.
Yes, because they smelling each other's scent. They only smell.
They smell the scent. Yeah, that scent
of
is
each
different.
other, and they want each other.
Yeah.
And if it's not untamed, it can get reckless on both sides. She can get pregnant early. He can start this slanging and making babies now. And all of a sudden, everybody 20 years old got 2, 3 kids.
Yeah.
And you fucked up. But you out of high school. You ain't really did nothing to advance it. You trying to play a little boy role, but to the world of men, you're not a little boy. You roll up and tell somebody you 20, he go like, you're a grown ass man. And a lot of people try to walk in lifestyles of those that they see close to them on the bullshit. They want to get in the streets. They want to hang. You want a little more freedom. You want the girl, but you still ugly. She don't like you. Now you ready to fight because ain't nobody told you you love, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gave you that little boy man hug and shit. And this hug, it's like kiss you on the forehead. You know, a lot of things play into a young man's psyche. And then like he's 20, then 20 to 24, now he's a grown man. He ain't bucking down no more. He ready to like, man, you know, I'm just speaking from a time where by 20, you be done had all the fight you gonna have. You know, you done fought it out. But, and then you start thinking about, I need a job. Damn, I gotta get a job.
I need money.
Yeah, and some dudes go to the streets, and some dudes say, let me get my shit together. They go out here and make it right. And more go to make it right than to the streets because they ain't gonna say it, but you can look and see that lifestyle, realize that shit ain't for me. I ain't gonna do that.
The streets gonna let you know I ain't for me.
Yeah. And see, now I'm looking for something different. My mama getting on my nerves because she wants to get back out there in the streets and get her little boyfriend. I ain't got no place because I can't really afford it. Because I ain't really, you know what I'm saying? I ain't got the skills. And about 24, you out of college at that time. And you out here working. So you got the college people coming to the workforce competing against the dudes who didn't go to college or didn't get that skill trade. So that's conflict right there. And now I'm going from 24 to 34, that little 10-year period, it goes by fast in the motherfucker.
It do.
And now I want to get my life together, but I'm already 10 years behind because I played around. Now I'm 34.
Because they told you in your 20s, you would have fun in your 20s.
Yeah,
they told us that.
And now I understand what fatherhood is like now because I got a son or a daughter. Damn, my daddy didn't fuck with me, but I ain't even fucking with my child. Or my daddy used to have problems because you start remembering shit, man. My mom used to talk shit about my daddy. Now you going through it. So now you started. And I think a lot of young brothers, by the time they get 30, you should start to try to mend those relationships. Just go check it out and talk to them and say, man, why wouldn't you ain't shit? Because that's all I heard.
Yeah, I had that same conversation with my pops.
Yeah,
you know
but
what I mean?
did
Because he wasn't
for
there.
you,
But
right?
you know what I realized? You know what I realized? It wasn't like he wasn't there because he didn't care, or because whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? Him and my mama, they wasn't seeing eye to eye in a relationship. They broke up. They wasn't together. He lived over there. She lived over here. She did with who her little dude she had. You know what I mean? He had him a new little situation. He had to work and pay bills at his crib. Yeah, you understand it.
Yes.
You understand it. I tell my daughter this all the time. I say, one day you're going to understand certain things. Right now, I know you may think you understand, but you don't yet until you experience a lot of this stuff in life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And once you do, I already know phone call going to happen. I already know. You know what I mean? I already know she gonna beg and cry to ask me for certain advice because she do it now. Every time there's some real situation going on, they call daddy. They don't call mama.
But see, here's the beauty of that. It's allowing itself to develop over a course of time. So when she actually is out there and supporting herself, you know what she gonna always think about? My daddy
told me
about this shit. I ain't gonna do this. And see, that's why I think a lot of young people don't get that balance. A lot of guys, it's just the way men are built. Men are need to be around the father as early and often as possible. Doing that, especially that 8 through 12 age group, a boy needs a father to instill confidence and competence and courage. See what I'm saying? Because you need a father to tell you your ass go fight him back. You need a father to tell you clean your dirty ass room. You need a father to tell you go out there and cut the grass, shovel the snow.
Yeah.
See, and a lot of guys just didn't have that experience because the first thing they say is, I didn't have a father in my life. Didn't nobody show me. My father didn't show me how to have sex, but I learned.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? My father didn't show me how to smoke weed, but I learned.
Mm-hmm.
My father didn't tell me how to go read a book, but I learned.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And he had his demons he was dealing with. He worked every day. My motherfucking father was
before he was your daddy, he had a whole life.
But he let me know, you be out there on that bullshit, I'm gonna be on your ass.
Yeah.
So when I was out there, I knew I had to get home because I didn't want to have to deal with my daddy.
Yeah.
But a lot of guys don't get that balance. And like you said, and it's just unfortunate because today, based off how we are taking ourselves out as young men, you know what I'm saying, out of all the races, we still at the highest of just taking each other out at young 20, 16, 18, 24, 30, the strongest part of a brother's life. And he's no longer here by the people that we know in our neighborhood.
And it's sad, bro.
And we still walk around. Think about all those traumas that walk around. People know who deleted their family member. They ain't saying nothing. They was in on the bullshit, scheming and scamming and shit. And now they getting 35 and 40. All that shit start coming out because you trying to go into a manhood, but you still stuck in the boyhood. See, that's where they get stuck at. You call yourself a man, but you still living the lifestyle of a boy, and that throws your money off. It throws your opportunities off. It just puts you in a depressed mind state. But for a brother to change that dynamic, he has to be willing to step back a little bit, spend some time with himself, read the new. You don't have to go to college to get the information today. You can go to your library every day for about 3 hours, read them motherfucking books, read them out loud so your ass can hear that story. Go watch the video because they got the AI videos.
Read them out loud, please.
You know what I'm saying?
Yourself read it. And read it again if you don't understand it.
Yes.
Read it again. Read it again.
But see, Ramak, putting in that work.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? People don't understand. Sometimes being smart is the long, short game. Sometimes it may take you a long period of time. And then when you get it and it clicks, now it's shorter to learn going forward. It ain't taking as much time. And the best time to do that, but the best time to do that, Ramak, is when you're between 21 and 41 and 51. That's 20 solid years of being strong.
Yeah.
After that, you're supposed to be able, your kids will be a little grown. 18, you're supposed to be able to cut back a little bit, you know what I'm saying, and pull up like Santa Claus.
You might still be that. You might still be as strong and even better, but you wanna kind of fall back and let them have it.
Yes, and
that's
y'all
do it. Y'all go. If y'all need me, I'm here already.
And I ain't gonna let y'all fuck it up either.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be laid back. I'm gonna be at the house all day.
Shit,
I'm at my house all day. Y'all come on over. I'm sitting on the same chair, waiting on you to come in and ask me a question. And I ain't gonna answer nothing until you ask me.
Yes, and bring some motherfucking food. Bring some food for the grill. Bring some chicken to fry, whatever your favorite, some fish to fry, and we'll fry that shit up outside and we'll talk shit.
I'm gonna act hurt. I'm gonna act like I'm hurt. Help me get out. Because I'm trying to see how y'all. I'm gonna see how y'all move in the world. How much y'all really care about other people.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play hurt, and I told my wife this already. I think this is what older people do. I think they don't really be all what's that. I think they are right there. I think they just play mind games. That one, I'm with that though. I think I'm gonna do that when I'm older.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
But see, the thing about it, Ramak, you wouldn't have to do it because you giving that information now. See, that's the thing. Listen, man. I ain't never did everything right. I've been
at all. I did more things wrong than right, I think.
Yes, but I learned from my mistakes and I learned from other people's mistakes. I knew I couldn't do certain things just by watching the outcomes of what they was going through. And I understood early on in my life that being a black man in America, nigga, it ain't nowhere to hide. They gonna find your ass. It don't matter what you talking about, how slow your friends talking about, man, you couldn't. No, they gonna find you because they gonna run up in everybody's house that they knows on that bullshit, and they gonna be like, where that light-skinned, big-nosed motherfucker at? We want him. Man, he over Ron Max's house. Oh,
Right.
we there in the morning, first thing. So I understood that as a kid. And I learned I'm not gonna focus on black people stuff. I know what niggas do. I want to know everything that white boy doing. So when he say hit the flow, goddamn it, I'm going to.
Man, look, you seen them stocks? You seen them? You seen all the stocks drop the other day?
Yeah. And anytime there's a new shift in any company that you have stock in, this is an easy stock trade that you invest in a company, right? Anytime they change CEOs, pull your money out immediately. Leave a few dollars there, but pull that shit out because stock automatically drops about 30% every time.
Yeah. And this junk got to go up soon as this inauguration hit.
Yeah, as soon as the president's in office, it's still gonna go down a little bit because they're gonna be scary. Because Donald Trump, he's changing of where we allocating our resources to. He's gonna draw back on that shit, but that means more money to Americans.
Yeah.
And people need to sort of embrace that. And if you between 21 and 41, get your ass a job right now. Start going to this shit. You know, because if not, Donald Trump is coming for all the schemers and the scammers. Everybody ain't right. Your ass gonna be fucked up out here, so you better get it together.
I'm telling you, because look, earlier, this weed kicking my ass. Some new shit, new strain.
Hey, you got some more drink over.
Almost at the end of it.
Yeah, almost at the end. Take another fill.
1940. What is it? 1929 or some shit like
I'm talking about I had a point and it is gone.
Yeah. No, it's let me tell you.
It's all good.
Brothers.
Be like that sometimes.
Right. It's Friday night, Saturday morning. Come on.
But look, people think I just be. You see, I be chilling and smoking, and every time y'all see I'm chilling and smoking. You know what I mean? People would think I ain't got. A lot of people think I just ain't. I'm just chilling and smoking. That's all I ever do. They don't even understand like how hard I go, bro. I wake up in the morning every morning. It's 3:49 right now. I'm about to probably go to sleep. Maybe I don't even like. I do not like to sleep.
Well, get you some sleep, bro.
No, I do not like to sleep at all.
Got to. Let me tell you one thing.
I'm not a lover of sleep. I get my rest though, especially Sundays. That's my
you gotta do that. Let me tell you something. Sleep is very important for us, and one of the reasons being is because once we start getting older, our brain starts shrinking. That motherfucker, it shrinks to a point where our family members going to have to take care of us.
Even when my brain don't shrink, I'm going to still make sure they take care of me. Because I'm taking care of them all these years right now.
You better do
up
it.
All these hours, working all night, all day, making sure everybody's straight.
Yeah, but man, you can't.
In the next, man,
what if you lose your follicles?
53 is over with. I ain't gonna do nothing but talk.
What if you lose your follicles? See, a lot of people, you got people, they got insurance for when they die. But what happens when you're still on this earth and you lose all of the things that were in your mind? When you lose it. See, we don't know when that happens to us. We don't know. And we don't have enough people talking about this. This is one of the reasons why earlier in the show when I was talking about people fucking off their youth. You get to a certain age, man, and you end up not being the person that you were to your loved ones. And they have no choice but to either take care of you or leave you the fuck alone. That's fucked up if they leave you alone.
Is it though?
Let me tell you why.
Leave you alone in what type of way? You mean like so? Let me get it. Let me add because this is what I'm picturing in my mind. I'm envisioning you being old, probably going through some type of dementia. Then you have to be put into like a nursing home or something like that. Is that wrong for people to do that, or you think that people should?
No, it's not about it
take
being
in their
wrong.
parents and stuff.
It's not about it being wrong. It's about them making sound decisions. What we have right now is a problem. The majority of the young generation don't understand what they got in front of them. What they have in front of them is that it's going to hit somebody. Dementia, Alzheimer's. It's going to hit us.
That'd be a blessing.
The stats. No, it's not.
Yes, it would be. Why wouldn't it be?
Because you're looking at yourself. This is why we have to understand that we're connected to everyone else.
Yeah, but that would be amazing if you can make it to that age to even have it. That's what I mean. Because you can, man. Look, man. It's not promised. This is not promised. If we can make it to that point, that'd be amazing.
But do you want to? How many children do you have?
6.
All right. Do you want to be a burden on your children? You want to be a burden on your children?
That's a rhetorical question.
No, it ain't rhetorical. I'm asking
No, damn well.
I want to answer.
I hope nobody don't want to be a burden to them.
I won't be. I won't put myself in that
damn
position.
that.
Yeah,
damn that.
I want to. I don't want to. Once I become a cancer on Earth,
you don't have that choice.
Why don't I?
Because you have Alzheimer's.
But you can pre-rate. You can get all that together.
I've already predetermined a lot of my,
Yeah, once you get it, but look, I'm actually about to get a license. I'm about to be a licensed life insurance agent because I think a lot of us my age and younger need it anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Let
Like
me ask
for
you
real.
a question. Let me ask you a question. You want to be a burden on your children?
Absolutely not.
I won't be.
You think you got that? You think you got that say so?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is though, you don't. But the thing is though, it depends. It depends on what you mean because you just like you said, it's messed up if they put you in the doggone old folks home. But then that's you not being a burden to your children by being in that old folks home, right?
Hey, Ron Mac, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be a burden on your children?
Nah.
Yeah. You ain't got that say so.
You don't.
I'm not JT. Explain, please.
You ain't got that say so.
What he's saying, Uncle Ferg, is if you're unable to even acknowledge what's going on for real in reality at that moment, and your children they have to make a decision whether or not to keep you in their home and with their children, with their take care of you. You know what I mean? That's like becoming a burden, and then going to like an old folks home is kind of not being a burden 100% to them.
It's not that.
You know what I mean? But you don't have no choice because they got the choice to choose on what they do at the end of the day.
But that's if I give them the authority to do certain things.
Let me ask you a question, Coach Ferg. You want to be a burden on your child?
Oh Lord.
I won't be.
How you know?
Because I'm not putting myself. I'm not going to put myself in that position. I've taken myself out of that position. I'm thinking forward to that part of life. So if something happens to me or my wife, we've already mapped out how things are going to go. I don't want to go to their house. Yeah. We're not going to nobody's house. I'm going to let somebody else do their job. And I'm okay with that. See, I wouldn't do that.
So let me ask you a question.
They just get the benefit when I go.
So you made the decision already?
Yeah. Within the last 2 years.
Basically, you got a living will?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I have,
That's the purpose that I'm asking this question is because
I have a estate will too. Like, Shit, they ain't gonna be fighting over shit.
So listen, it's a dope ass. And let me tell you, what'll be a dope ass conversation is to have it with young folks. Have it with somebody that's 28, 30 years old. Ask them the same questions.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's why, Rod. That's why I was saying to you earlier. See, the mind state that you in, people beyond Ron Mack's age, younger than Ron Mack, need to hear that message.
Yeah.
See,
I try to give them the game.
The guys, JT, who don't know if they want to join the military or not, or go to college, or become an entrepreneur. It's guys that need to hear say, listen, I know it's fucked up out there, but listen, you still have the opportunity to change that shit. And these are ways you can do it. This is how I did it. Now you have to decide for yourself which lane based off of what we was talking about earlier, your
what you love to do.
Being a genius, being innovator. See, that's where they gotta understand that. And I would help them, guide them through that process. Like, listen, you want to do it this way, these are the steps you must take. Outside of me, fuck how you feel about it. If you willing to take it, you don't want to do that. You want to be a truck driver, you gonna take these steps right here. You don't want to do that.
No, we ain't talking about that no more. We talking about what I'm asking you guys.
No, I ain't gonna be no burden. I ain't gonna be no burden.
All right. What I'm asking you is this. See, we'll talk about all the shit right now about in the present. But where we have a problem at is making sure our people are okay. We got a problem with understanding that life is life and life is not what they call fair. As we get older and as we live life, we ain't even got to get older. The number one thing that is for sure, no doubt about it, is that we will die. That's the easy part of it. That's the easy part of it. The other part that people don't talk about is I become disabled. And one of the things that people don't talk about is that I lose my follicles up here. Am I prepared for that? It really don't matter. Because you don't live your life for you. You live your life for others. The reason why I ask, do you want to be a burden on your children? Is because that is some real ass shit. Trey Ferg, how old are you?
56.
I'm 52.
So I asked you that same question.
I'm 36.
Hold on.
52, 36, and 56.
Yeah. So, yeah, you asked me the same question, and hell no, I don't want to be a burden on my kids, but I might have to be one.
Why?
Because I ain't got that choice.
Why do you say that?
Let me tell you why. Because I would have Alzheimer's. I can't do shit. I would have, what they call it?
But JT,
no, hold on.
Dementia, you may not get none of that shit.
You may not get none of that shit.
Right.
Yeah, man. That's how we live life. We live life saying, I ain't gonna get none of this shit. Let me tell you something.
I'm not saying in a good way either. You might get hit by a train.
Yeah.
Right. Like, that I understand what you're saying.
Boy, that shit, that's hard hitting just to think about it, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, at the end of the day, like,
it's the majority of people that have the privilege of having their parents in their life once they start hitting 45 to 50 years old. They're either going to deal with the death of their parents or they're going to deal with the loss of follicles with their parents. You don't hear enough people talking about it. This is what changes the trajectory of people on this earth that think that they're going to live forever or they're going to be the same person for all of their life. And that's the reality. We've seen it time and time again, but we don't think it's going to happen to us. So when we talking about this shit on these panels, though, Coach Ferg, we have to talk about life. There's so many turns and twists in life that we go, and we keep sitting here talking about these stupid ass relationships and not what the relationships are built for. It's to build a community for us to have some other person to, at some point, God willing that we live as long as we possibly can, to take care of us. We think we gonna still be the same motherfuckers that's out here. We got the attitude of that. If we didn't have the attitude of that, we wouldn't have all this individuality bullshit. The reason why I'm asking this question is this. We've dealt with, do y'all know about Jesse Jackson, right? Jesse Jackson, for a period of his life, was a civil rights leader. Can we agree on that?
He was an activist, but he wasn't the leader. That's for sure. Jesse Jackson took on that damn welfare.
Coach,
he wasn't a leader.
Coach, you was living as long as I was.
And he was an activist. He was an activist, but he wasn't a leader.
There was a time where people were following the Rainbow Coalition. Please don't take that. That man was
they still in Chicago.
No, they are, but he was a leader of that at a point of his life.
Yeah, he was a leader for that.
Yeah, for sure. That's my point. You know his state right now?
Oh, he's damn near ready to go. He's old.
He has Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
Right. You had a lot of our people that were strong. You know how Jim Brown died? Alzheimer's. That man was a strong man, wasn't he?
JT, but not everybody's gonna go like that.
I didn't say everybody was gonna go like that. My point is that people don't even put that in the equation. That's my point. See, of course you will say that now that I bring it up, but that is a part of a lot of our people's reality. Muhammad Ali was a bad motherfucker, wasn't he? Not only was he suffering from MS, but it was also Alzheimer's. Not only, what I'm trying to say is this. We're strong right now and standing erect. But there's a point in our life where that shit won't happen. Yeah. It ain't even got to be that. It could be cancer. It could be, look at all the people that came before us. And they were strong people and they were out here and they were doing their thing. And at some point, they ended up being vulnerable. Look at what happened with Jamie Foxx. The reason why Jamie Foxx is at the point he at right now because he had people to surround him to protect him. What I'm saying is this. While we're at a point of doing what we can do right now, because me, you, Ron Mack, we got this shit at our fingertips. We can change this shit. What you say? It's a better time in your life right now, right? And you mentor young folks, but you're mentoring them at the same time that you're learning yourself. We're building the plane as we're flying the plane. At the end of the day, one thing is for sure. This shit will end. It's gonna be over.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, JT,
and sometimes it's abruptly over for some people, God willing. And then some people have to suffer, God willing.
Some people don't have to suffer, JT.
Man, if you ain't looking at life at every angle, bro, I don't know what to tell you because you don't stay the same.
But I know that, JT. Point. Everything about getting old gets old. Ain't one thing stay young and everything else get it. when you one body, one person, everything about my ass is gonna get old. Everything on my physical body, yes. However, there are some people that have had strong minds until the end. It
I'm
happens.
talking about, and I'm
But
not
wait a
talking
minute,
about
JT.
that
Hold
point.
on.
My point.
There's some people that get Alzheimer's, but the point I'm making, as far as men or women, if you 35, 40, that's a good age. Everybody grown at 30. I'll say 32. Matter of fact, I'm gonna say 30. Them played in your 20s. You saw the bullshit. This is the time at 30 years old to put in your most work, your most productive work, invent new shit, reinvent yourself, change your patterns, change everything that's keeping you from a state of mind that woe is me, that everybody's against me. Stop looking at everybody else and look at self and move according to self. This is when you can become selfish, because you ain't just letting every nigga borrow some money. He ain't did no work for you. Make a nigga come over and clean up your house. However, wash your car. You put everybody to work. Everybody work eligible if they coming to you as a resource. You don't invite people who bring negative energy into your life and then wonder why shit ain't going right. You see shit, you have to move accordingly. But you cannot just say, okay, this is where I am at 25, 30, and this is where I'm going to be at 50. No. You have to get out of that mindset. If not, don't worry about the niggas moving you out of the way. Every other race is going to move your ass out the way.
So you in alignment of what I was just speaking on then?
I might be, JT. You be losing me sometimes.
No, I ain't lost you.
Nah,
JT
lose you. JT lose you when he lose the fact that he see y'all saying the same things, but y'all just saying them so differently that it seems like y'all not. But y'all saying the same exact things. Like we all know what it is.
We are so in fucking alignment, but the thing is, Kurt Ferg think we talking on some different shit.
No,
I'm
just a little.
I know, Coach. I know.
Hold on, JT.
And this is the funniest thing. Coach Ferg older than me, and I keep telling the motherfucker he only got 15 Christmases left.
No, I got more than that.
He ain't understanding what I'm saying to him.
But JT, what you not understanding what he's saying is you speak it just like we just talked about before previously. You can speak it into existence too. So if you got the mind when you like, yo, I'm gonna ride this thing out to, it's okay to think like that. I believe. You know why?
So
because you're gonna move in a certain way in life. You're gonna move in a certain way of life where you like, oh, I need to go ahead and I'm gonna make sure that I'm always doing something.
Who we speaking it into and existing to? Because if we just speaking it into the air, that shit ain't going nowhere.
No, but it ain't about speaking it to the other, JT. It's just that
who we speaking it to.
But listen, JT, not everybody's at a point in life where they like fuck it.
No,
it's a lot of money.
Everybody not at that point.
The things that we saying right now, they have to mean something because we saying them, right? It's important to us, right? Who we speaking it to? Energy goes into who we speaking it to.
You spoke it, JT.
This is my whole point. We have to speak it into our children. You got children, right, Coach Ferg?
Yeah.
Do you speak it into your children?
Yes.
All right.
Hey.
I do too.
See, JT, you prove my point.
No, I said we in alignment.
Because okay, so look, I'll say this, and this is where I came at you earlier.
I'm trying to figure out where we missing each other.
But listen, once my child gets there, once our children get to that point where we talk them through, right? It doesn't stop with them. That's why I say for me, that's why I continue to coach. That's why I continue to mentor because
no. As a matter of fact,
they gonna protect me. They go like, no, he can't go. We gotta protect him
again. Because you was laughing, Coach Ferg. You was laughing when I said you gotta be purposed. You gotta be purposed. When you was ha, and I'm looking at you like we in alignment, but you looking at me like I'm losing you.
But
right?
the purpose.
And at the end of the day,
I guess just understanding the purpose.
Yeah, he was trying to understand what your definition of what the purpose was.
thing.
That was all.
Why do you think that I say we get old? Why do you think I kept saying earlier in the show when I was saying, no, that nigga got 15, I got 15 years, I got 15 motherfucking Christmases. We get old. My point is this: we get fucking old, and we in the flesh die. The thing that don't die is the things that we can put out in the atmosphere, but it gotta hit something that's gonna be able to make it tangible. And what it does is that your children, my children, and not just them, but the ones we're talking to. That's why I always ask, and you've heard me say it before, who we talking to? Because if we talking to each other, you can't talk to me and think you about to inspire a nigga that's right there with you and I'm in alignment with you already and we've been doing our thing. What we're trying to do is we're trying to get to another group of people, even if they're not younger than us.
No, JT, this is. I guess you proving you saying what I'm saying. I guess
I already told you already,
you're
bro.
right-handed,
I'm in
I'm
alignment
left-handed.
with you.
No, but
you don't
listen,
think you in alignment with me?
No, because JT, like you said, we speaking here, right? When I speak, I don't necessarily speak to the guys on the panel because based off what I heard from guys on the panel, they sort of experience whatever experiences they have, and they was faced with whatever adversity, because I think we all start talking about what type of adversity we went through. A lot of us realized we had a whole lot of shit in common, right?
Yeah.
But despite that, we found something that we could hold on to push us through to a better state of mind, right? So that's what I'm speaking to. It's young brothers and sisters who never seen
I'm
it.
in alignment with that.
But this is where I come in at. I believe that when I come and connect with them, I can give them something to go beyond what their immediate situation is. And that's why I think, regardless of me having children or something like that, I got to step away from because my children are grown. But I still have information, I still have wisdom, I still have knowledge that for me, what I've seen bless me is if I continue to give that to those who don't have it. So when I'm out into the world, past my children, and I've run into young men and young women that 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, when they can say, Coach Ferguson, Coach Ferg, what's up? Man, you used to always tell me A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And I'm looking like, when I tell you that? Yeah. Man, you coach me. So what are you doing? Man, I'm doing this, A, B, C. So good job. So you followed the blueprint.
How long, how long would what you're saying, how long would you want those words that you have to resonate? How many years do you want those words to resonate?
There's no time on it. There's no time because
for infinity, right?
But what I'm saying is the blueprint that I may have gave them at 16, 18, 20 could carry them to 30, 35. Now they're going to start developing.
I'm asking you, that's why I asked you, how
but
long do you want?
I can't say how long they will.
I'm asking you.
It.
No, I'm asking you, how long do you want your words?
I would hope that the relationships that I built with young men and young women over the years would carry them through a lifetime. But I also understand that the obstacles that they will face.
Nah, Uncle Trey, what he's saying is,
if it's just gonna go with them, it's gonna stop with them. What I'm asking you is, how long do you want your words to actually resonate through this world? Your energy that you have, how long do you want it to resonate through this world?
It's too late. It's already forever.
Let me show y'all something.
I can't. Man. But what I'm saying is, if I give just young people that I gave information to, I would say that they will continue to carry it on just based off how they living as young adults, middle-aged adults today, because they're going to teach an ideology to their children that wasn't taught to them until I came along.
Hey,
so it's going to continue.
Ramak, do you know somebody that suffered through Alzheimer's?
Mm-hmm.
Coach Ferg, you know somebody that's suffering through Alzheimer's. Before they suffered through Alzheimer's, were they productive in the world?
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys understand that what I'm saying is that the things that we stand for, this is why I said that we have to be purpose, is that this shit has to resonate beyond us, because we're not the most important and powerful thing on this earth. It's what we do. It's the most important thing on this earth. It goes way beyond us, right? We're just a vessel.
Supersedes.
Right. And the reason why I brought that up is, man, if I can come to this point where I can show you guys what I really mean. And the reason why, and it is dear to me because my father suffered from it. My father was, man, that motherfucker was the man. You know what I'm saying? He was the motherfucker. He was my superhero. He was the one where he was like, I remember my father saying, man, if I had to deal with that shit right there, because he's seen in his life that people that they lost their mind. My father ended up losing the fucking mind. And I had to take care of the things that my father taught me, I had to teach him all over again. My father taught me how to tie my fucking shoes, man. Do you understand? I had to tie my father's shoes.
But JT, he was not a burden to you.
That's my point of asking you guys, do you want to be a burden to your kids? The reason why I said it, not because whatever happens to you, that it's going to be a burden to them. Whatever happens to you, they're going to do it out of love. They're going to do it out of duty. They're going to do it. But what I've observed in my life, these 52 years that I've observed, I've seen people that did it out of duty, but I've also seen motherfuckers that did that shit because they just, they going through the fucking motions and they ain't give a fuck about their family members.
Right.
Purpose. That's the reason why I say we have to be purpose. It's not as philosophical or all it. It's a simple ass thing that we have to do in life as men, and we learn it. And this is the reason why we're good with women, because we're raw in the fucking cut. Women, they are, man, the dopest thing in the world when you got a woman that you with that can appreciate that part of you being that raw and uncut, the nigga that you really are, right? They can really, they can appreciate it, and they be who they are, and you appreciate them too, right? You know what the problem we have right now? Because we got a bunch of niggas out here posing to be that nigga or whoever it is, and then they get with a woman, then they want to start complaining because that woman don't see them as that man. They don't respect that man as who he is. And it goes down and it trickles down to their kids, and now you see what the fuck we got right now in our world right now. At the end of the day, somebody said it earlier. Nigga, if I lose my motherfucking mind, that'd probably be the best thing in the world for me. Because you don't have all that other shit that's going on with you, right? However, life is not fair. Life is not unfair. Life is life. We end up doing all these things in our life, man, and then we check the fuck out. It's over. Look at all the shit that happens right now. Man, do you know how we deal with life? By dealing with death. That's how we deal with life, by dealing with death. Life will show you some shit. It's so fucked up, Ryan Mac. Life will show you some shit where you be like, it's harder than a motherfucker. And you will see some shit like a story of a motherfucker that had his life on point and a nigga died. And you be like, well, what the fuck was that? You trying to feel for them, but you going through your life. It ain't fair. It ain't unfair. It's fucking life. When you got that balance right there, bro, absolutely you can tell somebody, yeah, if I got a chance to get somebody some you know, some encouragement. Be purposeful. Be a purpose in your life.
I don't know what that means, JP.
I mean, you don't.
JT.
Let me tell you something.
I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm 15 years old. Ain't nobody ever told me that word. What do you mean by be a purpose? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, somebody told me that at 15. I got it.
Could you explain to me? Ain't nobody ever taught me how to be it.
All right.
What does it mean?
I sit there and I explained this, but I'll explain it again. You can't not look at this motherfucking world as if this world is hard or it's just easy. You can't look at it as it's fair or it's unfair. You got to look at life as fuck it. It is what the fuck it is. It's life. Reason being is because you had no say-so on being on this earth. But you got all the responsibility of getting your shit together. But it ain't for you. It's for somebody else. Now watch this. Not only the person that's right there, that's in your AO, your area of operations, but somebody that ain't even here yet. Boy, life is a motherfucker. If you don't believe in God, you better believe in him right now. If you don't understand what I just said right there,
JT,
you
that
gotta
was all
have
bars,
purpose. You are a purpose. You either gonna be a purpose or you're gonna be somebody that just passed through.
Right.
You're gonna be somebody that just passed through.
When it's all said and done.
When it's all said and done, it's gonna be somebody that's passed through.
I want to at least be a picture on the wall for my great grandkids or something. Man, my great granddaddy was Ron Mack.
You know why people are scared to die, Ron Mack? You understand what you know why people? This is the honest to God truth. People are scared to die is because they don't want to be forgotten.
You think that's what it is? I think it's just a fear of the unknown.
Think about it. Mm-hmm. You hear somebody, and nigga, when you die, it's over with, right? It's just over with. You have no more feelings, bro. You can't sit back and be like, oh, I'm dead. You know? You ain't got no feelings on none of that shit. You dead.
Who knows?
It is over with. I've sat back. Let me tell you something. I've sat back and talked to somebody. Had a conversation with them for 2 hours. And for another hour, I didn't even realize they were dead. I thought they were asleep. And when I realized they dead, guess what I had to do? I got to call the ambulance and all that shit. I wasn't expecting that shit that day. Do you know the shit that you know the trauma that it caused to me? They had to deal with some shit like that. We sitting here having a conversation. I'm thinking they sleep, but they're dead. It's over. When you come to the realization that it's over. You ever had a conversation with a motherfucker, you arguing with them over some crazy ass shit, and it's important to you at that time, they die. Who you arguing with? Nigga, you ain't arguing with no, it's over with.
That's the exact same thing I just said today.
Yeah.
I was when my wife got in that wreck, right? Mm-hmm. The young lady that was driving the other car, I hit her. You know what I mean? She was driving her mother's car. Yeah. You know what I mean? So she wrecked her mama car, new Kia KS joint, right? Man, the mama was on the phone just screaming and mad. And the girl was like, you ain't even ask me if I was all right.
If I was okay.
You ain't do none of it. You ain't care about none of that. Woo. And I said, you know, and then she got off the phone with her mother, and I walked up to her. I said, listen, I know she was crying and stuff. She was kind of, you know, she knew she was wrong. You know, they was at fault, but you know, she was just basically. I told her, look, don't even stress about this. Like, look, in another year, in the same time this year, this won't even be a thing. Your mama won't even be upset. You won't even be tripping. Y'all can laugh about this situation. Mm-hmm. Remember that time when I wrecked the car coming out? You ain't gonna even be tripping. And plus, you're not hurt. You know.
Your battery's still running.
And you're alive.
And you alive. Because if she died, would her mama be sitting there?
Her mama wouldn't have been tripping about none of that because it was so insignificant. And I tell a lot of people this. Like when when me and my wife ever get into like a what could I call it? Because it don't be a fight.
Tiff, a little tiff.
We not trying to be
We not
all.
seeing eye to eye.
It's
We not seeing eye to eye.
It's just a little.
There
It's
we
a
go.
little
I like
conflict.
that.
It's
We
a
just
little
not seeing eye to eye.
Yeah,
We not
we ain't
seeing
seeing
eye to eye.
eye.
We got
Right,
different
right.
perspectives as people in life anyway. We're not always going to see eye to eye at all. That's why you and Uncle Ferg, y'all trying to figure out different
That's it.
perspectives of each other, but y'all saying the same thing, right?
Yeah.
But so when we not seeing eye to eye, sometimes I just remind myself and remind her, in 100 years we won't be here, baby. So this little situation that we got going on really don't even matter if you think about it. And you hug a person, if you hug a person for more than a minute straight, it's impossible for them to even be upset.
Yeah.
That's just a little game.
It's
Me.
real,
I ain't giving it to
bro.
y'all. I ain't giving the game just
Yeah.
to y'all. I'm giving the game to infinity, to people that's gonna watch this in 400 years.
Yeah.
They're gonna watch us in 400, 500, 600 years.
Come on, man.
But
Right
see,
now, at this very moment, is present. And I my apologies for cutting y'all for I gotta say this right now, and I'm gonna say this for the future. Right now, somebody watching this. Right now, somebody watching this, and they gaining so much knowledge from us.
Yeah.
They're like, oh snap, that's crazy. Ron Mac even know that we doing this right now, that we even watching this right now.
Yeah.
But this is in real time to us.
And I think that's where we are. I understand that men and women are totally different. I understand that. I grew up with 6 women in the house. I understand a lot of these behaviors. I used to see it in the house as a kid. So everything that y'all saying is right on. And I think for men, we can understand the different perspectives and sort of puzzle it together. Because JT, you say life is life, and life is like a puzzle. You know how you get that puzzle, you think you're gonna put together a 1,000-word piece puzzle, and you start out getting pieces, them motherfuckers dropping one by one, they're like, oh shit. Then you get
You can't find this one piece. You looking for this one piece. You can't find
3 weeks.
Nothing.
That motherfucker sit there a whole month. You down there, I'm ready to take your shit apart.
It's in the trash.
But that's
Somewhere.
how life is. And people try to bypass that one piece. Like, I can go around it. I don't need this piece. You need that motherfucking piece.
That motherfucking piece.
And it might take you in life, it might take you a couple years, a couple months, a couple days to get that piece. But then when you get that piece, you plug that piece in. Now all of a sudden you done down there leapfrog the whole damn section. Like all the rest of this shit was easy.
Yeah.
And I don't think people are, they don't have the understanding that those pieces of life that you miss, fathers not being there actively, not giving, even a father not giving the opportunity brings a lot of stress on him. Even the mother only wanted to raise the child by herself brings a whole lot of stress when a motherfucking boy grow up to be 15, 16, and this motherfucking Johnson and waking him up and motherfucking wearing a size
He walking
14.
around the house with his drop with his
Right.
ball shorts on, no shirt.
See what I'm saying?
Around his mama.
Yeah. See, I think that's where it sort of get all messy for a lot of people, and they live in that life for years, and then they get to it. Like we all come to that age of reasoning, man. When we want better, we done tried to fight off the motherfuckers who's telling us we ain't shit, and they usually come from motherfuckers that we know. It ain't like JT gonna be like, oh, Ferg, you ain't gonna be shit ever. No, that's a motherfucker uncle, that mama, that brother, that sister that told you that shit. So now you like, what the fuck do I do? But I think today, after we done, because think about all this bullshit that done happened over the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
We it was a brother that was coming to the space and saying, man, y'all can be better, hold these women accountable. You got a whole diaspora of women saying, girl, fuck that shit. Y'all can't hold sisters accountable, We gonna do what we want. No. But now you seen the outside of Black America, We the only motherfuckers that allow our men to become women. We show with this show with the election. Y'all spoke about it earlier, JT. Some motherfuckers are lying about their whole ideology of being a man. Because if 80% of us voted for Kamala, what that's saying about us? We just out here running our goddamn mouth.
Yep.
So I'm saying for that young brother who's trying to bypass all this bullshit, become selfish a little bit. Get away from what makes you comfortable. Listen, your genius instincts will kick in when you get into an uncomfortable position. That's when you know if you a leader or a follower.
Yeah.
When the
It's gonna
shit
make
gets
you
tough,
or break you too.
it's gonna make you or break you. And if you're willing to understand what you can bend on, then you'll snap back even fucking stronger. And you won't even go back to that place where it bent you. You avoid that shit. So you can't get to a place at 30, 35 and say life is shit. And then we start saying, Ron Mac, let's pull out your resume. JT, let's pull your resume. Hold up, man. I got my service in there. I got my job in there. Ron Mac, I got my skills in there. I done wrote fucking music. Okay, well, you got a resume of life. Oh, man, I just started working, man, about 6 months ago. Well, nigga, you behind the 8 ball.
You behind the 8 ball.
Shut the fuck up and learn some shit. Just be quiet and learn.
Learn just something, young blood.
Somebody might give you some game that's gonna help you elevate this. I stopped crying. I stopped worrying about fucking like emotions and feelings of men. I got a best partner. He was one of the reasons why I went to the service, but I didn't know he was selling drugs to the police and was running from the police, JT. Right?
Right.
The day I was leaving, he came home. The day I left, he came back because they was like letting him go. He had got his orders for Germany and everything. And when they started doing the little investigation, they brought him home. They asked him, did he do it? He kept denying it. When he got back to the base, the captain, the CO was asking him, man, is this you? Because, the military got that old honest policy. If you say, yeah, it was me, they would have let your ass go. But he kept denying. They kicked him out of the service after 8 weeks of basic training. So I left. When he came home, the dude ended up serving the majority of that time. We talking 1990 to like 2004, in and out of jail. He got felonies. He got 3 fucking felonies. Got an escape felony, right? So I used to talk to him. I'm like, that's my buddy, man. Man, come on, man. You just gotta. So I told him, I said, listen, man, you gotta find. He was about 35. I said, man, you gotta find something to do. He was out. I said, you got to find something to do for 4 years straight. I said, and you got to focus on that shit. So it took him about 8 months to think about that shit. He said, man, I want to go back to school because that's where I met him at in college. I said, well, man, go back to school, but you got to study this time. You got to fucking study that shit. You can't just be going to class and thinking no, read that shit, study that shit. That shit become your lifestyle. That's because you want to now have a skill. The dude ended up getting his master's degree. Ended up becoming a manager of the city that was locking his ass up, making about $80,000 a year, and now his birthday's about 7 months after mine. Mine February, his August. His children are grown. His debt is minimal because I didn't allow him to make an excuse for himself. Because if I knew in order for me to continue to have a relationship with him, the only way that I could have had that was to continue to give him words of inspiration. Now, if he would have chosen like, man, I ain't doing that shit, then I don't know how I would have continued that relationship, me growing into trying to be the best man that I can be. See what I'm saying? I can, what I'm saying? Because I wasn't going to dummy myself down just to fit somebody in my life. If I'm a man, you come up to me and we get there together, and then we protect each other at the same level. And I'm not afraid to give you the information to help you be better. But you got to be willing to stand in the fire about myself. As a brother, it'd be best for you to stand in the fire and accept your bullshit, admit your bullshit, accept it, but then use it as a motivation to just be better, bro. And I think it changes your life, JT, man, because we in our 50s, JT. You done put in 20 years on the job and in the military. You got skilled trades that's going to take you through your lifetime.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
So
my daughters, man, it's just the fact of being around and looking at them, and like the way that we even communicate with each other. So I know, they're getting at the point where, kids do what they gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Like we did. You know what I'm saying? When we was kids, the thing is that we got foundation. That's the difference. That's what separates us from all the other our peers. You got some peers, man, that they gonna keep going that same pattern, right? At the age we are right now, man, listen, we take family very seriously. So we take our, what we do very seriously. When it comes down to, like, you mentor young brothers. Me, I don't do it as a occupation. It just so happens with me. You know what I'm saying? It's happenstance. So I'm always talking to somebody, man. Like the way that we talking on here, I end up finding myself talking to these young brothers like that. The craziest part is, Coach Ferg, when we see that we make a difference in somebody's life, that's where we be like, yep, that's our purpose right there. Because we're multi-purpose now. Please believe that. But when we can sit back, and not only, one aspect of it is to preach it. But another aspect of it is to be involved, right? What you got? No, don't do it that way. Do it this way, right? We correct them and all these different things. They see the outcome and they be like, I got to listen to that person right there. I was just doing some shit today, man, where I was talking to a brother and he was older than me. And we were just talking about how to maneuver in certain aspects, of the system. And we got to talking. I didn't know that I was giving him information. I'm talking just like I'm talking to you. I'm talking just like we were talking on the panel. And I was just like saying some shit. This motherfucker taking notes. He listened. You know how you know when somebody tuned in, because they sit back and they start looking up in the sky. They looking down. They looking all over. And then they start being proactive in the conversation, right? And then they start asking you questions. And then they start nodding their head. Now they got a pen. They take the pen out. They start writing shit down. Yeah, because you got phone numbers that you can hook them up to, right? You got avenues. You are a person of purpose. Because you ain't just preaching this shit. That's why I tell people, like, yeah, motherfucker, you say what the fuck you want to say. I know how I maneuver in this world. I change lives, including my own. Because I'm not a person that sit back and say I know it all and I don't learn. Because if you say you know it all, there you go. You got it. You ain't nothing else that you need to learn, right? But when you out here learning, man, I got a grandfather right now. My grandfather, damn near 100 years old. He got about a couple of, I think he's 30. He's 30. He's 97. This man is like, he's still driving. That shit is baffling to me. He's still driving. He done outlived 2 wives. I had to sit down and have a conversation with that man. And if anybody know, the older we get, the more we repeat ourselves. So imagine what my granddaddy was doing. That nigga sound like a motherfucking remix. He would repeat himself. That's just what it is. He 97 years old. Guess what I didn't do, Ferg? I didn't talk. 2.5 hours. I'm listening to this man go on about whatever it is he gonna go on. Do you know the patience it takes for us to be that type of this is how I know. I'm like, man, I haven't arrived, but man, I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. My patience is so impeccable in life where I can just sit there for hours and I can if it even comes down to me learning something, I can sit down for hours and figure it out. When it comes down to me having conversations with people and I know that the purpose of me having this conversation is not for me and it's for that person, and I can just sit there for however long it's going to take and have conversation or listen to them, I understand that there's some points about me where I'm like, damn, I'm dope as fuck. I have to tell myself sometimes because there's moments in my life, like today, I was short than a motherfucker today, Ferg. It was just shit that just wasn't going my way. It was things that I didn't want to do today, and I was short. But even being that type of a person today, I still had the wherewithal to have patience. I have the wherewithal to be able to have, like, look where we at right now, having this conversation. I really didn't want to talk to nobody today, but I needed to talk to somebody today. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. But see, that's the good thing about it, JT.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
No, you know, I've gotten to know a little bit about your life and your experiences, you know, over the last year or so, and just talking to you and everything. And that's the good thing about it because you can't predict time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You can't say, well, this is the way it's going to be. You would like to think it would, but you can't predict it. So you just, you know, we talk about you got to put in the effort to get to where you want in life. And even then, even the time frame, it may take a little longer. It may take a little shorter to get there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it still comes down to, despite what you go through, your ups and your downs, you never have allowed yourself to make excuses for yourself. Your family didn't allow you to make excuses for yourself. I've gotten the funniest damn stories about life experiences from you. I ain't never heard no story. I'm talking about some good ass stories about life from nobody than I have from you. I think about that shit all the time. Man. I'm like, that's the wildest shit ever.
Right.
But it was real life in that moment for you.
Yeah.
And you didn't let that shit deter you about even in your military experience. You went through that shit and you said, you know what? Look how it made you better. It made you even more motivated.
Most
definitely. You know what I'm saying? You didn't make excuses for that shit. And that's what I'm saying as far as now. You know, some people be like, oh, it's going to be. But I think if a brother right now would take advantage of those options that lay before that we had, now you got these new options, they could propel to a space further along than it's. I believe their path could be a lot faster than it would have taken us.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? But who's willing to take that opportunity and take a chance on themselves? That's where I think brothers have to really look at and be like, because think about it, JT. I saw you been here the last 3 years. Man ain't shit. Man ain't shit. Women motherfucker gotta make 100,000. Shut up. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker lived in the projects all of a sudden she want a nigga make 100,000.
Right.
She got bad credit. Come on, man. You don't even clean, just certain shit. But I think if man just see that and say, hold on, let me just back up a little bit. Let me just back up and focus on getting what I need to compete against JT. Because JT is going to phase out a little bit. I want to make sure I can slide in his, you know what I'm saying? I want to be able to be in a position where I can go into his spot.
Right up in there, yep.
You know what I'm saying? But I think brothers that don't take, brothers have to take advantage of this moment right now. You can't wait another 4 or 5 years and be like, I'm gonna see what the president gonna do. No, because they've already told you, listen, we ain't with the LGBTQ taking over our work industry. That ain't gonna happen. We already told you that, guess what? This welfare, we're going to start cutting back on all that shit.
All that shit. You better get it. Yep,
So
you better earn it.
if you ain't found you a partner yet, then you better make a deal with one of them. Because guess what brothers still got to do? Brothers still got to go to work.
Yep.
Brothers still go find a way. And we gonna get on here and talk about that shit every Friday. Like, man, this is bullshit. But guess what, brother? You keep going.
Still get out here and doing it.
You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna be like, well, JT, you can just believe it and it'll happen. Just it'll be your no. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got time for that. Especially today. That's why I'm like, man, listen, brothers, don't focus on the women. If they let you know, if you got 20 in the front, 40 in the back, catch them towards the end of the month, because most of them are broke by that time. They don't spend up all their money hanging out. You can make a deal with one of them, wear that ass out. Next time she come over, she comes with a plate of food and shit. And she might give you $20 and shit. But
rinse and repeat.
Yeah, to each his own. I'm just saying, I'm just throwing stuff. Nobody has done it right. Nobody's had the perfect parent handbook. People got to live life through experiences. You know what I'm saying? And if you're not willing to take that chance, please get out of the younger folks' way and let them give them an opportunity, because you can change your life by helping somebody else who doesn't have the well, I say who's less fortunate. Someone who's saying, help me. And if somebody wants to help, you could change your life by helping them. So
yes, sir.
That's all I got, JT, man.
Yeah, most definitely, man. We about to go ahead and close this out. Shit, we done did 7 hours on this mug here, Coach Ferg. Hey, man, great conversation. Like I said, it's just dope to be able to come out here, to put some of our perspectives out here, to talk about it from our angle, how we observe life. And at the end of the day, man, when it comes down to living this thing called life, you better look at it as life. Because if you look at it as anything other than that, you're going to always be upset, and it's going to weaken you. We still got to be strong. And we got to be strong because we got to be strong for the other people. Because this is a time where we get old and we at our last Christmas. But when we got, listen, when you have children, you got family that comes because of you, that's where you have wealth. That's the wealth. The craziest part is, it goes to what you said, Coach Ferg, before we get up out of here. Too many of us men are wasting our seeds. We're wasting it. We got to have a purpose in what we doing. I had a little thing that I did like 3-4 years ago, and it went viral. And what it said was that if you out here fucking, you need to fuck with a purpose. Fuck with a purpose. If you ain't fucking with a purpose, then you wasting your time, your seed, and everything else that's valuable to you. We got to start fucking with a purpose. Coach Ferg, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate my man BMU, my homeboy Lit. Goddamn Ron Mack in the building. Braxton, yesterday my show was inspired by what you had said, that the dating game is like Squid Games. I'm gonna do a part 2 of that also. I had fun with that. But what we talk about, man, is things that's going on, and we just give our perspectives on it. You know how I go on the Barbershop. Barbershop, we talk about everything. And at the end of the day, man, I enjoy it. You enjoy it. Everybody enjoyed it, man, because we done had an audience that sat here and they rock with us. They rock with us tonight. So with that said, Coach Ferg, man, I appreciate you, man. Most definitely. I appreciate everybody else over here. And guess what, y'all? We out this piece.
All right, guys, another one in the books. Another great episode on the Black Man Unfiltered Network. Listen, we doing the thing over here. So, guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the share button. Also, if you want to donate to the channel, which helps the channel, hit your boy Cash App. It's scrolling right here, right there, at the bottom of the screen, and support the channel. But we're happy that you're here. and we look forward to seeing you on every episode. So hit the notification button so you know when we go live. Thank you again, guys, for watching. We out.